Lucian perched high in the branches of a towering pine, its thick limbs sturdy beneath him. The twilight breeze ruffled the canopy, carrying with it the distant shouts and laughter of camp half-blood below. The sky was a canvas of gold and lavender, the sun's last light fading beyond the hills. Talia sat on his lap, her back against his chest, arms tucked around his. Her wild black hair tickled his jaw as they rested in a shared silence that said more than words ever could. From their height, camp life buzzed as usual, rowdy demigods sparring, chasing, shouting. But up here, there was only stillness. Talia finally broke the quiet. "I've been meaning to ask, how's your progress since the Heracles fight?" Lucian's hand settled comfortably on her waist. He laced his fingers through hers, chin resting lightly on her shoulder. "Better than expected. I'm at 45% now. Fighting him gave me clarity, especially about the knight side of my title. But the curse part, that's proving a pain." Talia scoffed, lips twitching into a smirk. "You? Struggling? Someone call Olympus. The world's ending." He chuckled. "And what about you?" 95%, she said with a groan. "And it's infuriating. I can't figure out what I'm missing." Lucian raised a brow. "Probably overthinking." "Again, I don't overthink," she said immediately, voice flat. "Say that while looking me in the eye. Might sell it better." Talia turned, meeting his gaze with mock conviction. "I don't overthink." Lucian grinned. "Liar." She rolled her eyes, but kissed him anyway, a brief touch of lips that made the world feel quieter. "There. Nothing to overthink there, right?" "Nope," he murmured, catching her cheek in his hand and pulling her in for another, deeper kiss. Their foreheads rested together after. Lucian brushed a thumb along her jaw. "Don't overcomplicate it. Sometimes the answer is exactly what it looks like." Talia frowned. "What, like taking my title literally? Thunder Herald?" Lucian said nothing, letting her connect the pieces. "A herald is a messenger, someone who warns of what's to come," she murmured. Her eyes widened with understanding. "I hate you so much sometimes." Lucian's smirk widened. "So you were overthinking." She groaned, pressing her hands to her face. "Of course I was. But think about it. Lightning before the thunder. That's me. I'm not the storm. I'm the warning." She stood suddenly, eyes sparking with electricity. Her hands glowed, flickers of lightning trailing along her fingertips. "I am the lightning." Lucian leaned back, amused. "Hit 100%, didn't you?" Talia laughed, exhilarated. "This is so stupid." Before she could finish her sentence, Lucian's hand darted out, catching a thin black card midair with casual precision. "Annabeth," Talia guessed. Lucian flipped it open. "Who else?" The card ignited in flame, burning words into the air. "Percy is on the move." Both of them sighed. Damn it. Down at the campfire, Percy sat at the edge of the clearing, fiddling with his rolled-up sleeves. His sky-blue hoodie bore the camp's logo, but he wasn't really present. His green eyes were locked on one person. Luke. Across the fire, Luke had just finished eating and was brushing crumbs from his hands, his expression unreadable as always. Percy took a breath and stood. "I hate confrontations, but this needs to happen." He crossed the space quietly. "Luke." The older demigod turned, casually wiping his mouth with his thumb. "Yeah. We need to talk." Luke eyed him curiously. "Do we now?" Without waiting for an answer, he stood and motioned Percy to follow. From a distance, Clarice raised an eyebrow. "What's Fishboy up to now?" Annabeth didn't answer. Her eyes narrowed as she watched them disappear into the trees. She pulled a card from her pocket, sent a quick flame message, and followed at a distance. In a secluded forest clearing, fireflies danced lazily under the glow of bioluminescent moss. The air was cool, quiet. "This should do," Luke said, turning to face Percy. "So talk." Percy's fists were clenched in his hoodie pockets. He inhaled, then met Luke's eyes. "What did I ever do to you?" Luke blinked. "What? I didn't even know I was a demigod before you started sabotaging me. You accused me of theft, tried to send me to Tartarus, after pretending to be my friend. Did I piss you off in another life, or something?" Luke stared, then threw his head back and laughed. Not a cruel laugh, but genuine, exasperated amusement. "Gods, Percy, I'm not lying when I say this. It's nothing personal. You're just painfully unlucky. Percy actually laughed. Yeah, I figured. Luke's grin faded into something more serious. The gods, Percy, they're the problem. You know that, don't you? Or maybe you've been too lucky with Lucian around to really see it. But most of us, we don't live long. The monsters we fight, they were made by the gods. And we're the ones cleaning up their messes. Memories flashed through Percy's mind. Medusa, the underworld, his mother. His gaze dropped. We're not heroes, Percy. We're tools. When the gods can't act, they send us. We're weapons, messengers, pawns. If we question them, if we step out of line, they destroy us. Luke's voice was trembling now, teeth clenched. And the worst part? So many of us worship them. Call it an honor to die, cleaning up their mistakes. Like we're lucky just to be used. Percy didn't answer. Couldn't. Because Luke wasn't entirely wrong. And that, more than anything, terrified him. So, what exactly are you planning to do? Percy asked, tilting his head, voice lined with disbelief. Kill all the gods. Not all. Luke replied coolly. Only the ones who refuse to cooperate. Percy raised an eyebrow. Cooperate with who, exactly? My grandfather? You can't seriously believe he has your best interests in mind. Whatever he promised you, trust me, it's just bait in a prettier box. Luke let out a low, humorless laugh. You sound just like the rest, clinging to their righteousness like it means something. But I wasn't promised anything, Percy. This isn't manipulation. It's partnership. We want the same outcome. Percy folded his arms, his tone sharp with sarcasm. Let me guess, the fall of Olympus? Destroy the gods, reset the world? The classic, I'm the only one who sees the truth villain speech? Luke laughed again, louder this time, but there was something broken in it. Mock me if you want, but the gods have played with our lives for too long. They deserve to face the consequences. Percy ran a hand through his hair, voice calm but firm. I'm not saying the gods are perfect. Far from it. But this isn't justice. This is vengeance dressed up in purpose. And you're partnering with someone who's 10 times worse than any god you claim to hate. You really think this ends well for you? You'll be branded a traitor, hunted until your last breath. And what about Talia, Annabeth, Lucian? You think they'll stand by while you burn the world down? Luke's expression twisted. Don't talk about them. His voice was laced with venom. Percy took a half-step back, startled. They call themselves my friends, Luke snarled. But all they've done is oppose me at every turn. Especially him. His eyes narrowed. Lucian, I know you're there. You always are. Hiding in the shadows. Judging. Percy looked around, heart beating a little faster, but saw nothing. Luke's voice cracked with fury. You're the worst of them. I know you hate the gods. Maybe even more than I do. And yet here you are, running their errands, completing their quests, playing the obedient little soldier. His fists clenched. You know what I hate most? It's not your hypocrisy. It's the fact that you call me brother. No brother does what you did. A long, weary sigh echoed through the clearing. From the high branches of a nearby tree, Lucian hung upside down, arms folded, a bored expression on his face. Dressed in black from head to toe, his blood-red eyes looked half asleep. You're still holding a grudge over that? I figured you would. Luke's sneer deepened. So you do admit it. You stabbed me in the back and didn't think I'd come for you. Lucian shrugged lazily. What can I say? You're not wrong. I'm a hypocrite. A walking contradiction, really. What's he talking about? Talia asked, suddenly landing beside Lucian on the branch. Annabeth swung her legs from a lower branch, brow furrowed. Yeah, what did you do now? Lucian and Luke answer at the same time. Don't worry about it. Luke's anger gave way to something colder, almost peaceful. You know, Lucian, I hate you. I've hated you for years. And saying it out loud feels really good. Lucian gave him a wink and blew a kiss. Right back at you, sunshine. Luke's smile didn't reach his eyes. Thanks. That'll make it even sweeter when I slit your throat. In the blink of an eye, Luke vanished and reappeared directly in front of Lucian, sword mid-swing, aiming for his neck. Steel rang as Lucian whipped up his scythe in time, blocking the blow. The impact sent shock waves through the air, knocking Lucian clean off the branch, and crashing through a nearby tree, which shattered like paper. Lucian flipped mid-air and landed on his feet, skidding across the grass. His grip on the scythe tightened, eyes narrowing. Since when was he that fast? That strong? Luke, what the hell are you doing? Talia and Annabeth shouted in unison from the treetop. Percy summoned his trident instinctively, stepping back in alarm. Luke didn't even glance their way. Stay out of this. It's between me and him. Lucian blurred, reappearing above Luke in an instant. His scythe came down with lethal precision. But it does concern me, he said, calm as ice. Luke dodged, and the ground split beneath him as the scythe slammed down, sending dirt and roots flying. Lucian twirled the weapon effortlessly and smiled. Do me a favor and make this fun. Luke's face twisted in disgust. I'm not here to entertain you. I'm here to end you. Lucian's smile deepened. I know. That's why it's fun. We don't have to do this. Talia cried out. Yeah, Luke replied coldly. We do. He's a threat to the plan. A wild card. Something uncontrollable. He raised his blade. And anything that can't be controlled must be eliminated. Lucian snorted, then suddenly burst out laughing, holding his scythe leaning against his shoulder like a cane. Luke's jaw clenched, his eyes glowing with fury. Lucian wiped a tear from the corner of his eye. You call me the hypocrite? He chuckled. You talk about freedom, about not being a pawn. And here you are, parroting orders about eliminating threats like some brainwashed lackey. He leaned forward, smile curling. You become them, Luke. Then softly, mockingly, he mouthed, hypocrite. Luke growled and lunged, thrusting his sword toward Lucian's gut. Lucian shifted an inch to the side, grabbed his arm mid-lunge, and drove his knee into Luke's stomach. The breath left Luke in a sharp gasp as spit flew from his mouth. Staggering back, he looked up to find Lucian looming over him, those glowing red eyes now cold and deadly. Don't, Lucian said quietly, his voice steel and shadow. Fuck with me.
Hey, everyone. If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Lucian watched as Luke retreated with an air of arrogance, his scythe resting across the back of his neck, hands casually draped over it. Tilting his head in mild confusion, Lucian spoke, his tone laced with mockery. Let me ask you this. What gave you the confidence to think you could contend with me? You couldn't manage it when we were younger, and you certainly can't now. Luke wiped his mouth, his cold, hateful gaze fixed on Lucian, refusing to dignify the question with an answer. Lucian's glowing eyes flickered faintly as he foresaw Luke's next move. He let out a weary sigh. God, you're annoying, he muttered, twirling his scythe lazily. Luke vanished from where he stood, reappearing in an instant with his sword aimed straight for Lucian's heart. But the blade of Lucian's scythe intercepted it effortlessly, the clash sending sparks flying. Lucian began to move, swaying in a rhythmic, almost taunting manner, his scythe spinning gracefully around him. Sparks erupted as Luke's sword struck again and again, his arm becoming a blur of motion. Luke's narrowed eyes locked onto Lucian's. Luckily for him, the curse within them wasn't active. Yet, even without it, Lucian's half-lidded, bored expression spoke volumes, clearly looking down on him. With a frustrated chuckle, Luke leaped back, creating distance between them. Luke, stop this already, Talia pleaded, her voice tinged with desperation. Save your breath. Lucian interrupted coldly, not even sparing her a glance. But Lucian, Talia began again. Lucian sighed, shaking his head. Just save it. Can't you see? There's no going back for him. This is the path he chose. No matter what you say, do, or beg, he won't change. So, I'll say it again. Save your breath. Talia groaned in frustration, scratching her head. But I still don't want to fight him. I know, Lucian replied, offering her a warm smile. He understood her reluctance. She was too kind to battle a friend. So leave it to me. He winked reassuringly. Luke, watching the exchange, tightened his grip on his sword and sighed. Looks like I'll have to use more power than I plan to reveal. Oh, I'm so curious. What mystical artifact did Grandpappy give you this time? Lucian teased, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Luke smirked but said nothing. In an instant, Lucian's eyes widened. A sharp line of red appeared on his cheek, blood dripping from the shallow cut. The image of Luke standing before him shimmered and faded. It had only been an afterimage. The real Luke stood several steps behind him, examining the blood on his blade with a smug expression before flicking it off. Faster than my foresight could activate. Lucian's lips curled into a faint grin as he wiped the blood away, the wound already healed. Now, this is getting interesting. Luke hummed thoughtfully. I meant for that to cut a bit deeper. His words were cut off as his eyes widened in shock. He jumped back just in time to evade Annabeth, who came hurtling down from above. Her fist slammed into the ground with immense force, causing the earth to buckle and splinter in all directions. Annabeth rose slowly, her eyes locking onto Luke with an unsettling intensity. Her face was expressionless, but her gray eyes burned cold, a stark contrast to the warmth they once held for him as a friend. Luke, don't think I'll forgive you if you're truly planning to kill Lucian, she said, her voice chillingly calm. If that's your intention, then you are my enemy. Consider your choices wisely. Luke gave her a wry smile, leaning back slightly. You're really one scary little girl, Annabeth. Your obsession with him? It's unhealthy. His tone was mocking, but his words were edged with something darker. Annabeth didn't flinch. Her cold gaze remained unyielding, unimpressed by his attempt to provoke her. Luke leaned forward, a dangerous glint in his eyes. Which means I might need to eliminate you too, before you become a problem. The moment his hand moved toward his sword, Annabeth and Lucian switched places in a flash. Lucian stood in her spot, his scythe intercepting Luke's blade just inches from where Annabeth's neck had been. Sparks flew as metal clashed, the sound echoing in the tense air. Luke's teasing expression faltered when he caught Lucian's gaze. The familiar sleepy, carefree demeanor was gone. In its place were sharp, piercing eyes, as cold and calculating as Annabeth's. With a swift movement, Lucian drove the pole of his scythe into the ground to block Luke's blade. Then, in one fluid motion, he grabbed Luke's face with one hand and his sword arm with the other. Boom! The impact shook the ground as Lucian smashed Luke into the floor, splintering it into spiderweb cracks. His grip on Luke's face was unrelenting as he lifted him again and slammed him back down. Crack! What the hell were you thinking? Lucian growled, his voice a deep, almost demonic snarl. He raised Luke's head once more and drove it back into the fractured floor with brutal force. Boom! Did you really think, Lucian hissed, his tone dripping with menace, that just because we were once friends, I wouldn't kill you? Boom! Luke struggled, but Lucian's grip was ironclad. His eyes, now pitch black, gleamed with an otherworldly energy. The curse was active, and Luke's worst fears began to flood his mind, paralyzing him in a torrent of mental anguish. As Luke writhed, Lucian leaned in close, his voice a venomous whisper in his ear. Don't think death will spare you. I'll drag your soul from the underworld myself, just so I can torment you for all eternity. All because you dare to draw your blade to her. Lucian's grip tightened as his voice darkened further. You can swing your sword at me all you want. I'll gladly endure it, if you can even manage to land strike. But pointing it at her, that's a mortal sin I won't ever forgive. Although Luke was being mentally tortured, someone who had decided to challenge the entire Greek pantheon wasn't someone with a weak will. Gritting his teeth, he forced his way through the curse with sheer mental fortitude. With his free hand, he grabbed Lucian's sweater and yanked him forward, delivering a headbutt square to Lucian's face. The impact made Lucian wince and loosen his grip. Taking advantage of the moment, Luke drove his knee into Lucian's gut, forcing him back. With a swift motion, Luke planted both hands on the ground behind him, propelled himself upward, and delivered a double kick to Lucian's chest, sending him stumbling, while Luke used that moment to stand back on his own 2 feet. In a blur of motion, Luke surged forward, sword aimed to impale. But Lucian remained unfazed. He raised his hand, intercepting the blade with his palm. The sword pierced straight through, yet Lucian pushed it further, gripping Luke's fist with his bloodied hand. With his other arm cocked back, Lucian unleashed a devastating punch to Luke's face. The sound of the impact echoed, a sharp crack that sent Luke hurtling through the air. He crashed through several trees, finally coming to a stop, his sword left behind in Lucian's grip. Lucian glanced at the blade impaled in his palm and scoffed. "Trace," he murmured, activating his spell. The weapon shimmered briefly before he yanked it out, tossing it to the ground like discarded trash. He examined the hole in his hand, blood dripping steadily and staining the grass a deep crimson. His shadows began to stir, slithering up his legs and arms before pooling around his injured palm. Slowly, the wound knit itself shut, the flesh sealing seamlessly under the shadow's touch. Once the healing was complete, Lucian flexed his hand a few times, ensuring it was functional. Then, with deliberate menace, he brought the blood-smeared palm to his mouth and licked it clean, his cold, red eyes glinting ominously in the moonlight. Lucian watched as the sword began levitating off the ground before shooting off at blinding speed in the direction Luke had disappeared. "Ugh, that's right. I gave him to recall gloves as a Christmas gift," Lucian inwardly grumbled in annoyance. His face remained stoic and cold, his half-lidded eyes betraying no emotion. Moments later, the sound of iron scraping against the ground echoed through the clearing. Emerging from the dark shadows of the trees, Luke appeared, walking slowly toward Lucian. Blood dripped from his head, staining his blonde hair in red patches. The crimson streaks trailed down his forehead, smearing his face. His nose, bent unnaturally, was clearly broken. With a grimace, Luke grabbed his nose and, with an audible crack, snapped it back into place. He pressed a thumb to one nostril and blew forcefully, sending a clot of blood flying to the ground. After a quick sniff, he spat blood off to the side. "You know what?" Lucian said, a faint smile creeping onto his face. "To show you how far apart our skills truly are, I'll use the weapon I'm least skilled with. And to make it fair, it'll be the same weapon as yours, a sword." Lucian twirled his scythe in one hand before holding it out to the side. The weapon shifted, its form transforming into a sword. With a flick of his wrist, he activated its unique ability, Morph Blade, reshaping it into a sleek katana. He swung the katana, experimentally, examining the blade over the back of his hand. Spinning it forward, he rested it casually on his shoulder with a smirk. "I should use a katana more often. I bet I look so badass right now." He tilted his head slightly, his voice dripping with mock amusement. Without warning, Lucian vanished from sight. Luke instinctively anticipated an attack from behind, but Lucian reappeared directly in front of him, his sword arm poised for a strike. Reacting quickly, Luke ducked as Lucian swung his katana, its blade cloaked in shadow magic. The swing unleashed a sharp arc of energy that sailed over Luke's head, slicing cleanly through the tree behind him. The massive trunk groaned before splitting horizontally, toppling with a deafening crash. "Ho ho ho ho! Man, I should have used this against Heracles," Lucian exclaimed with a wide grin, clearly enjoying himself. Luke retaliated with a swift upward slash, but Lucian intercepted it effortlessly. Their blades collided with a burst of sparks. Luke rolled to the side and then blurred into motion, his speed a reminder as to who he was, the son of Hermes. The two combatants became a blur of movement, their forms visible only when their weapons clashed. Sparks erupted from every strike, illuminating their duel as Lucian used the strength blessed upon him by Heracles to enhance his speed by strengthening his leg muscles. Nearby, Percy crouched low, tightly gripping his trident as he inched toward Talia and Annabeth. He kept his head down, wary of stray strikes. "Are you guys catching any of this?" he asked in disbelief. "Yes," Talia said, her eyes darting frantically as she tried to follow the fight. "No," Annabeth replied through gritted teeth, frustration evident in her voice. But her frustration wasn't just at the fight, it was at herself. She would have done anything to stop Luke if he truly intended to kill Lucian. But deep down, she knew she wouldn't have survived against Luke. Lucian's intervention was the only reason she was still standing. Luke shifted his body like a plank to the side, narrowly avoiding Lucian's blade, which passed just centimeters from his nose. Without hesitation, he retaliated, his sword slashing a clean line across Lucian's arm. However, Lucian didn't so much as flinch. Instead, he repositioned himself fluidly and swung his blade toward Luke's neck. Luke instinctively leaned back, but the edge of Lucian's katana still grazed his neck, leaving a shallow cut. He jumped back, clutching his neck in shock. Glancing at his hand, he saw a faint smear of blood, which sent a wave of anger coursing through him. Why? Why am I still not stronger than him? Luke's thoughts raged. I've trained endlessly. I've powered up, reached sequence 7, and even taken the swordsman potion. If I'm the best swordsman born every 300 years, that potion should have made me the best in 10,000. Yet why is all I can manage a single scratch on his arm? He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. I can't let my emotions get the better of me. As much as I hate to admit it, Lucian is a formidable foe. One mistake, and it's game over. Luke exhaled slowly and disappeared into thin air. He had used a rare gift that only those chosen few of Hermes' children could use. He teleported. He reappeared directly in front of Lucian, swinging his sword in a calculated arc toward Lucian's chest. But to his shock, Lucian's body dissolved into shadows, the blade passing harmlessly through him as if slicing through mist. Lucian grinned mischievously and stuck his tongue out in mockery before driving his sword into Luke's shoulder. Arg! Luke cried out in pain as the Stygian blade sank into his flesh, radiating a cold, unnatural agony. Lucian withdrew his sword smoothly, but Luke's resolve only hardened. Despite the injury, Luke didn't falter. To everyone's astonishment, the pain seemed to fuel him, making him more determined to bring Lucian down. The two clashed again in a storm of movement, each blow faster and more ferocious than the last. After a few intense minutes, Lucian launched himself from the air, spinning toward Luke like a missile. Luke raised his sword to block, catching Lucian's blade and redirecting his momentum. Seizing the opportunity, Luke grabbed Lucian by his sweater, yanking him forward. With a powerful slash, he tore a deep gash in Lucian's side, blood pouring relentlessly from the wound. Yet Lucian's expression didn't falter. He looked down at the wound briefly before smirking, his tone teasing. You know, he said with a playful glint in his eye, if I didn't know any better, I'd think you were trying to kiss me. Luke wore an expressionless look as he muttered coldly, You wish, you bastard. Before the words fully settled, Lucian activated his shadow travel, disappearing in a blur and reappearing behind Luke. With swift precision, he grabbed Luke by the neck, tilting him back, and aimed his blade at Luke's throat. Sorry, I didn't quite catch that. You'll have to speak a little louder. Lucian taunted, his voice dripping with mockery. Luke teleported again, materializing behind Lucian, his sword poised to pierce through him. But before either could strike, a streak of lightning blazed between them. Talia, Lucian exclaimed, his voice coated with annoyance as Talia stood behind him, her shield raised to block Luke's attack. He despised interruptions, especially in the midst of a fight. What are you doing? Lucian demanded, his tone sharp. Luke, however, froze in place, his sword trembling slightly as his gaze locked on Talia. She was biting her lip, her face contorted with emotion, and tears glistened in her eyes. God damn it, you too! She yelled, her voice breaking. Are you seriously planning to keep fighting until one of you dies? Is that what you want? Her gaze shifted to Luke, raw and pleading. Why do you have to be so thick-headed and stubborn? Wasn't Lucian your best friend? Your brother in arms? You fought countless battles together, Luke. Are you really willing to throw all that away? To kill him? Or let him kill you? Talia paused, struggling to compose herself, but her tears betrayed her pain. I know you hate the gods, Luke. I know that better than anyone because I hate them too. But is this worth it? is betraying your friends, trying to kill them, all because of your hatred and thirst for revenge. Worth it? What do you think awaits you at the end of all this? I'll tell you what, nothing. Absolutely nothing. Her voice cracked as tears streamed freely down her face. This is why we're trying so hard to stop you, she continued, her voice rising with desperation. But you don't listen. You don't see. You're so obsessed with your revenge, against the gods, against your father, that you've blinded yourself to everything else. And it breaks my heart to see you like this. For a moment, there was silence, broken only by Talia's quiet sobs. Luke slowly looked down, his sword lowering. When he finally spoke, his voice was cold and distant. You don't understand. You never did. And you never will. He turned away from her, letting out a weary sigh. Lucian, this isn't over. Not by a long shot. Luke began walking, his grip on his sword tightening as he slashed through the fabric of space, creating a tear that shimmered with energy. Annabeth and Percy stared in stunned silence, their expressions a mix of awe and disbelief. Talia, overcome with grief, barely registered the act. Luke stood at the edge of the portal, pausing for a moment as he listened to Talia's quiet sobs. Without looking back, he stepped through the tiered space, disappearing into the void. Betrayal comes in many different forms from different people. The one causing it may not even consider a betrayal, but the only way. A betrayer doesn't care about the people they hurt, even if they were once considered friends or family. There is simply no other way. This is the path I chose to walk on, Luke thought bitterly as the portal closed behind him. In that moment, the betrayer's potion fully took hold, its power completely digested within Luke's being. Lucian was comforting Talia as he sat down by a tree, healing his wounds. I know you care for Luke like family, and that you've known him longer, but like you said, he's a stubborn bastard. You weren't going to change his mind. I know, Talia said, wiping her tears, but that doesn't mean I want to see you two trying so hard to kill each other. We were once really close. Did things really have to change so much? Meanwhile, Annabeth was looking towards Lucian in confusion. You know, there's something that's really confusing me. Both Talia and Percy looked towards Annabeth curiously, while Lucian was drinking his healing potion as if he was a drunk drinking liquor. There was a point during the fight when you were seriously trying to kill him. And don't deny it. I know you long enough to know when you're feeling murderous. So why didn't you? Not to mention you held back a lot. More so than what you needed to. Like using your sword, you didn't even add your curse flames to it. You just fought him with limited skills and powers, Annabeth said as she was confused by Lucian's action. What? Talia asked, surprised to learn that Lucian was seriously planning on ending Luke's life. There was a heavy silence in the air as the question hung in the air. Lucian let out a sigh. You're right. I was completely ready to rip his heart out with my bare hands. He tried to kill Annabeth. Talia grimaced slightly as she had forgotten the small detail of Luke seriously planning on killing Annabeth. However, I stopped myself at the last minute from doing it. Lucian sighed. Why? Percy asked, still gripping his trident securely. Because he was suspiciously skilled, Lucian said grimly. Annabeth's eyes immediately widened. Before anyone could question it, Annabeth said, I see. So you were testing him? That's right, Lucian sighed in annoyance. I'm by no means a master swordsman. However, I'm not so bad either. With my current skills and abilities, I would have easily overpower a regular Luke, even if he was the best swordsman this camp had seen. He paused, letting the words sink in before he continued. However, you see how he was even able to injure me. Tell me honestly, would the Luke you all know have been able to injure me, even with the way I was fighting? No. I wouldn't even injure you the way you were fighting just now. And the Luke we all knew, he wasn't capable of even beating me, Annabeth retorted. The Luke you all knew? Are you trying to say he's an imposter somehow? Percy asked with a confused expression. No, not an imposter. Annabeth said, a different Luke, an enhanced version of the Luke we know. Talia's mind was spinning trying to catch up with Annabeth, and Lucian were insinuating. After a brief, few seconds, Talia's eyes widened in disbelief. No way. She muttered. What? Oh my God. Just tell me already. You people are going to drive me crazy with beating around the bush. I've never been good with riddles. Percy exclaimed in exasperation. Annabeth, Talia, and Lucian all pulled out a card from their back pockets. It was the card of blasphemy. Luke, Lucian grumbled in annoyance. He's just like all of us here. Is the owner of a card of blasphemy. As I slowly descended the steps to my unnamed basement, which I would later decide a name for, I tried to ignore the chaos unfolding outside. It was inevitable, of course. Once everyone discovered Luke was now considered a traitor. Thankfully, I didn't have to deal with it directly. Percy was handling that mess since he was the one they saw follow Luke into the forest. Unfortunately, it brought an early end to the celebration. I grabbed a chair, flipped it around from the desk, and sat down, leaning forward against the backrest. Silence enveloped me as I pondered. Things had grown more complicated than I would have liked. Luke had been hiding his newfound powers exceptionally well, whatever they might be. I hadn't been able to learn much about them since Talia had intervened. Not that I blamed her. Without realizing it, I began biting the nail of my thumb. The fact that Luke now possessed the card of blasphemy worried me deeply. If he'd shared it with Kronos, it would strengthen Kronos' forces in two devastating ways. First, it would enhance their abilities, granting them powers from the sequence and boosting their strength exponentially. Second, and far worse, they become disposable monsters. By willingly or unwillingly drinking additional potions without fully digesting the previous ones, they transform into creatures beyond recognition. I clenched my fist, resisting the urge to slam it on the desk. I never wanted to punch my future self more than I did now. Why did he have to make everything so frustratingly complicated? To make matters worse, the ones most affected would be Hecate's children. From what I remembered, her children made up a significant portion of Kronos' forces. She had been devastated by their deaths before. How would she react now, when she learns that most of them were transformed into monsters? I had to convince her that joining Kronos wasn't worth it. Blowing a raspberry with my lips, I ruffled my hair in frustration. I just had to get myself attached to that idiot. I grumbled, grabbing the headrest of the chair and shaking it back and forth. Can this day get any worse? What a way to end my birthday of all things, I muttered, dragging my hands down my face. Almost on cue, my ring began to emit a crimson glow. I knew instantly I was getting a call. Looking up toward the ceiling, I sighed. 3 fates, that wasn't a challenge, all right? Pointing my ring forward, I activated it. A crystal ball materialized and expanded. With a snap of my fingers, the fog within cleared to reveal my mother, radiant as ever. She tapped the surface of the ball and called out, "Lucy, baby, can you hear me?" A soft smile spread across my face. Loud and clear. "What's wrong?" she interrupted, her brows furrowing. I chuckled, shaking my head. "Don't worry about it. Things are just a bit complicated on my end, but I can handle it." Her suspicious gaze bore into me, even through the crystal ball. It felt like she was searching for a lie. After a moment, she sighed. "If you say so. Just remember, if you need advice, call me, all right?" I gave her a thumbs up. "Got it. So, any reason for the call?" She placed her hands on her hips and replied, "What? A mother can't check in on her baby?" Then she turned slightly and muttered, "Always wanted to say that." I rested my arms on the chair's headrest, smirking. "I suppose there's nothing wrong with that." Her hands fell to her sides. "Well, actually, there's a reason I called." I rolled my eyes slightly. "So much for that earlier statement. You see, I forgot to inform you of a few things while you were here. I was just so excited to see you that they slipped my mind. Whoops." She gave an embarrassed smile, scratching the back of her head. "But since you just got this crystal ball, I thought, why not test it out and let you know now?" And hey, it worked. Her enthusiasm was infectious. I puffed out my cheeks slightly to suppress a laugh. "So what's up?" Her smile broadened a little too much. I suddenly felt nervous. You see, while Sally, Percy's mother, was here, I kept her company. She's such a lovely woman. I can see why Poseidon would be smitten with her. Anyway, we became friends during her short stay, and we started talking about our children and the challenges of raising demigods. She continued enthusiastically, completely oblivious to my growing sense of dread. I knew I should have been happy that she had made a friend, but I couldn't shake the growing dread in my stomach. Somehow, I just knew I wasn't going to like where this was headed. My unease was clear as I voiced my concerns. Mother, I'm going to stop you right there. I don't like where this conversation is going. Oh, pish-posh. Now don't interrupt me again, she said in a deadly serious tone that left no room for argument. For once, I decided it was best to keep quiet and let her continue. Her bright smile returned as she went on. As I was saying before I was so rudely interrupted, Sally and I were discussing raising our children, and the topic of schools came up. Absolutely not. My voice was firm. I didn't care if I was about to get scolded again. There was no way I was going back to school. I didn't die and claw my way back from the afterlife just to endure that nonsense again. Shush, she hissed loudly, the sound so sharp and commanding that I involuntarily jumped. I hated how much power she still had over me, even from a distance. Clearing her throat, she continued as if nothing had happened. As I was saying, Sally was surprised to hear you'd never been to a proper school. She couldn't believe that, aside from the homeschooling I provided, which ended when I passed, you haven't had a formal education since you were 7. But I tried to interject, but her glare shut me up instantly. The more we talked, the more points she made that I agreed with. She said matter-of-factly, "You need a formal education. I want my son to be praised as a scholar, to graduate at the top of his class, and to present me with his diploma. Make a name for yourself outside of this supernatural world. It could be quite good for you. I would rather rot in the deepest part of Tartarus than go to school with some muggles." I blurted, catching myself mid-sentence and hastily throwing in a distraction. It worked. Muggles, she asked, raising an eyebrow. Non-magic people, I clarified, those unaware of the supernatural. Ah, she nodded, seemingly satisfied with the explanation. Then, her gaze turned icy again, fixing me in place. "Lucy, baby, there seems to be some kind of misunderstanding here." Her voice was calm, but laced with an unsettling edge. "You appear to be under the impression that you have a say in this matter." Her humorless smile sent a shiver down my spine. "No, baby. No," she said, shaking her head slowly. "You seem to have forgotten that I am your mother. If I say you're going to school, then you're going to school." She placed a hand over her mouth, her black eyes gleaming coldly as she let out a soft chuckle. "How cute. You really thought I was asking for your opinion, didn't you?" Leaning closer to the crystal ball, she rubbed the screen as if affectionately stroking my face. "Baby, one of the main lessons I taught you was to read between the lines. Context clues are important. If you recall, at the start of this conversation, I said I had something to inform you about, not that I needed your input." "You evil witch," I hissed venomously, my voice dripping with frustration and disbelief. "Mother, my dearest mother, how could you do this to me? I thought you loved me." Lucian cried out, his voice heavy with frustration as he glared at the image of Medea shimmering in the crimson crystal ball before him. Medea rolled her eyes, her tone dripping with mock exasperation. "Oh, stop being so dramatic. It's just school. And for the record, I'm doing this because I love you, silly. It's for your own good." A smug smile curled her lips as she leaned closer to the crystal ball. Lucian clenched his fists around the edges of the crystal ball's stand. "If it was for my own good, you'd know school isn't beneficial for me in the slightest. I have training to do, studies to conduct, preparations to make. How am I supposed to do all that if I'm stuck at school?" "Lucian, sweetheart." Medea's voice softened, though her expression remained aloof. "You need a hobby. You can't just train all day, every day. You need breaks, something fun that doesn't involve obsessing over growing stronger." "Smithing is my hobby. I don't need another one," Lucian retorted, his tone laced with irritation. "Mother, you're killing me here." Medea scoffed lightly. "When I say fun, I mean something relaxing, something that doesn't involve you working towards strength or mastery. You know, like sports or maybe some lighthearted reading." "But, no buts, Lucy," Medea interrupted, her tone firm but gentle. "When I say I'm doing this for your own good, I mean it. I don't want your life to revolve solely around training and goals. You're still a kid, and I want you to experience things kids do. I don't want you to miss out on your youth." Lucian opened his mouth to argue, but froze at the affectionate look in her eyes. Medea's voice softened further as she continued. I don't want you to regret anything when you finally achieve your goals. I want you to look back and be glad you lived your life fully, even if you hated some of it at the time. No mother wants their child to experience regret, and I certainly don't want that for you. Lucian groaned, dropping his head onto the headrest of his chair. Ugh, why do you make it so hard to dislike you? You know I can't say no to you when you look at me like that, or say something so sweet and sincere. Medea chuckled softly, watching as Lucian propped his chin on his crossed arms. She pressed a hand to her lips and blew him a kiss. Love you too, honey. Lucian's cheeks flushed red, and he turned his face away with a grumble. If you really loved me, you wouldn't send me to school. Medea laughed. Oh, don't worry. I already spoke with Hades. Bianca and Nico are going too. And if you talk to Annabeth and Talia, I'm sure they'll join you. Yay, Lucian muttered, lifting a fist half-heartedly in mock enthusiasm. Medea chuckled again. Oh, man up, you big baby. Besides, you still have the entire summer to enjoy yourself. You won't start until September. Lucian gave her a blank look, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Uh-huh. So, is this the only reason you called? To ruin my summer with dread? Not entirely, Medea said, lifting a finger with a sly smile. I have something else to tell you. What's next? Are you going to tell me you've enrolled me in a summer school to make up for all of the school I missed so I can catch up, or something stupid like that? Lucian scoffed. No, Lucy. I know you're smarter than that. So there won't be a need for you to do all that, Medea said, waving him off. She had a more relaxed demeanor as she said, It's related to you finding out you're a witch, or rather a warlock as you prefer that term. Lucian asked, looking at her in confusion. A warlock. A warlock is another name for a male witch or a male that practices witchcraft. The male witches hated being referred to as something so feminine as a witch, so they came up with the name warlock and have been referring to themselves as such. Some warlocks take high offense to being called a witch. Medea informed him in a scholarly manner. Lucian shrugged. I don't mind being called a witch. Medea had a large grin as she heard that, as she obviously knew the reason for it. She was sure it had something to do with her, but didn't say anything about it. So what was it you wanted to tell me? Lucian asked curiously. All right, this is merely a suggestion, but as you didn't know you were a witch before, I thought it would be much better to inform you of this now. You should start a coven. Lucian perked up as he heard, and now really looked confused. A coven? He asked with a weird look. Medea grinned and nodded. A coven, she repeated. A group of magical beings, mostly witches, that gather and form a group, perform rituals, make potions, or cast spells. I know what a coven was, Mother. I'm just confused as to why you would want me to make one. Lucian asks. Medea began rubbing her chin as she muttered. How do I explain this in a way that you would understand? Think of a coven as a music band, she said, almost sounding proud of the analogy she thought of. A band? Lucian asked, raising an eyebrow. Yes, think of a coven as a band. Think of the members of coven as members of a band, and think of the music they are able to create as the magic you perform. On your own, you might sound exceptional and be a popular singer or guitar player, which would translate to you being a powerful witch in your own right. However, add that guitarist to a band with other music artists just as skilled as he is, and the music turns into a new symphony, into something more powerful, she explained thoroughly. It's why witches form covens in the first place. They share notes with one another, help each other grow stronger through support. Some witches might not even need a coven, but there are those that might not even be nearly as powerful if it weren't for the coven they belong to, Medea explained. So, it's not that you need to make one, but it wouldn't hurt to make one if you were up to it. Lucian was looking down with a hand over his chin. I see. I suppose that would make sense. A coven, huh? That doesn't sound like a bad idea. Medea smiled slightly. Then Lucian looked up to look at her and asked, Did you ever belong to a coven? Yes, I did. With my 3 aunts, who could be considered your great aunts as well. Circe and Pasiphae and Heliades, Medea stated. Lucian stood up and put a hand over his head in astonishment. What? Is it that shocking? Medea asked, taken aback by Lucian's reaction. Pasiphae is your aunt. As in a mother of the Minotaur. I'm related to the fucking Minotaur. Medea chuckled softly, her hand partially covering her mouth. Lucian, why does this surprise you so much? This is the Greek pantheon we're talking about. One way or another, we're all related to each other. Lucian scratched the side of his head, still processing the revelation. I know, but it's just shocking. We're talking about the Minotaur here, a monster. It's not something you immediately realize, but when it clicks, it's such a surprise. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, he focused on something else. So, you were in a coven? Huh? He muttered. Can't quite picture that. Medea raised an eyebrow, sounding slightly offended. Why not? You just don't seem the type. I figured you more as a lone witch, Lucian replied with a shrug. Scoffing, Medea crossed her arms. What do you take me for? Even I crave companionship, you know? Those days were my prime. Her tone turned reminiscent as a faint smile crossed her face. I was quite popular back then, the best there was. There's a reason I was recognized as Lady Hecate's priestess. Lucian noticed the respect and pride in her voice whenever she spoke of Hecate. Before he could comment, Medea suddenly gasped and clasped her hands together. I just realized something, she exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Thanks to this crystal, she continued, holding it up, I'll be able to teach you everything I know even when you're at camp and far away. Her tone grew brighter. Oh, I'm so relieved. I thought that with me being dead, I wouldn't be able to pass on my knowledge to you. But now, that's no longer a problem. Lucian blinked in confusion. You do realize I visit the Underworld, right? And as far as I know, you've already been teaching Talia and Annabeth. Medea sighed, shaking her head in exasperation. Lucian, you don't stay long enough in the Underworld for me to go into depth about the things I want to teach. Not to mention, you disappear for days, sometimes weeks. With this crystal, I can keep guiding you and the girls whenever I need to. Lucian hesitated. I mean, I get the girls needing your teachings, but do I really need them? I am Lady Hecate's disciple, after all. Isn't that enough? Medea gasped dramatically, covering her mouth with both hands. You did not just say that. My own son didn't just insult me like this. She stared at him in mock disbelief, holding out a hand as if physically wounded. Lucian's expression turned deadpan. Mother, she's literally the goddess of witchcraft and magic. Medea took a deep breath, motioning herself to calm down as she muttered under her breath. Calm down, Medea. He's just an ignorant child who hasn't been taught enough. This is your fault, not his. After composing herself, she looked back at Lucian. Listen to me, Lucian. Because of our isolation, I haven't taught you much about the culture of witches, which I now admit is a failing on my part. But as someone who identifies as a witch, you must understand this. Witches have an immense pride in our craft. What you just said about not needing to learn from your own mother can be taken as an insult of the highest degree. It's no different from calling me inadequate. She crossed her arms and muttered, more to herself, my own son, calling me an inadequate witch. The nerve of him. Medea shook her head, refocusing on her explanation. As witches, it is our hope to pass on a knowledge of our craft to others, ideally to a younger family member or a disciple. Of course, it's our children we truly wish to inherit and carry forward our legacy. Lucian raised an eyebrow, his skepticism clear. Really? I mean, wouldn't witches want to keep what they learn to themselves? Like hoarding knowledge to achieve immortality or something? Medea nodded slightly. There are some like that, yes, but they are rare. For most of us, our craft is a sacred tradition, passed down from one generation of witches to the next. It's not just about preserving what we've learned, but also expanding it. With each new generation, we hope they'll build on it, discovering new ways to push the boundaries of magic. Lucian tilted his head in confusion. But what's the point of that? Medea sighed, exasperated. There are moments when you're so clever, and then there are moments like this. Well, never mind that. Lucian's eye twitched as he thought. Did my own mother just call me an idiot? Medea continued, ignoring his expression. All witches have an innate love for magic. It has infinite potential and power. By building on our craft and passing it down, We seek to understand just how far that infinity extends. Is magic truly infinite, or is it merely a means to an end? Lucian nodded slowly, starting to understand. As I was saying before you interrupted, Medea resumed, her tone sharp. When you claim my teaching wasn't necessary, you essentially dismissed generations of knowledge that I've worked to preserve and build upon. You were saying that all the knowledge I've gathered and hoped to pass on to you was worthless, that you'd rather inherit the craft from someone else entirely, disregarding mine. Do you understand the insult in that? Lucian hesitated. I kind of do, and I kind of don't, he admitted. I mean, I'll still be learning from Lady Hecate whether or not you pass your knowledge on to me. Wouldn't combining what you teach me with what I learned from her, I don't know, taint it? Medea pinched the bridge of her nose, letting out a slow breath. It's like you haven't been listening to a single word I've said. Lucian looked down, his cheeks flushing with shame. Becoming more animated, Medea threw her hands in the air. The point is to build on the knowledge. You take what you learn from her, you take what you learn from me, you add your own insights and understanding, and you create something new. That's the whole purpose of magic. It evolves. There's no such thing as tainting. It's all about growth and progress, she yelled louder than Lucian had ever heard her. When she finished, Medea looked slightly out of breath, even though she was more soul than body. She inhaled deeply and exhaled slowly, calming herself. Sorry about that, she said, her tone softer. It's just, we witches are very passionate about our craft and magic. It's the centerpiece of our culture, after all. Lucian smiled and shook his head. No, I understand now. I get it. Your understanding and interpretation of magic are different from Lady Hecate's, and my interpretation is going to be a blend of both of yours, with my own insights mixed in. Even if our interpretations are all different, it doesn't mean yours is wrong or that mine is right. It's all about what we as individuals understand about the essence of magic. Medea blinked in surprise, then nodded with a proud smile. That was well put. Exactly. For example, there's something I wanted to teach you that Circe taught me when I joined her coven. I'm sure you've heard of it. It's called charm speak. Lucian raised an eyebrow, intrigued but skeptical. Medea chuckled at his expression. What? Did you think only Aphrodite and her children were capable of wielding that skill? She shook her head, her smile turning sly. This lesson is to show you that, through magic, we can replicate and even surpass the powers of the gods. Her grin shifted into something darker, more power-hungry, the kind of grin that only appeared when she delved into the true mastery of witchcraft. The intensity in her eyes made it clear. This wasn't just about teaching. This was about pushing the boundaries of magic itself. However, that should be a lesson for another day. I'm aware of how late it is for you currently, Medea said with a smile. You can't just dangle the power of a god in front of me and then tell me to forget about it, Lucian protested, looking taken aback by her sudden backpedal. Medea rolled her eyes. There's no need to be so impatient. We'll have all the time in the world thanks to the crystal ball. Besides, it seems sleep deprivation is messing with your cognitive abilities. Anything I teach you now would be pointless. So stop being stupid, uncurse yourself, and go to sleep. I'm not being stupid. I'm experimenting, Lucian said with an air of false wisdom. Medea looked at him flatly. No, you're being stupid. I know what you're doing. You're trying to understand the power of curses, but there are better ways to do that than experimenting on yourself. Go grab someone else and try it on them. There's no need to play guinea pig. The way you casually suggest grabbing someone for experiments really reminds me why people call you a dark witch, Lucian scoffed. Medea flipped her hair dramatically, her head held high. Morality is just an excuse to explain weakness. Couldn't be me. Lucian chuckled and shook his head. He knew very well that his mother meant every word she said. Medea pointed a finger at him. Now do as I say. I'm ordering you as your mother. You're doing more harm than good. What's the point of studying if you're too stupid to understand what you learn? That's just, well, stupid. All right, I'll uncurse myself, Lucian muttered, rolling his eyes. Medea nodded approvingly. Good. Now I'm leaving you to rest. She puckered her lips, making exaggerated kissing noises. Good night, Lucy. Love you. Lucian turned bright red. Even though no one was around to see it, he still felt deeply embarrassed. He muttered something under his breath. Medea leaned in, tapping her earlobe theatrically. What was that? I couldn't quite hear you. The link must be acting up. Speak louder. I said I love you too, Lucian mumbled, turning away as heat rose to his cheeks. Medea smiled warmly. So cute, she muttered adoringly before ending the call. Lucian let out a heavy sigh to calm himself. She always knows how to embarrass me, he muttered. He then pinched his forefinger and thumb to his temple, carefully dragging out a thin black thread. His eyes twitched slightly, but when he finally extracted the cursed string, he sighed in relief, his mind instantly clearer. The black thread dissolved into wisps as he released it, and he shook his head, adjusting to the newfound clarity. Just as he was about to settle in, his crystal ball began to hum again. Did she forget something? Lucian muttered, swiping his hand to answer the call. To his surprise, it wasn't Medea. Instead, the heads of 3 figures appeared in the crystal ball. He blinked rapidly, making sure he wasn't hallucinating. It was the Fates. Clotho beamed at him with her usual cheerfulness. Lachesis offered a normal, graceful smile, and even the cold Atropos seemed to wear a subtle smile on her otherwise expressionless face. Huh? Why are you guys calling me? Lucian asked, raising an eyebrow. I won't even bother asking how you managed to get in contact with me in the first place. Well, duh. We wanted to talk to you, silly, Clotho chirped, her grin wide and mischievous. Lucian sighed, rubbing his temples. I was literally on my way to see you. Go to sleep and meet you 3 in my dreams and all. Clotho pouted at Lucian. Well, for one, you missed a couple of meetings due to your curse, so we couldn't meet over the weekends. And not to mention, there's still a few minutes left until your birthday officially ends. We at least want to be the last ones to wish you a happy birthday. Well, I appreciate the gesture, Lucian replied politely, thanking them for their well wishes. Congratulations on surviving for 13 years, Atropos said ominously. Both of her sisters turned to stare at her, their expressions caught somewhere between confusion and disbelief. Yeah, well, thanks for not cutting my string, Lucian quipped sarcastically, his amusement evident. There have been a few close calls, Atropos retorted with a straight face. She's right, Lachesis added, her silver hair tied in a long braid. You've had a few near misses. Try and live a long life, and she gave him a playful wink. Lucian glanced at the time, noting it was now 12:01 a.m. His birthday had officially passed. He let out a yawn before leveling a glare at them. By the way, whose idea was it? Who thought it would be funny to send me to school? Both Clotho and Atropos immediately turned their gazes toward Lachesis, who glared back at them for selling her out so quickly. I merely planned the birth of a new life. I am the fate of new beginnings, Clotho said, her tone overly mystical. It is not in my jurisdiction to decide how someone's life unfolds. I only determine when to end it, Atropos added with a shrug. That's your job, thus your fault, both Clotho and Atropos said in unison, pointing accusatory fingers at Lachesis, who was now feeling the full weight of Lucian's glare. Traitorous bitches, Lachesis muttered under her breath before clearing her throat. Fine, I'll explain myself. I wanted a jock. What? Lucian exclaimed, utterly floored by her confession. Lachesis shrugged, sticking her tongue out playfully as if to say, don't blame me. Don't try to act cute. What the hell do you mean you wanted a jock? Lucian shouted, his disbelief turning into pure frustration. Lachesis twirled the tip of her braid with a finger. Well, those cliches in books or dramas. The super popular school jock notices the awkward, nerdy girl with glasses who's completely invisible to everyone else. Lucian looked as though he was on the verge of a breakdown. He slumped forward on his desk, burying his head in his hands. Oh my gods, I'm being sent to school because a goddess is horny for a high school romance trope. Just kill me now. What has my life come to? Atropos raised her hand slightly, her expression deadpan. I'm more into the nerdy kind, if that makes you feel any better. The shy boy who gets dominated by a strong female lead. How is that supposed to make me feel any better? Lucian yelled, his voice rising with every word. In what world does that help? Oh, Clotho waved her hand excitedly like a student eager to answer a question. I like teacher-student forbidden romance. I just love the power dynamic. Lucian slumped lifelessly in his chair, his arms dangling at his sides, his eyes hollow. We're doomed. This entire world is doomed. Our fate is controlled by 3 horny goddesses who can't keep their fantasies in check. The next day, "Come on, Nico. You can do better than that," Lucian said, holding a wooden sword casually in his hands. "No, I can't. It's literally my first time wielding a sword. This is the best you're going to get." Nico panted, his swings clumsy and uncoordinated. Lucian froze mid-motion. "Oh, I forgot about that. How do you forget something like that?" Nico asked, glaring between heavy breaths. "Mate, in what world would it be normal for an 8-year-old to wield a sword?" "In this one," Lucian replied plainly, resting his wooden sword on his shoulder. Nico, bent over with his hands on his knees and breathing like a winded dog, paused before nodding. "You know, that's fair. I can see that." Wiping his sweaty brow with the back of his hand, he straightened up. "So, can you actually teach me properly? Like, instead of just swinging your sword at me and expecting me to magically become a grandmaster?" Lucian shrugged. "Well, I'm someone who learns best by being thrown into the fire, so I guess I assumed that'd work for you too. That said, you weren't bad. Being a demigod comes with some handy instincts. But yeah, I can see how my method might not be ideal for everyone." Nico's breathing calmed slightly, and he hesitated before speaking, his voice wary. "Although, I don't really want to focus on swordsmanship. I want to learn how you use my shadow and other abilities like you do." Lucian raised an eyebrow. "First off, let me say you don't need to be scared to tell me how you feel. I'm not exactly the type to get mad over stuff like this." Nico flushed lightly, rubbing the back of his head. "Sorry. And second," Lucian continued, "I'm teaching you this not because it's fun. Honestly, even I think swordsmanship can be boring. I prefer a scythe or a polearm myself. I'm teaching you because it's a useful skill to have." With a small smirk, Lucian held his wooden sword in front of him. "Watch this." Shadows coiled around the blade, and with a quick motion, Lucian sent out a flurry of shadowy slashes through the air. They dissipated shortly after, leaving faint trails of darkness in their wake. Nico's eyes flickered with mild interest, but it was clear he wasn't entirely impressed. He'd seen Lucian fight Heracles. This was tame by comparison. Lucian scratched his cheek, looking slightly embarrassed. Clearing his throat, he said, "If swords don't interest you, we can find a weapon that does. That's what we're here for, after all. Finding a weapon that feels right to you, one you'll enjoy using." Nico glanced at the wooden sword in his hand, then back at Lucian. He shook his head slightly, understanding the underlying lesson, the importance of blending weapon mastery with innate abilities to become even more dangerous. "I get it," Nico said thoughtfully, "but I like simplicity. Sometimes the simple option is best. I'll stick with a sword, though maybe a saber for a personal touch." "A saber?" Lucian asked, raising an eyebrow. "Is that your favorite type of sword?" He held up his ring, transforming it into a sword, then reshaping it into a saber, a blade with a slightly curved edge that widened toward the tip. "Something like this?" Nico's eyes lit up as he nodded eagerly. "Yeah, exactly like that." Lucian turned the saber back into a ring and chuckled. "All right, Mr. Pirate, I'll show you how to wield a saber." Nico's cheeks flushed. "What's wrong with pirates?" he muttered. "Pirates are cool." Lucian grinned. "Agreed. No judgment here. But since you're into pirates, let me introduce you to the story of One Piece and the start of the greatest pirate era." Nico tilted his head, confused. "I thought we were learning about swords." Meanwhile, in the camp's weapons area, a shadow clone of Lucian stood casually beside Bianca. Everyone seems tense. Bianca observed, glancing at him. "Is someone leaving the camp really such a big deal?" "It's not usually," Lucian replied, leaning against a rack of spears. "Campers come and go. It's normal. But Luke is well-liked here, so it's a big deal because it's him." "He was?" Bianca asked, her expression skeptical. Lucian smirked at her doubt. What? You didn't find him attractive or something? No, she replied, confusion and disgust crossing her face. Why? Should I have? Is that what girls around here are into? She asked in mock horror. Lucian chuckled, but didn't respond immediately. Bianca tilted her head, her expression turning serious. He's just too mysterious, if that makes sense. It felt like he was wearing a mask. And people who hide behind masks are usually ugly on the inside. I can't find someone's mask attractive. Maybe it's just a me problem, though, she added with a shrug, picking up a spear. She attempted a stance, but immediately grimaced. Yuck. I look ridiculous holding this, she muttered, setting it back. Lucian raised an eyebrow. So you didn't find him attractive because he was wearing a mask? Not a literal one, Bianca clarified, rolling her eyes. Like I said, it's probably just me. I can tell when someone isn't being truthful. It's gross. That's why I wasn't totally against considering you as my brother. What? Lucian asked, blinking in confusion. You're true to yourself. That much is obvious, a bit too truthful, honestly. I like people like that, Bianca explained with a slight smile, picking up an axe. She frowned at it and quickly set it back. How can you tell? Lucian asked, curious. Does she have a unique ability that wasn't mentioned in the original story? He wondered. I'm just good at reading people, Bianca said, her tone casual. It's something I had to learn while taking care of Nico. It was just us, and I had to figure out who we could trust. Not by words, but by their mannerisms. The more I did it, the easier it got. It was just Nico and me against the world. Lucian looked at her thoughtfully. A skill she developed to survive impressive. Is this really the same girl who later left her brother with strangers to join Artemis? Bianca, quick question, Lucian said, breaking the silence as she examined his sword. She asked, looking at him. Let's say a goddess offers you immortality and the chance to travel and hunt all over the world with her. But to accept, you'd have to swear off relationships with boys and leave your brother behind. Would you take it? What? Hell no. Bianca scoffed, her tone sharp. Sure, Nico can be annoying, and sometimes I wouldn't mind a little space, but that's just being in a different room, not leaving him behind forever. I'd never forgive myself if I did something like that. She paused, then added quickly, Don't tell him I said that. He'd be insufferable if he knew I said something nice about him. Ah, that's right, Lucian thought. This version of her only spent a few months caring for Nico, not years all alone. Bianca set the sword down and walked over to a rack of bows. Picking one up, she raised it, drawing the string back expertly. Hearing the satisfying snap as it returned to place, she smiled and turned to Lucian. I saw how you used a bow and arrow to fight Heracles. Teach me, she asked politely. Lucian smiled kindly. Sure. Ew, Bianca said, shuddering. Don't look at me like that. That was disgusting. Lucian's lip twitched. For a brief moment, he considered never being kind to her again. Follow after me, Lucian advised. He had a wooden bow, and arrow his posture was straight, holding his bow close to his face. Remember to take a deep breath and hold it. Bianca looked over to Lucian and replicated his movements. She looked at the positioning of his feet, his arm, and how he held the arrow against the bowstring. She took a deep breath, held it, and narrowed her eyes at the bullseye in front of her. Once you are confident, release, Lucian continued to advise as he let go of his arrow and watched it sail until it hit the mark. Bianca let go immediately, and the air swam through the air and hit the bullseye and won. She smirked. Now release your breath, he said, breathing out through his mouth, which she followed. Seeing the bullseye, Lucian smiled and held out his hand to the side. Nice. Bianca continued to smile proudly and high-fived him. Now, quiz time. Do you know why you took a deep breath? Lucian asked. Bianca asked in confusion. It's one thing to follow through with your actions and replicate what I do. It's another thing to understand what you are doing and why you are doing it. You can replicate me all you want, but if you don't understand what you are doing, it's pointless. Did you understand why you took a deep breath and didn't exhale until you released your arrow? Lucian patiently explained. Bianca put a finger by her lips and thought about it. To concentrate? To narrow my focus? Yes and no, Lucian said, Yes, it helps you concentrate, but that isn't the reason. When you take a deep breath, your chest rises and you stand up straight. You take deep breath to form a correct posture for the optimal shooting position. Also, while you inhale, some of your muscles contract, which makes your muscles stronger, making you able to pull back more on your bow. Bianca blinked in surprise, took a deep breath, and noticed how her body does stand up straight. Whoa, you're right. That's also why when you exhale, your body feels relaxed. Your muscles stop contracting, letting them rest. Lucian continued. This is also why breathing exercises are important. Lucian went on. When Lucian was done, Bianca looked at Lucian in a new light. I should be taking notes, she muttered before looking at Lucian weirdly. You're surprisingly good at this. Lucian shrugged. I've always been a natural with a bow and arrow. However, they aren't the weapon I prefer to use. I mean, I even got lessons from Lady Artemis, the goddess of the hunt, and managed to impress her. Or at least I think so. Are you finished bragging, or can we continue? Bianca asked in amusement. I don't know. I kind of want to brag some more, Lucian said pensively. Seeing her incredulous look, Lucian chuckled. I'm messing with you. Let's continue. Later into the night, Bianca and Nico were both face first into a couch, both of them growing in pain. I can't feel my arms. Bianca groaned painfully. I can't feel my body. I feel like I was whacked all over. Oh, wait a minute, I was, Nico said, picking his head up and glaring at Lucian. Here, you big babies, Lucian scoffed, handing them both 2 potions, a red one and a green one. Drink the green one first. What's this? They asked as they shakily reached for the potion. It's something my mother used to make for me when I was little. It's supposed to help increase the result of your training, mostly muscle growth. The red one is just a healing potion. It's supposed to take away the sourness. You couldn't have given us this earlier? You literally watched as we struggled to eat. We were barely able to lift our forks. Bianca exclaimed with a bit of tears in her eyes. Lucian placed a hand on his chest. As your older brother, it is my job to watch and enjoy your suffering. I am merely performing my brotherly duties. You suck, they shouted and rolled over with effort. Nico and Bianca opened the green one first as instructed, looked at it warily, and drank it. As they finished, they flinched. Nico made an extremely disgusted expression and held his throat. It's poison. You're feeding us poison. Ugh, that's disgusting. He cried out with his tongue sticking out. Lucian just chuckled and smiled warmly. They looked at Lucian as if he was the devil, looking at how fondly he was looking at them. That was before they explained. Like I said, my mother used to feed me this. They were so disgusting. I really thought she took pleasure in torturing me when she feed me that. That concoction. If you know they're disgusting, why would you feed them to us? Bianca said with a green face. Must keep the family tradition alive, Lucian said, giving them a thumbs up. You monster, they muttered before picking up the red one apprehensively. If it wasn't for their aching muscles, they wouldn't have even bothered picking it up. They opened it up, took a few deep breaths, pinched their noses, and downed the entire bottle. They instinctively recoiled, expecting the disgusting taste once again. However, they smacked their lips. Watermelon, Nico said. Is that mango? Bianca questioned. I hated how my mother made potions, so I made a promise that all of my creations would taste good, Lucian said proudly. Then broke your promise. Nico scoffed, looking at the empty green vial. Lucian rolled his eyes. That was something my mother created. That wasn't something I created. I make mine to taste like what the consumer likes most. Boom. All their heads snapped towards the door. Talia was seen by the door with an irritated expression, foot raised, looking clearly disheveled. Annabeth was leaning by the door side, clutching her stomach and dying of laughter. Talia looked at Annabeth in irritation, sent a tiny zap from her finger. Annabeth twitched madly and stood up straight, letting out a small sniff, making her small nose wrinkle slightly. It wasn't that funny, she said with a straight expression, although her lips were twitching to suppress herself. I'm done with this shit. Let's just get this over with so I could go to bed and sleep, Talia said with a snarling expression. What took you so long? I know you wanted to get the ingredients yourself, but did you have to take all day? Lucian began with a raised eyebrow, but with a look from Talia, he thought it was best not to ask. Lucian did the old man motion of standing up. He pushed himself forward, slapping his thighs, and standing up. All right, guys, you two can go off to bed. I know you're tired. Bianca and Nico looked towards each other, before looking at Lucian with a weird look. Nico then remembered how Lucian said he didn't have to be scared to ask him anything and said, "You know, if you're going to your secret basement and don't want us to come, you can just say so. There's no need to send us to bed." Nico scoffed. Lucian's ears gained a faint red color at how he was discovered. Nico then looked amused. "However, now I'm dying to know, what do you have down there? Can we come and see what you're doing?" Both Nico and Bianca looked at Lucian expectantly. Lucian had to look away and wince, as he never had siblings before, and how that he had them, he felt like spoiling them a lot and complying to their wishes. However, he knew better. He looked at Annabeth and Talia for help. "This is mainly your secret. If you want to share it, go for it," Annabeth said supportedly. Talia shrugged. "Couldn't care less, really. If you find that they're trustworthy, sure. But are you sure right now is the right time? You know what I'm about to go through, right?" "A good point," Lucian muttered before turning to Nico and Bianca. Lucian opened his mouth to tell them another time. However, Nico saw this, acted quickly. He looked towards Lucian with puppy dog eyes and pouty lips. Lucian froze as he stared at Nico. He saw two small flat dog ears appeared on either side of his head with a small black dog nose on him, just looking at him. "Please," he muttered. Lucian clutched his chest and walked over to him. He pressed Nico's head to chest and cried out towards Talia and Annabeth. "I can't say no to him. Look at him. He's just too precious." Lucian was now holding Nico by his armpits, presenting towards Annabeth and Talia. "Look at him," he repeated, shaking him slightly. Nico made a peace sign and stuck his tongue out triumphantly. "How can I possibly say no to this?" Lucian shouted aggrieved. Bianca leaned forwards and massaged her forwards. Annabeth looked amused, while Talia let out a heavy sigh. "He's a lost cause." As they moved towards the basement, both Bianca and Nico noticed how oddly the door seemed to open. As they entered and took in the sight of the sheets of magic circles hung on the walls, the monster spoils of war displayed on the shelf, and the bookshelves filled with various tomes, they heard Lucian announce, "I grant permission to Nico D'Angelo and Bianca D'Angelo to be allowed uninhibited entry from here on forth." "What did you just do?" Nico asked, his expression fascinated. "I was registering you two into the wards set up around this place," Lucian explained. "Now, even if I'm not here, you'll be able to enter without being considered intruders." Annabeth, hearing this, placed a hand on her chin thoughtfully. "Now that you mention it, my warding abilities have evolved. I could upgrade the wards around this place. Do it another time. I want to do my thing first and get it over with," Talia said, looking annoyed. Annabeth suppressed a smirk, her lips twitching as she struggled to hold back laughter. Lucian glanced between them in confusion. "Care to share what's so funny?" Annabeth covered her mouth, looked aside, and held up a finger, her shoulders trembling as she took a calming breath. "All right, so you know how Talia wanted to gather the monster parts herself, because we've been practically leeching off of you." Lucian nodded, while Bianca and Nico looked perplexed. "Well, first we needed the heart of a griffin. On the way, we unexpectedly ran into another creature we needed, a cloud nymph. We needed a bit of its cloud while it was rampaging. When we saw it, Talia decided it was a perfect time to play cowgirl." Annabeth's voice shook with restrained laughter. She made a lasso out of lightning and threw at the nymph, which was in a hurry, mind you. The nymph looked surprised, then started thrashing around madly, trying to escape. Talia was laughing in its face, trying to anger it, which worked better than she expected. Annabeth puffed out her cheeks, mimicking the cloud nymph. It got so mad it started absorbing the lightning from the lasso and freaking grew in size. Before it could escape, Talia increased the lightning, keeping it tied up. But the lightning seemed to empower it, making it stronger. That's when Talia decided it was a smart idea to taunt it again. It got so mad it flew forward and picked her up off her feet. Annabeth raised her arms as if holding an invisible rope, sticking one leg out. She screamed, totally caught off guard. "Ah! Annabeth, a little help, please." Annabeth crumbled to the floor, laughing so hard she could barely breathe. She shakily pulled out her phone and handed it to Lucian, still laughing as she turned bright red. "Ha ha ha! I'm sorry my words aren't doing justice to her expression here." She wheezed. Lucian took the phone, his amusement growing as Bianca and Nico leaned in to see. PHTT. Lucian choked out, caught off guard by the image. The picture showed a disheveled Talia being spun in circles by a dark black cloud. Bianca covered her mouth, trying to suppress her laughter, while Nico shamelessly laughed out loud, pointing directly at Talia. Talia kept a straight expression as she looked at them, then smiled slightly. You know, I haven't seen the picture. Can I see it? Lucian, knowing he'd lose his composure if he stared at it too long, quickly handed the phone to her. As soon as Talia had the phone in her hands, her smile vanished, replaced by a look of pure anger. She hurled the phone at the wall with such force that the wall cracked slightly, though the phone remained perfectly intact. Annabeth crawled along the floor to retrieve her phone, wheezing as she swiped to reveal she had taken multiple pictures. It took a while for everyone to calm down from their laughing fit. Once they did, Talia, her teeth gritted in frustration, said, "Let's get this over with." Annabeth, wiping tears from her eyes, held up a finger. "Hold on, I need to fix the ward you just damaged with my phone." Shaking her head, Annabeth reached into her pouch and pulled out a phoenix feather. She approached the wall, drawing the ancient Greek symbol for restore. Once she tapped it, the wall began to repair itself. Suddenly, a long line encircled the room as if it had gained stripes. Upon closer inspection, Nico and Bianca saw that the lines were actually sentences in ancient Greek, which, to their surprise, they could understand. Bianca squinted, reading aloud slowly. "No one is allowed to enter without permission. Anti-detection. Obstruction of perception to wandering senses." Nico read, puzzled. "What does that mean? How do they work?" Annabeth sighed. "It's complicated. If I explained everything, we'd be here forever." Basically, the runes and sigils on the walls are wards designed to prevent anyone from peeking into what's happening here, including the gods. When runes are aligned properly, they empower each other, making the wards strong enough to work against divine beings. Anyone trying to look in wouldn't be able to find this place. They'd overlook it entirely. But if we mention a god's name, it's like shouting our location in a fog, making them aware of where we are. Like I said, it's complicated. Seeing their mixed expressions of understanding and confusion, Annabeth waved them off. She could tell they had more questions, but didn't feel the need to elaborate further, knowing the intricacies were difficult to grasp. Once the warding was secured again, Talia approached the cauldron, Annabeth following close behind as she carefully stored the phoenix quill back in its place. "The 10 milliliters of pure water?" Talia asked, extending her hand. Annabeth reached into her pouch and proudly presented a vial containing the clearest water Nico and Bianca had ever seen. "Made using a ritual by yours truly." Talia poured the water into the cauldron. "Heart of a griffin." Annabeth pulled out a jar, ripped out of its chest by her very hands. Talia carefully removed the heart from the jar and dropped it into the cauldron, stirring until it melted and blended with the water, turning the mixture a deep purple. 1 liter of blood from a hippogriff. "Extracted here, carefully in camp," Annabeth replied, holding up a container of blood. Talia added the blood and stirred again, watching as the mixture shifted from purple to a vibrant green. Although Bianca and Nico had questions, they were too entranced by Talia's actions to interrupt. "Rampant cloud of a nymph." Annabeth produced another jar, inside of which a small, dark, thundering cloud was furiously raining, crackling with lightning and gusting strong winds as it attempted to escape. Talia dumped the cloud into the cauldron. Like the previous ingredients, she stirred it, and the concoction turned a dark yellow, sparking faintly. "And last, the essence of a tornado," Talia said, holding out her hand. Annabeth pulled out a final jar, this one containing a rapidly spinning miniature tornado clinking against the inside of the jar. Talia opened the jar and added the tornado. The mixture began to stir on its own, spinning faster and faster until it transformed into a light blue color. At its center was a distinct white swirl resembling a whirlpool. Talia wasn't sure if her ears were deceiving her, but she thought she could hear the faint sound of rushing wind. Despite the odd sensation, she felt a surge of pride. She had successfully created the Sequence 6 potion of her pathway, the Cyclone Rider. Okay, can I finally ask what you all are doing? Bianca asked, sitting in one of the chairs in the room. Nico was perched on her lap, looking curious himself. Yes, I suppose it's time you all know, Lucian said with a smirk. Are you sure, though? Once they learn this, there's no going back, Annabeth warned. You have a point, Lucian muttered. Very well, I'll let both of them decide for themselves. What I'm about to tell you is very important and dangerous. Just knowing what we're doing is risky and can get you killed if you're not careful. So, do you still wish to know? Absolutely, Nico said without hesitation. Doing something dangerous that sounds almost illegal? Count me in. Bianca quickly placed a hand over Nico's mouth. Wait a moment. Don't just agree without thinking it through. Is that why you built this room, then? Bianca asked warily. To do whatever you're doing? Is it so dangerous and wrong that you don't want even the gods to know? It was Talia who answered, pouring a potion into a vial. What we're doing is so dangerous and illegal, it's considered blasphemy to the gods themselves. If my father ever found out, he wouldn't hesitate to execute me on the spot. The serious tone in Talia's voice took both Bianca and Nico by surprise. Nico pried Bianca's hand from his mouth. Okay, when you say it like that, it just makes me even more curious. Come on, Bianca, don't chicken out now. Bianca didn't answer immediately. She looked at Lucian with a serious expression. If our father found out about this, would he execute us as well? Nico's whimsical expression vanished as he froze, staring at Lucian, frightened by what he might say. Much to their relief, Lucian chuckled. No, he wouldn't. In fact, if I told him, he'd probably support it. He'd laugh and say something like, I can't wait to see the face of my idiot brother when you appear at his doorstep as a, well, since you haven't answered, I can't say what yet. Lucian did an uncanny impression of their father, making the others glance around as if he were in the room with them. So our father would protect us if we learn this, right? Bianca asked for confirmation. He'd definitely try his best. Our father is weirdly supportive. As long as we don't give him any more work than he already has, he couldn't care less what we do, Lucian said with a shrug. That doesn't sound supportive in the slightest. It just sounds like he doesn't care, Nico muttered. It might seem that way sometimes, but trust me, he cares about us. Lucian reassured them. Aren't you lucky? Talia said, slightly bitterly. Bianca wiggled her lips slightly, as if trying to make up her mind. She let out a sigh and nodded. Very well. I'm dying to know what you're planning if it would even make the gods angry. We are becoming gods ourselves, Lucian said, raising a finger to his lips and winking. Bianca's and Nico's faces fell into disbelief. You're becoming what? Sorry, Bianca asked, looking at Lucian as if she had misheard him. You heard him correctly. We all are, actually, Annabeth added with a smirk. All three of you? Nico asked, his eyes wide, his mouth widening into a grin. There are 2 more of us following this path, Talia corrected. So there are 5 of us. Who? Bianca wondered, looking between them. Guess, Lucian said with a grin. Percy. Both Nico and Bianca guessed instantly. Lucian raised an eyebrow. Yeah, how did you know? Nico shrugged. He fought the god of war head-on. It's pretty obvious. Touché. Lucian nodded. Is it Clarice, then? His girlfriend? Nico asked, thinking of who it could possibly be. It's Luke, isn't it? Bianca answered. Talia grimaced slightly at the mention of his name, while Annabeth scoffed disdainfully. Luke had shown he wanted to kill Lucian, making him an enemy in her eyes, one deserving of nothing but death. Lucian nodded in confirmation, but before he could say more, Nico interrupted. So how are you doing it? How are you all becoming gods? He whispered, as if afraid he would get them into trouble if overheard. The question I'm most curious about is why. Why do you want to become gods? What do you hope to gain? Why are you doing this? Bianca asked quizzically. Lucian answered Bianca's question with a smirk. I'll answer your question with one of my own. Why not? Bianca asked, noticing Lucian's smirk widening. Lucian shrugged. Why not? Why shouldn't I try to become a god? Is it possible? If it is, how hard is it? It all really stems from this one statement. I'm doing it because I can, and that's all I need. You're doing it just because you can, Nico whispered back. He began to look feverish, breathing a bit heavily as he gazed at Lucian with reverence. You're becoming a god, just because you can? You're amazing, he muttered in awe. Lucian blushed slightly and scratched his cheek, a bit bashfully. Bianca looked at her brother weirdly before turning to Talia and Annabeth. Are you doing it just because you can as well? They both shook their heads. Annabeth began. I'll follow Lucian to heaven or hell. If he's condemned to hell, I'll be right behind him. If he's sentenced to death, I'd be the first one gone. If he's becoming a god, I'll be beside him, supporting him. That's a bit intense, Bianca muttered under her breath before looking towards Talia. Talia shrugged. Lucian and I have had this rivalry ever since we met. I believe if Lucian can do something, then so can I. I'm here to humble him so he doesn't think he's all that special. If he wants to become a god, I'll become one too, just to show him he's not unique. Bianca smiled at that while Lucian scoffed. You aren't very good at this humbling thing. I'm doing a better job at it than you are. Talia was about to stick out her middle finger toward Lucian, but, seeing Nico there, she chose otherwise and decided to ignore him. Lucian then turned to Nico, addressing his earlier question. As for how we're doing this, Lucian pulled out his card of blasphemy and handed it to him. Annabeth and Talia showed theirs as well. Nico and Bianca took their time studying the cards of blasphemy, surprised to see an older-looking Lucian depicted on them. Before they could ask anything else, Lucian began to explain the process, about the potions, the sequences, and the special abilities they would gain. So, it's practically one big ritual that takes years to perform and complete, Lucian finished. Bianca and Nico were instantly fascinated and highly impressed to learn that Lucian had created the process himself. So, what we're witnessing now is Talia preparing to advance to her next sequence. Bianca asked. Talia nodded and showed them the potion in her hands. Nico looked at Lucian with a serious expression. I want in. Nico, Bianca exclaimed. Nico jumped off Bianca's lap and walked toward Lucian, looking up at him with a determined expression. That has to be by far the coolest thing I've ever heard. And I'm not taking no for an answer. If you made them, then surely you can make one for Bianca and me. I haven't said I want. Be quiet, Bianca, Nico interrupted, continuing to look at Lucian with determination. I want to accompany you on your journey to godhood. It's like you're making your own pantheon, and I'll be damned if I miss out on something as exciting as that. Nico then bowed to Lucian, his arms sticking out to the side. Please let me join you. You can die, and it's going to be the most painful thing you might ever experience. It won't be as easy as I'm making it out to be, Lucian said with a serious expression. Nico looked up at Lucian, his eyes abyssal black, as if draining the faint light around them. His gaze held a crazed and dark intensity, one only those related to the god of the underworld might possess. Nico smirked. I want to see if I can do it. If I fail and die trying, then it means I couldn't and it wasn't meant to be. But I'll never know if I don't at least try. If I can become a god. Lucian had ignited a fire within Nico that couldn't be extinguished. It would make you an enemy of all the other gods, Lucian warned once again. The shadows beneath Nico seemed to stir slightly. I only have 3 words left to say then. Lucian raised an eyebrow. Oh yeah. Bring them on. Nico snarled with a grin. Lucian ruffled Nico's hair affectionately. All right, you win. I'll make one for both of you, but that's going to be after Talia finishes drinking hers. Now wait just a moment, Bianca interjected. I never agreed. Perfect, we're all on the same page then, Lucian said, clapping his hands and stepping back with Nico. Bianca glared at Lucian, catching the smirk playing at the corner of his lips. You may proceed, Talia. Lucian nodded toward her in reassurance. Talia took a deep breath. Just great. Here I was hoping you'd keep talking so I could delay this longer. She grumbled mostly to herself. So, what do I have to think of again? Talia asked with a raised eyebrow. I just want to make sure I have all the facts before I begin. You have to think of something that makes you human, or rather, something that makes you who you are. For me, it was Lucian, Annabeth said proudly, glancing hopefully at Lucian. For me, it was my mother. It's not just about being human. It's about something you have a strong attachment to, something that keeps you grounded and distracts you from the whispers, Lucian further explained. Annabeth pouted slightly, disappointed. And here I was hoping he'd be thinking about me. Lucian noticed her disappointment, rolled his eyes, and kissed her cheek. Just because I was thinking about my mother doesn't mean I don't love you. Annabeth's hands flew to her cheeks as she stared at Lucian in astonishment. What? Lucian asked, puzzled by her expression. It's just rare for you to say that you love me, so I was a little surprised. She muttered, blushing faintly. I've definitely told you I love you before. What are you talking about? Lucian said, looking at her curiously. I know, but it's rare. Sometimes it sounds like you're talking as a friend, like, Annabeth, I love you, but you're being a bit much, or something along those lines, she said bashfully. Ah, then I guess I should say it more often, shouldn't I? Lucian said, scratching his cheek, feeling a bit ashamed. No, I understand how hard it is for you to say it. So when you say it like this, rarely, it feels special, and I know you mean it, Annabeth said softly. Ahem, Talia said loudly, reminding them they weren't alone. Lucian and Annabeth blushed, a bit embarrassed. Annabeth discreetly moved closer to Lucian, hooking her pinky with his. Lucian rolled his eyes again, but intertwined his hand with hers, making her beam slightly. You guys are so annoying, Talia said, shaking her head and focusing on the potion in front of her. Talia raised the potion and toasted. Wish me luck, everyone. Down the hatch it goes, she said, downing the potion thoroughly. Talia smacked her lips. It tasted like cotton candy, or at least a fluffy texture. Eh? She stopped mid-sentence, her gaze shifting to the side in confusion. Narrowing her eyes, she strained to hear a distant sound. You idiot! Don't listen to the whispers, both Lucian and Annabeth shouted simultaneously. Quick! Think of... Annabeth began urgently, but it was too late. It felt as though a megaphone had been pressed to Talia's ear, amplifying a scream. "Ah!" she cried, clutching her ear in pain. The murmuring began, faint at first, but steadily growing louder until it was like a cacophony of screams assaulting her from both sides. Her head throbbed as if it would split open. How am I supposed to think? Like this? She shouted, her voice straining to rise above the chaotic whispers. Thousands of voices seemed to invade her mind at once. Shut up, shut up, shut up so I can think, Talia yelled, pounding her fists against her head. The whispers intensified, threatening to overwhelm her sanity, making her feel as though her mind no longer belonged to her. Nico and Bianca watched in horror as Talia beat herself mercilessly. Blood trickled from her temple as she continued the assault on her own body. Weakened, Talia's legs gave out, and she collapsed to the floor, writhing in agony. Her blood-curdling scream echoed as she clawed at her neck, desperate for the torment to stop. Think, think. She faintly discerned her own thoughts amidst the relentless whispers. Annabeth thought of Lucian. Maybe I should. She managed to consider before her voice was drowned out again. She bit down on her lips, so hard they bled profusely. Desperately, she tried to picture Lucian as Annabeth had, but it was futile. The whispers held her captive. Suddenly, she rolled onto her stomach, her jacket ripping open as a blood-red hand burst from her back, slick with her own blood. What the Bianca and Nico gasped in unison, recoiling in horror. Bianca shielded Nico behind her, eyes wide with terror. Even Annabeth stood frozen, unable to comprehend what she was witnessing. What the hell is happening to her? Bianca cried, her voice trembling as another grotesque hand emerged from Talia's back. She's turning into a monster, Lucian said coldly, unmoving. The whispers are driving her mad, transforming her body into something monstrous. Lucian turned his gaze to them, his eyes half-lidded and devoid of emotion. This is the price and the risk of walking the path to godhood. When mortals tread where they shouldn't. Lucian knew what worked for him, and Annabeth wouldn't help Talia, but he knew what could focus her mind. He walked up to her and crouched so she could see him clearly. Think about Jason, your brother. Remember, he might still be alive. Talia couldn't hear Lucian's words, but she could read his lips. The only words she caught were Jason and alive. Her eyes widened. Jason, alive, she repeated in her mind, and those words seemed to overpower the whispers. That's right. Jason might still be alive. He wasn't in the Underworld, so he might still be alive. I can't let these things drive me mad without finding out what happened to my brother. Talia's resolve solidified. The possibility of Jason being alive was enough to shield her from the whispers. As the whispers lost their grip on her, they began to withdraw. Her monstrous transformation reversed itself, the grotesque hands retracting into her body, and the blood was reabsorbed. Even though they were underground, a powerful gust of wind seemed to appear, blowing fiercely around them. Papers in Lucian's room flapped wildly, caught in the tumultuous air. Talia's body rose from the ground, lifted by the wind. Her hair and clothes billowed as she floated, her eyes closed. The wind around her became tangible, glowing a bright blue instead of the green typically associated with the element. When Talia opened her eyes, they were half-lidded, similar to how Lucian's had been, glowing bright blue. Her necklace, a gift from Lucian, flew out from beneath her shirt, floating alongside her. Talia gently lowered her hands, and the wind responded, bringing her softly back to the ground. She tucked the necklace back into her shirt and sighed. Seeing the traumatized expressions on Nico and Bianca's faces, Talia rubbed the back of her head apologetically. Then, with a soft smile, she looked at Lucian and kissed him on the lips, surprising him. "Thank you. I would have been a goner without you," she said kindly. Lucian smirked. "You big flirt, you might just make me blush." "Why?" Bianca suddenly asked, drawing everyone's attention. "Why would you put yourself through that? Is it even worth it?" Nico appeared equally disturbed, now second-guessing himself. Talia smiled. "Oh yeah, it was definitely worth it. Want to hear what abilities I gained? The abilities you gain afterward make all the pain and danger worthwhile. What powers could you have possibly gained that would make almost turning yourself into a monster worth it?" Bianca asked in disbelief. "Well," Talia began, preparing to list the abilities she had gained as part of Sequence 6, Cyclone Rider. Strengthen, thunderous roar, sound amplification. Using wind to amplify sound waves, either to communicate over long distances or to disorient opponents with sonic booms. Preternatural reflexes, wind sense, an enhanced sensory ability that allows them to detect movements, changes in pressure, or even unseen threats through air currents. Main abilities: aerokinesis, complete mastery over the movement of air, allowing for intricate control of wind currents, from gentle breezes to devastating gales. Wind chariot, summoning a chariot or vehicle made of wind energy, pulled by gusts of air for fast and stylish travel. Tornado fists, channeling the power of a cyclone into their punches, delivering devastating blows that can send enemies flying. Wind constructs, forming solid constructs made of compressed air, such as weapons, shields, or platforms, to aid in combat or traversal. Wind healing, channeling the restorative properties of gentle breezes to heal minor wounds and alleviate fatigue in themselves or others. Talia didn't waste a second before testing one of her newfound abilities. She activated Wind Chariot, and immediately a motorbike began to materialize in front of her. It seemed to be entirely made of air, with a body of pure blue and wheels resembling spinning white wind blades. She swung a leg over the bike, testing the throttle lightly. White clouds puffed out from the exhaust pipe, and the wind blades and the wheels spun rapidly as she performed a small burnout. Talia leaned against the bike, the position accentuating her figure. "This is the best thing I could have ever received. I'd do it all over again if I had to," she said with a satisfied smile. Lucian's gaze drifted down her body as he muttered, "Tell me about it." Talia blushed, standing upright and glaring at Lucian with a bright red face. Lucian turned to Nico and Bianca, smirking. "You two change your minds about this. I never agreed to it in the first place." Bianca shouted in exasperation. Nico looked down slightly, then glanced at Talia before stepping forward. I was willing to become enemies with the very gods if I had to. The chance of turning into a monster is child's play. I'm not going to go back on my word, he said, looking at Lucian with determination. Lucian noticed Nico's clenched fists and the slight tremble in his legs, betraying his nervousness. This only made Lucian's smile widen. Now hold on a second. I still haven't agreed to this, and I'm certainly not giving Nico permission to do something so dangerous. It's one thing to know about it, but diving headfirst into it is entirely another matter, Bianca interjected, glaring. I don't need your permission, Nico began, but Bianca's sharp glare made him flinch. Nico, stay out of this. I'm not talking to you, Bianca said fiercely. You're still a kid. You don't know any better. Nico opened his mouth to argue, but Bianca turned away from him, directing her gaze toward Lucian. And you should know better. Nico clearly looks up to you for some reason, so you shouldn't be reckless and put him in danger. He's impressionable, and you're not setting a good example, she reprimanded. However, her irritation grew as she saw Lucian and the others looking at her with amusement. Do you think this is a joke? She asked coldly. I'm being serious here. Lucian's smile remained. I know you are. I never said you weren't. I was just thinking that you're a very good sister, that's all. Bianca scoffed, but before she could respond, Lucian continued, Do you seriously think I'm offering this option just to put you both in danger? He raised an eyebrow. Of course not. This is to make both of you stronger, to give you a better chance at survival. Yes, it's risky, but it would be riskier to leave you as you are weak. There are dangers in this world that you know nothing about, perhaps even dangers I'm unaware of. This is a way for us to grow stronger, to empower ourselves. Do you think I'd offer you this path if I didn't care about you two? You have to understand, although I might be the strongest demigod, I'm far from being the strongest being. The reason I'm offering this path is to ensure you both survive, Lucian explained patiently. Bianca stared at Lucian for a while, and Lucian stared back, letting the silence linger. Bianca narrowed her eyes before sighing. What the hell am I supposed to say to that? She asked, rubbing her forehead. Does that mean you're going to let me do it? Nico asked slowly, hesitantly. Yes, and I'm going to be joining you. There's no way I'm letting you go through this alone, especially if someone like Luke has something as dangerous as this. And I don't trust Lucian enough yet to not accompany you. Bianca scoffed, giving Lucian another pointed glare. Ouch, Lucian said, placing a hand over his chest in mock offense. We've known each other for less than a week. You seriously can't expect me to trust you with my little brother's life, can you? Bianca scoffed. Touché. Very well then. Let's get started. Lucian began, preparing for the ritual. Wait a second, Annabeth interjected, gaining their attention. Could I perhaps perform the ritual and summon the cards? Why? Lucian asked, looking at her curiously. Well, since I'm an occult scholar, this is right up my alley. The ritual and everything. It would help with the acting method, Annabeth explained. I can't, sorry. It's not because I don't think you're good or that I don't want to help you with the acting method. If I could, I would. But there are some rituals you can't perform as well as I can. The only reason the ritual works is due to 3 factors that you don't possess or aren't as strong in as I am. My knowledge of potions and monster spoils of war, my legacy and abilities as a seer, and most crucially, my blood. Annabeth placed a hand on her chin, closed her eyes, and nodded in understanding. I suppose that's fair. I hadn't considered that. For a ritual to work, everything needs to be in order, or else it will fail, she said pensively before stepping back to let Lucian proceed. Nico and Bianca watched with interest as Lucian set up the ritual. Even Talia was intrigued, having never seen the ritual before, as her card was delivered to her without Lucian's knowledge. Lucian carefully placed the books, then cut his wrist, making Nico and Bianca wince as he filled a bowl with his blood. They watched as the blood rose from the bowl, forming a magical circle. He set the candles in place and lit them. Once everything was ready, Lucian sat in the middle of the magic circle and began chanting in ancient Greek. Though he didn't need to say the words aloud, thanks to his mother's teachings, he found pleasure in doing so. Dipping 2 fingers in the remaining blood, He ran them down his forehead. The blood rose from the bowl and flew to the center of his forehead, where he forcefully opened his third eye. Awesome, Nico muttered. Lucian's eyes snapped open, and he looked around the room, a mysterious smile on his face. Lucian, Talia called out warily. Hey, love, Lucian winked. Then, to everyone's shock, raised his fist and punched himself in the face. Love, Talia asked, clearly weirded out. Lucian chuckled, rubbing his chin. This bastard put a curse on himself to punch himself when he chanted. I expected no less from myself, he said proudly. Who are you? Talia asked suspiciously. Annabeth, however, was smiling. I take it your future, Lucian. What? Everyone exclaimed, turning to Annabeth in disbelief. Lucian told me about what happened before when he tried this ritual, and how his future self sometimes takes over his body, Annabeth explained. Smart as always, future Lucian smirked. It's common sense, Annabeth said with an eye roll. Before future Lucian could reply, she quickly added, Hey, I have a question for you. Why did you make a card of blasphemy for Luke and Percy? I understand Talia, but why them? Jumping straight to the question, I would expect nothing less from you. Lucian nodded sagely with a smile. Cut the nonsense and answer the question, Annabeth said coldly. Lucian raised an eyebrow. Now come on, why the coldness? I'm still. Let's get one thing straight. You might be a Lucian, but you're not my Lucian, Annabeth retorted with a disdainful scoff. Lucian smiled again, but didn't reply immediately. It hurts to hear that. I won't deny. Very well, I'll answer your question to the best of my ability. A heavy silence followed as Lucian's face grew serious. I was hella bored. The others looked at Lucian, their eyes and lips twitching slightly, except for Annabeth, who raised an eyebrow. And the real answer? What are you? Lucian began, a faint smile on his face, but Annabeth interrupted him again. The Lucian I know never does something as major as this without a significant reason, even if it's disguised as a nonsensical one like feeling bored, Annabeth retorted. Lucian's smile grew wry before he shook his head, his face turning cold. There's smart, and then there's too smart. You're too smart for your own good, Annabeth, and I'm not saying that as a compliment. It's also why I won't tell you. You're still too weak to handle the actions and knowledge of a higher being. If I told you, it would either destroy you or, well, I can't say more, as you'd figure it out too quickly, Lucian said with a sigh. His expression grew serious once more. The only thing I can tell you is to grow stronger. If you want answers, advance through the sequences, and when you reach the appropriate level, you'll understand. This is why being too smart isn't always good. Knowing something you're not supposed to at the wrong time is no different from gazing upon a god's true divine form, Lucian explained. Annabeth raised an eyebrow and nodded. I see. At what sequence would I need to be to know? You would need to be an angel, Lucian said after some thought. An angel? Bianca asked, taken aback. Lucian nodded. There are classifications for the sequences. Sequences 9 to 8 are considered low sequences. Sequences 7 to 5 are mid-sequences. Sequences 4 to 1 are high sequences, often referred to as demigods, or, as I like to call them, true demigods. Sequences 4 to 3 can also be referred to as saints, while sequences 2 to 1 are known as angels. There's also a term, king of angels, but you don't need to worry about that just yet. I see, Annabeth said, placing a thoughtful hand on her chin. So we're in the mid-sequences currently. Is there anything you can tell us? Something that won't get us killed just by knowing. Her curiosity was evident as she looked toward the future Lucian. Let me think, Lucian said, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. There are things I could tell you, but that would defeat the purpose of the journey. So, I'm not going to, but I will give you this one piece of advice. Always find something to do. A god's greatest bane and curse is their boredom. How is that supposed to help us? Annabeth muttered in annoyance. That's so obvious. Even I could have told you that. Lucian's eye twitched, and just as he opened his mouth to retort, Annabeth held up her hand. Just give us the cards, and be on your way if you have nothing else useful to add. Superscript 3 Lucian stared at her for a moment, then smirked. You think I don't know what you're doing? Annabeth clicked her tongue and pouted, looking away slightly. Lucian scoffed, standing up. He motioned to Nico and Bianca. Come here, you two. They approached cautiously, eyeing him warily. Don't worry, I don't bite, he said teasingly. Or do I? He flashed them a grin, revealing his canines. As Nico and Bianca stood in front of him, Lucian smiled softly. You got something behind your ears, he said, reaching over. With a swift motion, he pulled out 2 cards, holding them between his fingers. Were you two looking for these? Bianca rolled her eyes at the cheesiness as Lucian handed them the cards. I'll give you another piece of advice, Lucian said before they could examine their cards. They looked at him curiously, holding the cards tightly in both hands. Have fun, Lucian said warmly. Have fun, Nico echoed, confused. What kind of advice is that? Bianca asked, looking at him skeptically. The good kind, Lucian replied. This journey is treacherous, filled with challenges meant to test your worthiness as you advance through the sequences. Enjoy yourselves. Don't see it as a challenge. Enjoy the journey. Annabeth's eyes widened slightly, her hand returning to her chin as she pondered his words. A test? Is that the true nature of the sequences? A test to decide if we are worthy to advance to the next stage, beyond the gods? If it's a test, who is the judge? Who decides if we're worthy? And what constitutes failure? Annabeth's thoughts spiraled as she questioned everything. Annabeth, you honestly terrify me sometimes, Lucian said warily, watching her. Huh? You know what I was thinking? Annabeth asked, raising an eyebrow. Lucian motioned toward his third eye, but said nothing more on the matter. Anyway, I should be going. I've completed my purpose here, ugh. He punched himself in the face. Son of a... I forgot to lift this stupid curse, Lucian growled softly. I'd forgotten what pain felt like. Lucian dismissed the curse and closed his eyes as his third eye began to shut, crumbling to the floor in exhaustion. Lucian, they shouted in surprise. He was breathing heavily, as if he had just run a marathon, his fist pressed to the ground to keep him from collapsing entirely. Judging by the pain on my face, I must have managed to at least punch him. Please tell me I got him in the face. Talia chuckled as she helped him to his feet. Don't worry, you got him twice, actually. Seriously? Huh, that's what that bastard gets, Lucian cheered. Annabeth wore an amused expression. He must have had a good reason for what he did. You don't do things without reason. Lucian gave her a bewildered look. How can you know me the longest and still say something that dumb? Have you learned anything about me? I don't even know why I do half the things I do. I just do them, and it somehow looks like I had a plan. Annabeth rolled her eyes. That's for things you don't care about or consider unimportant. With Talia's help, Lucian turned to Nico and Bianca, his expression serious. To be loved is to be known. He glanced at Annabeth. You don't love me at all if you say dumb things like that. To be loved is to be known. Bianca echoed softly. Why is that so poetic? Never mind that. How are your cards? Are they cool? Lucian asked, his excitement contagious. Oh, Nico exclaimed, looking at his card for the first time. Who's this handsome guy? Is that seriously me? They all gathered around Nico, staring in awe at his card. It had a black frame with the word soulless inscribed at the bottom. Nico appeared tall and striking, with messy black hair and pitch-black eyes, save for his glowing green pupils. He wore a black, wispy robe-like toga, slightly open to reveal his muscular physique. Skulls and green flames surrounded him, and he held an obsidian skull in his hand, his expression indifferent to everything around him. Whoa, Nico, Lucian exclaimed. As expected of my brother. Quite the looker. Not as handsome as me, but you aren't bad. Seems the handsome gene runs strong in our family. Nico, is that seriously you? Bianca asked, glancing between her goofy-looking brother and the godlike figure on the card, unable to believe they were the same person. Nico blushed at the compliments, feeling both embarrassed and proud. Flip the card over, Annabeth urged, eager to learn more. I want to see how your sequences develop. Nico quickly flipped the card, and they read the sequences aloud. Sequence 9, Soldier. Sequence 8, Mortician. Sequence 7, Paranormal Investigator. Sequence 6, Bone Mason. Sequence 5, Spirit Priest. Sequence 4, Necromaniac. Sequence 3, Soul Forge. Sequence 2, Horseman of Death. Sequence 1, Death Inquisitor. Sequence 0, Soulless Anomaly. Talia let out a soft whistle. Talk about impressive, Nico. Nico stared at the sequences in awe, flipping the card back and forth repeatedly before giggling to himself. It's like I have my own mytho card. What about you, Bianca? Bianca glanced at her card and was taken aback. The hell? Why am I so beautiful? They all leaned in, and Talia and Annabeth instantly agreed. You're better looking than me, Talia said in disbelief. Bianca's card had a black and white snowy theme. She appeared with long, wavy dark hair and pale skin, seated on a throne made of ice. She wore a black winter dress adorned with white fur, held together by an ice blue crystal. Her jewelry looked like it was crafted from ice, and her expression was cold and slightly disdainful. A crystal tiara and a forehead band with a central crystal completed her regal appearance. At the bottom of the card was the title, Winter Matriarch. Holy va, Bianca muttered. Is that seriously what I'm going to look like? It's unavoidable. We children of Hades are just destined to be too good-looking, Lucian said with an arrogant smirk. Bianca held her head slightly higher. Although, I would have preferred to keep my olive skin, she muttered. You could, as a god, you could definitely change your appearance, Annabeth said, making Bianca smile. The Winter Matriarch? Huh, Talia murmured. Now that's a cool name if I ever heard one. Flip it over. What does yours say? Nico asked excitedly. Bianca quickly flipped the card, and they read the following sequences. Sequence 9, Toxopholite. Sequence 8, Stalker. Sequence 7, Frost Ranger. Sequence 6, Mystic Bowmaster. Sequence 5, Icebound Sorceress. Sequence 4, Cryomancer. Sequence 3, Snow Maiden. Sequence 2, Winter Spirit. Sequence 1, Necrotic Priestess. Sequence 0, Matriarch of Eternal Winter. Bianca read it over and over before finally asking, The hell is a toxopholite? A toxopholite is another word for a lover of archery or someone who studies it, Annabeth explained. And why the hell is the next one a stalker? Bianca exclaimed in grudging disbelief. Can we get started now? Nico asked, looking hopefully at Lucian. Lucian glanced at the cards and the ingredients before him. We could, but I'll be out of ingredients soon. I'll need to hunt for more monsters, he muttered, thoughtfully stroking his chin. Why not use your shadow soldiers? Annabeth suggested. Lucian raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Annabeth rolled her eyes. You don't have to hunt the monsters yourself. Send your shadow soldiers. You have plenty, and you haven't been using them much lately. Put them to some use. That's not a terrible idea, Lucian admitted. Why haven't you been using your shadow soldiers lately anyway? Talia asked curiously. Lucian shrugged. There hasn't been much opportunity. If I were fighting an army, sure, but in one-on-one fights, I prefer to respect the duel. It would still be a one-on-one, wouldn't it? Annabeth added. They're a part of you, your power. It's not cheating to use them. There's truth in that, but it's not how I feel. I like it to be just me and my opponent. A test of our abilities, Lucian explained. His battle-hardened nature wouldn't let him delegate his fights, even to parts of himself. Edna, Lucian called out, closing his eyes. Annabeth and Talia exchanged confused looks. They knew most of Lucian's shadows, but had never heard of anyone named Edna. Lucian's shadow began to stir, and a long, serpentine body slithered up from the darkness. Black and red glowed faintly along its length. Long arms draped over Lucian's shoulders, and a veiled, beautiful face appeared. The veil, dark as a funeral shroud, partially concealed her features, but her snake-like eyes gleamed through, framed by flowing black hair. Master, she hissed affectionately, pouting. Oh, how I've waited for you to call me. Who the hell is that? Talia exclaimed in disbelief. Edna, Edna, Annabeth murmured, her eyes widening in realization. That's Echidna, the mother of monsters. What? Nico and Bianca exclaimed in unison. They didn't know who Echidna truly was, but the title Mother of Monsters was terrifying enough. When did you make her your shadow? Talia asked, eyes wide in disbelief. On the train? That's right. During the quest, you managed to kill her off so quickly she barely crossed our minds again, Annabeth said, slapping her forehead. Edna pouted dramatically. That SSSS right. I never got a sheshow off my worth, so you never called for me. I thought I was forgotten. Boo-hoo. Boo-hoo. Forgotten by my own master. She slid off Lucian's shoulders, crumpling to the ground in a pitiful display, looking up at him for sympathy. Lucian, however, just sighed, his eyes half-lidded. I have a job for you, Edna. Yay, she called out excitedly, slithering back to Lucian and coiling around him again. I promise, to show my worth. You can rely on me for your future tasks, she exclaimed, determined. I haven't even told you what it is yet, Lucian retorted, raising an eyebrow. Doesn't matter. I'm yours to command whenever, she said seductively, draping her arm over his shoulders again. I'm putting you in charge of half of my shadow soldiers, Lucian began. They're mostly chimeras, hellhounds, and a few griffins, monsters you're familiar with. You can even take the 3 drakons I have with me. Your task is to hunt down more monsters for me. Leave the big, important ones alone like the Hydra. If you encounter any of them, try to gather some fangs and blood without killing them. I want to slay those myself. Such an important task for my master. I couldn't be happier, Edna said emotionally, rubbing her chin against Lucian's cheek before slithering back into a shadow. Moments later, multiple shadows shot out from Lucian's form. Why was she so enamored with you? Annabeth asked, raising an eyebrow. Jealous, Lucian teased faintly. Annabeth stared at him silently, making Lucian scratch his cheek awkwardly. I don't know. They view me as their master, he shrugged. Now, then, shall we get started on making your potions? Who wants to go first? Lucian asked, looking at the group. Nico shifted nervously, still a bit shaken by what had happened with Talia. I wouldn't worry about what happened with Talia happening to you guys, Lucian said, amused by their hesitant looks. What? Bianca asked, suspicious. Because you're not at sequence 6. That's when things get tougher. At sequence 9, it'll just be somewhat painful. So we're still going to experience pain? Bianca asked exasperatedly. She glanced at Nico, closed her eyes briefly, then turned to look at Lucian with resolve. Since I'm the oldest, I'll go first, Bianca volunteered, giving Nico the push he needed. Lucian nodded, then began rummaging through his collection of now-limited monster parts. Eyes of a harpy, silk from the descendants of Arachne, wood from a dryad. He muttered as he gathered the ingredients. Turning towards Annabeth, he asked, Did you give Talia all the pure water you created? No. I made extra in case we needed more, Annabeth replied, pulling out several flasks from her bag. Here, she said, handing them to Lucian. Thanks, Lucian said, taking the flasks. He then beckoned Bianca over. Come, I'll guide you through making it yourself, so you'll know what you're doing and won't have to rely on me. Nico decided to pay close attention, knowing he would be next. He carefully observed every step Bianca took, noting what he would need to do when his turn came. Following Lucian's instructions, Bianca began crafting her first potion. I feel like a witch doing this, she joked. My mother would be proud, Lucian said, puffing up his chest proudly. Bianca rolled her eyes. With Lucian's guidance, Bianca eventually poured the potion into a flask. She examined the purple liquid, her expression deadpan. This looks like poison. Remember, you have to toast it. It's tradition, Lucian reminded her, ignoring her comment. With a half-hearted raise of her flask, Bianca gave Lucian a look that said, happy, before hesitantly bringing the potion to her lips. She took a deep breath, pinched her nose, and downed it in one go. Yeah, Bianca cried out, making Nico flinch and almost rush to her side. She dropped to the ground, clutching her arms tightly. Bianca, Nico called out, worried. I'm fine. Bianca bit down on her lip. The pain just took me by surprise, that's all, she said through gritted teeth. After a few minutes, she was sweating and breathing heavily. Ow, did it have to be so painful? This better be worth it, she groaned. How do I know what I receive? Bianca asked, looking confused. Talia stepped in, guiding her through the steps of discovering her new abilities. Don't be too disappointed by what you receive. This is just the first sequence. The abilities become more powerful as you progress, Annabeth advised. Well, I didn't get anything too crazy, Bianca said as she listed off her new abilities, sounding both relieved and a bit underwhelmed. Enhanced vision, ability to see targets at great distances or in low light conditions. 2. Perfect aim, unerring accuracy, able to hit even the smallest targets with ease. 3. Enhanced strength, increased muscle power to draw heavier bows and shoot arrows with more force. 4. Heightened reflexes, lightning-fast reactions to dodge attacks and shoot quickly. 5. Steady hand, unwavering steadiness, even under extreme pressure. 6. Aura detection, ability to sense the presence and emotional state of beings within a certain range. Well, they aren't bad, Nico said, sounding a bit impressed. Bianca shrugged. I'm not going to complain about them. They could have worse. Me next. My turn, Nico exclaimed, raising his hands excitedly. His nerves calmed after seeing that nothing bad had happened to Bianca. Bianca, meanwhile, was flexing her fingers. I still don't like how my next one is called Stalker. It's not what you're thinking, Annabeth said with a slight amused smile. A stalker refers to a hunter who stalks their prey in the dark. It's about being stealthy and discreet. I suppose you have a point. I can work with that. Bianca nodded, finding the explanation much better than what she had originally imagined. Nico, uninterested in the conversation, approached the cauldron eagerly. All right, he began, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. What do I need? Let's see if I remember correctly, Lucian said, turning to his shelf of monster parts. I'll name them off, and you tell me if I got it right. Nico held his card in front of him. Yeah, go ahead. Horn of a Chimera, Lucian said, picking a horn from the shelves and holding it up. Yes, it says it needs to be 15 inches exactly, Nico confirmed. This one is 20 inches and from a female chimera. Have Annabeth cut it, Lucian said, tossing it behind him. Nico fumbled to catch it, then handed it to Annabeth with a polite please. Annabeth smiled at his politeness, nodding. She grabbed her knife from her side, flipped it around her hand, and expertly sliced off exactly 5 inches without needing any measuring tools. Blood of a mermeek, Lucian continued, holding a container labeled accordingly. It says 5 pints full. What are mermeeks exactly? Nico asked. They're metal ants, Annabeth explained. There's an anthill not far from here filled with them. Ah, I see. The first sequence is that of a soldier and the blood of a mermeek. Makes sense, Nico muttered in understanding. Fangs of a hellhound, Lucian said, holding a jar filled with teeth. It says 2 of them, Nico read aloud. And lastly, the essence of Mackay, Lucian said, holding a vial of milky substance, recalling a time he and Luke had fought a group of them during their journey to camp. That's all, Nico confirmed, clearly excited. With Lucian's guidance and what he remembered from watching Bianca, Nico began making his potion, standing on a stool to reach the cauldron. Kakik. Nico cackled like a witch. Kakik, it's all coming together nicely. Lucian watched with amusement as Nico had fun stirring the potion, which changed color with each stir. It finally settled into a dull gray color. Well, that doesn't look the least bit appetizing, Nico scoffed as Lucian helped him transfer the potion into a vial. As he handed it to Nico, Lucian said, Don't forget to toast. It's the most important part of the process. Really? Nico asked, confused. No, I'm joking, Lucian chuckled, seeing Nico ready to believe him. Oh, Nico muttered, then shrugged. As they say where I'm from. Bottoms up, bitches. Nico, both Bianca and Lucian exclaimed in a reprimanding tone. Lucian, who had been extremely careful about using curse word around Nico, was taken aback by Nico's sudden outburst. Nico, however, paid no mind and downed the potion in one strong gulp. He smacked his lips loudly, let out a satisfied sigh, and shook his head, sticking out his tongue. I'm blaming him turning out this way on you, Bianca said with a straight face. On me, Lucian said, incredulous. It's just like you said, you've known me for less than a week. If he's like that because of anyone, it's clearly because of you. You practically raised him. Before Bianca could respond, Nico let out a loud scream of pain, dropping to the floor and clutching his stomach. Nico, Bianca muttered worriedly, immediately turning her attention to him. Despite knowing he would be fine, seeing him in pain was still distressing. After a few minutes of thrashing and screaming, Nico lay sprawled on the floor, arms wide, his chest rising and falling rapidly. That sucked, he groaned. Nico pushed himself up into a squat with a surprising burst of strength, looking around in astonishment. Maybe it wasn't so bad, he grinned. So what did you get? Lucian asked curiously. Nico followed the same process Bianca had earlier, checking his new abilities. Rubbing his hands together, he said, Bianca never let go of gambling back in the casino. Let's see if it was a waste that I didn't join. Let me get lucky. Superhuman strength. Enhanced physical power for incredible feats of strength. Enhanced durability. Increased resilience to physical damage, reducing harm from bullets, explosions, and melee attacks. Enhanced speed. Superhuman agility and speed for quick maneuvers and rapid attacks. Heightened reflexes. Lightning-fast reactions, enabling precise evasion and counterattacks. Bullet time. The ability to perceive time in slow motion, allowing for precise actions in high-speed scenarios. Fearlessness. Immunity to fear or intimidation, maintaining composure in terrifying situations. Not bad. Nico nodded, clearly impressed as he listed off his new abilities. Nico, look at me for a second, Lucian said, drawing Nico's attention. His eyes turned pitch black, leaving only two glowing red pupils. Nico stared directly into Lucian's cursed eyes, tilting his head. Cool eyes. Can I get a pair of my own? You really don't feel anything? Lucian asked, a hint of surprise in his tone. Am I supposed to? Nico replied, confused. The only thing I'm feeling is jealousy. I want a pair of those eyes. They look sick. Lucian's face twitched, and he shook his head in exasperation. You might not know it, but not being able to feel fear is both cool and dangerous at the same time. Why? Nico asked, still confused. Fear is what keeps us alive, Annabeth explained. It motivates people to take action and survive. Nico shrugged. Well, fear isn't something that motivates me, so that's not a problem. I don't need fear to keep me alive. My will to live is perfectly fine as it is. There are many reasons to live that don't involve fear. The only thing to fear is fear itself, and unfortunately for it, I don't fear it. Nico's words left them all speechless, not knowing how to respond. Lucian covered his mouth as he began to laugh. I honestly can't argue with that. You win. Nico smiled proudly. Curiosity sparked within him as he thought about his new ability, bullet time, and decided to activate it. Instantly, everything around him slowed down. He watched as Lucian's eyes gradually turned back to white, and his eyebrows contorted in slow confusion. Lucian noticed Nico's pupils dilating and tried to call out to him. Nai cuckoo. Lucian's voice dragged, slow and deep. Nico tilted his head, amused, while his thoughts raced at a normal pace. This is so cool. When Nico blinked, his pupils returned to normal, and he shook his head to orient himself. Sorry about that. I was testing out the bullet time. You were moving in slow motion. It was funny. A look of understanding dawned on their faces. Suddenly, Talia let out a small yawn. Sorry, she apologized, looking embarrassed. Had a long day. Her yawn seemed contagious, as they all began yawning. Nice going, Talia. Look at what you did. Lucian teased, yawning. Talia's cheeks flushed slightly. I said I was sorry, she muttered. Lucian shook his head with a grin. I'm messing with you. It's pretty late anyway. We should get to sleep. Nico rubbed his eyes, which were watering, and Bianca placed a hand on the back of his head. Come, let's get you to bed. But I want to try out my powers some more. Nico whined as she guided him out. You could try them out tomorrow. I'm tired too and want to sleep. Say goodnight, Nico, Bianca said softly. Oh, Nico sighed before reluctantly saying goodnight to everyone. The others followed suit, saying goodnight as Bianca and Nico left through the front door. Talia, genuinely tired, kissed Lucian on the cheek and said goodnight to Annabeth before heading out. Now, only Lucian and Annabeth remained in Lucian's lair. "You're not going to bed?" Annabeth asked curiously. "I can't," Lucian replied, shaking his head. His shadow stirred as he pulled out 2 black and purple ingots. "They've already decided on what weapon they want, so I better get busy." Annabeth nodded, grabbed a book, and sat nearby in a chair. "You're not heading to bed?" Lucian asked, watching her. Annabeth pouted and blushed slightly as she opened her book. "I wanted to snuggle up with someone tonight, but it seems they're going to be busy, so I'm going to wait until they're done," she muttered. Lucian rolled his eyes and bopped her on the nose. "I'll be sure to finish as soon as I can then." Annabeth didn't say anything else, looking up at him with puckered lips and closed eyes, anticipating a kiss. Lucian chuckled and leaned down to give her a small kiss before turning back to his work, determined to finish quickly, though not just for rest. Annabeth looked pleased, swinging her feet as she settled into her chair, content to wait. Lucian stood in the center of the room and snapped his fingers, as if commanding it to obey. Instantly, the runes and sigils around the chamber glowed, and the entire room began to rotate, the symbols spinning in sync. It felt as though they were trapped inside a giant Rubik's Cube, rapidly twisting to solve itself. Despite the shifting room, Lucian and Annabeth remained stationary, the only things untouched by the motion. Annabeth sat in a chair, observing the spectacle with a mixture of confusion and wariness. When the room ceased its rotation, sections of the walls lifted to reveal hidden compartments. One compartment displayed an array of weapons crafted by Lucian, many imbued with curses. Another held unprocessed minerals and metals, while a third showcased shelves of various metal ingots. In front of Lucian, the wall opened fully, revealing his forge. "I really don't understand you sometimes," Annabeth said, shaking her head. Lucian hummed in response, curious. What was the point of all that? You could have just dug deeper or expanded sideways to build your forge, Annabeth said with exasperation. "Where's the fun in that? That would have been boring." "Let me just walk to the side to my forge," Lucian mocked, scoffing. "I don't go to my forge. My forge comes to me. Come on, you can't deny that what I just did was way cooler than simply walking to the side." "All right, my bad. How foolish of me. I should have remembered how theatrical you like to be," Annabeth replied sarcastically. Lucian rolled his eyes and held out his hands in a gesture indicating he was done with the conversation. He walked toward his forge. With a whistle, a large hellhound emerged from his shadow. "Wait a minute while I set everything up. Your job is going to be very important in a moment, understood?" The hellhound nodded and sat down. Lucian waved his hand, sending a wave of flames into the furnace, increasing the heat until the room felt like the inside of the furnace itself. Lucian and Annabeth began to sweat. Annabeth quickly set up a protective ward around her chair to shield herself from the intense heat. Lucian pulled a Stygian iron ingot from his shadow, flipping it in his hands. Despite its refined state, he trusted his skills to enhance it further. He grabbed the ingot with tongs and placed it in the furnace, waiting until it glowed bright red. Using the tongs, Lucian pulled the iron to an anvil, summoned a hammer with his free hand, and began striking the metal to remove impurities. Clank! Momentarily forgetting his Herculean strength, Lucian was surprised by the screeching sound the metal emitted. Adjusting his force, he continued, each strike still powerful enough to drive out the impurities. He used his magnetism to return the tongs and iron to the furnace when it cooled, repeating the process methodically. As he worked, sweat soaked through his shirt, making it cling uncomfortably to his body. Frustrated, he stripped off the shirt and tossed it aside, where it landed with a wet squelch. Annabeth peeked over the top of her book, which was now upside down, her face flushed with a deep blush as she stole glances at Lucian. Once Lucian completed the refining process, he turned to the hellhound. "Here, I want you to take this and submerge it in the river Styx. Hold it until it's completely cooled." He placed the tongs along the hellhound's jaw. The creature leaped into the air and dove into Lucian's shadow, vanishing. Lucian then extended his arms, causing his shadow to expand outward. Using his shadows, he began to craft constructs, first creating a large container to hold the molten metal, followed by a mold to shape the weapon. With one eye closed, he monitored the hellhound, mentally commanding it to return once the ingot had cooled. When the hellhound reappeared, the ingot had a darker, shinier luster, confirming Lucian's decision to refine it again. He placed the ingot into the furnace, positioning the container beneath it, and increased the heat to melt the metal. Lucian hammered a hot blade, passing it to the hellhound, waiting for its return and repeating the process. Once the hellhound returned for the final time, Lucian dismissed it. "You're dismissed. Thanks for your hard work," he said, scratching his chin. He connected the blade to a handle he had crafted earlier. The handle was black, with dark wrappings around it. After attaching the blade, he began sharpening it on a grindstone, squinting to avoid the sparks flying into his eyes, ignoring those that landed on his bare chest. He ran the blade through the grindstone until he could see his reflection in its dark surface. When finished, Lucian tapped the blade's sharp edge, causing his finger to bleed slightly. He nodded in satisfaction. Lucian swung the blade downward, producing a sharp sound as it cut through the air, almost like a cry. "Morning," he said suddenly. Annabeth, snapped out of her reverie and her feverish gaze, realized she had been biting her lips the entire time. "I know the owner usually names their weapon, but this feels right." "Its name will be Morning," Lucian explained. "Morning?" Annabeth asked, still distracted. "Why Morning?" "Morning, as in mourning the dead," Lucian smirked. He glanced at the container, noting the remaining metal from Nico's ingot. "I'll enchant you later when I finish making you a pet and a little sister," Lucian said, caressing the blade softly. He began crafting something extra for Nico with the leftover metal. After a while, Annabeth's lips twitched as she watched him. "Have you lost your mind? There's no way you're giving that to Nico," she exclaimed. Lucian held up a sleek black and purple Glock, adorned with skull engravings around its frame. "Why not? Retribution would be a wonderful addition for Nico. You already named it." Annabeth sighed. "Just so we're clear, Bianca's going to kill you for this. And Nico's going to love it. I just know it." Lucian chuckled mischievously. He then pulled out another ingot. "Now it's time to make your sister Morning. You're going to be one big, happy family." Lucian began the process anew, this time crafting a bow. As he neared completion, Annabeth noticed the metallic string he had fashioned for the bow. "Bianca is going to hurt herself with that, isn't she?" Annabeth asked, concerned as she watched him attach the string. "She's not," Lucian assured her. "I'm using a leftover molten iron to make her a secondary gift. Strong, protective gloves." "That's not good at all. Nico gets a freaking gun as his secondary gift, and Bianca gets gloves? Your favoritism is showing," Annabeth scoffed. "It's not favoritism. The gloves are going to be just as powerful, if not more so, once I'm done enchanting them." Lucian ran his finger along the metal string, reopening a cut on his hand. "It could be used to attack as well," he mused, nodding to himself. He drew the bowstring back in an expert archer's stance, blood trickling from his fingers, which he ignored. Annabeth let out a soft whimper as she admired Lucian's flexed, muscular back. She raised her book to her face, blushing and giggling to herself. The sharp snap and ringing of the string being released drew Annabeth's attention back. When she peeked again, Lucian had his eyes closed, listening to the sound as he lowered the weapon slowly. "Lament," Lucian murmured. "Your lamentation, lament for short. The bratty little sister. Don't tell me you're going to start giving them personalities now." Annabeth sighed. "Yes," Lucian grinned. "Morning is the cold older brother who will kill anyone if they mess with his family. Lament is the bratty little sister, acting out because she wants to be closer to her brother, who doesn't like opening up. Retribution is the family dog, fiercely protective." Annabeth burst out laughing, finding Lucian's elaborate lore amusing. "That's awesome. So what's the story for the gloves?" she asked teasingly. "I'll know once they're done. I'll feel their name and personality once they're in my hands." Lucian got to work, using the remaining molten iron, leather, and monster skin to craft comfortable black gloves. Each glove bore a large snowflake emblem in the center. He ran his fingers over the knuckles, which were reinforced with Stygian iron. "Grace," Lucian said softly. Grace is an attention-starved cat, he chuckled. There, the family is complete. Of course she is, Annabeth scoffed, shaking her head. Lucian cracked his knuckles. Now for the entertaining part, the enchantments. Lucian first levitated the sword in front of him. He then turned towards Annabeth and asked, Can I borrow the phoenix feather for a bit? Enchanting these go much quicker with that. Sure, she said, reaching into her pouch and grabbing the quill, which appeared to be a constant fire. Lucian graciously took it. He left his magic flow from his body and into the quill in his hand. The very tip of the quill gained a dark red light. Lucian stuck the corner of his mouth to his side as he concentrated. His movements were slow and deliberate, carefully drawn runic symbols and sigils on the blade of the sword. The sigils spanned across the blade, which enhanced its look, and when he reached the end of the sword, he saw and withdrew his hands. Lucian looked at the floating sword with the glowing red sigils marked on it and extended his hand towards it before clenching it. The sigils began making a sizzling noise, and black smoke started to release from the blade. The red light of the sigils slowly dimmed, which revealed the sigils to be branded onto the sword itself, which gave it a mystical sight. Seeing that Lucian was done, Annabeth then asked, So what did you enchant it with? Well, first, Lucian began with a sigh and began listing all of which he added to the sword. Soul bond. It's bound to the user's soul, meaning it's loyal only to users. No one but the user may wield it or they'll be hurt in the process. The sword can be stored in the soul, thus it means it grows with the user, strengthening the blade as the user's soul grows stronger. Bloodlust increases attack speed and strength with each consecutive strike on an enemy. Spectral blade can phase through solid objects to strike opponents. Phantom rend leaves a phantom copy of the sword's strike that damages enemies a second time. Vampirism heals the wielder slightly with each successful hit on an enemy. Soul bond, Annabeth exclaimed in surprise. Does that mean? Yes, if Nico were to die, then this sword would follow him onto his next life, Lucian explained with a smile. Although to create that sigil took a lot more out of me than I would have, it seems like if I want to make 3 more of those, I would have to resort to my mana, saved in my crystal ball, Lucian said with a wry smile. He shook his head and set the blade aside. He went and grabbed the Glock band, began to inscribe sigils and runes by the top edge of the frame. He repeated the process of what he did with the sword and branded the gun. After he was done, he shared the enchantments with Annabeth. Soul bond. It's bound to the user's soul, meaning it's loyal only to users. No one but the user may wield it or they'll be hurt in the process. The gun can be stored in the soul, thus it means it grows with the user, strengthening the weapon as the user's soul grows stronger. Shadow mark marks targets with a shadow brand, making them visible through any concealment. Has the additional power of making all of the user's attacks track down a marked target. Infernal echo. Each shot creates a delayed echo shot that hits the target again after a brief pause. Annabeth let out an impressed whistle. I know, right? Lucian chuckled. As a matter of fact, Trace, Lucian created a copy of this weapon with his magic just for safekeeping and not because he is going to school in a few months' time. Nope, not at all. Once Lucian finished focusing on Nico's weapon, he then started focusing on Bianca's bow. He focused once more as he started drawing on the bow's dark and purple body and on the metal string. Midway through, Lucian had to summon his crystal ball and start using his stored mana reserves due to how much mana it was taking to make the enchantments. He branded and marked the enchantments on the bow when he was finished and relayed what he had enchanted to Annabeth. Soul bond. It's bound to the user's soul, meaning it's loyal only to users. No one but the user may wield it or they'll be hurt in the process. The bow can be stored in the soul, thus it means it grows with the user, strengthening the weapon as the user's soul grows stronger. Piercing shadows. Arrows can pierce through multiple enemies in a single shot. Shadow hunter. Arrows are drawn to enemy shadows, ensuring precise hits even if they move. If the enemy shadow is hit, it reflects back on the body. Keeps the target rooted in place if shadow is pierced. Soul chain. Arrows link the souls of enemies, causing shared damage. Spectral leap. grants the wielder the ability to teleport to the location of their last fired arrow. Lucian this time didn't stop and wait for Annabeth's reaction and immediately started focusing on immediately inscribing on the gloves. Lucian now looked really tired as he had used up almost the majority of his mana at this point. Annabeth just watched him with a smile, as she always found Lucian most attractive when he was concentrating and appeared to be serious. She had set her book down and just watched, resting her chin by her palm, feeling like she could watch him work all day. When he was done, he wiped the sweat from his brow and recounted what he had just enchanted on the gloves. Soul bond. It's bound to the user's soul, meaning it's loyal only to users. No one but the user may wield it or they'll be hurt in the process. The gloves can be stored in the soul, thus it means it grows with the user, strengthening the weapon as the user's soul grows stronger. Frostbite touch inflicts a freezing effect on anything the gloves touch, rapidly lowering the temperature. Ice mirror creates a mirror of ice that reflects enemy projectiles and spells back at them. As he explained the enchantments, Lucian handed Annabeth back the quill, which she stored in her pouch. She looked at him and asked, "So, are you going to join me in bed now? After I put these away and take a bath, then yeah, I'll join you," Lucian replied with amusement. You're right. I should take a shower as well," she agreed. As she opened her mouth to say something else, Lucian interjected. "No, you cannot join me," he said, rolling his eyes. Annabeth clicked her tongue and pouted. "Fine," she huffed, standing up. She kissed his cheek and walked out of the basement. Lucian set out to do what he had said. He put away all of Nico and Bianca's gifts for the next day and then headed off to take a nice, long, cold bath to refresh himself. Later, Lucian was in his room, shirtless, wearing red shorts, with a towel draped over his damp hair. As he searched his drawers for a comfortable shirt to sleep in, the door opened by itself, drawing his attention. He turned and saw it close by itself as well. "Annabeth," Lucian called out. She appeared, taking off her baseball cap and storing it in her pouch. Her blonde hair was loose, and she wore pink silk shorts and a matching blouse. As she fixed her hair, she asked, "What are you doing?" "Looking for a shirt to wear," he answered, a bit awkwardly. Annabeth waved him off. "What for?" "The more skin, the better, as I always say." "That's exactly why I'm looking for a shirt," Lucian scoffed. Annabeth walked toward him with her arms out. "I'm serious. I like feeling your warmth. It's better that way." "Well, your lust for me is concerning. I don't want to be attacked in the middle of the night while I sleep," Lucian said in amusement. Annabeth rolled her eyes. "Do you really think I'm capable of such a thing?" "Annabeth, I think you're capable of anything you set your mind to," Lucian said seriously. "As sweet as that is, there's no way I'm going to attack you in your sleep. I have too much respect for myself to do that, and I would want our first time to be special," Annabeth said haughtily. She walked up to the bed, lifted the covers, held them up, and patted the empty side beside her. All right, I'm coming," Lucian said, tossing the towel off his head to the side. "Don't," Lucian warned as he saw her smile widen and her mouth open to retort with something dirty. She just giggled as Lucian got into bed beside her. As he settled in, Annabeth draped her leg across his body and rested her head comfortably on his chest. She closed her eyes, savoring the warmth and silence between them. "Do you remember the first time we slept together?" she suddenly asked, looking up at him with a loving smile. "Not really. Although I do remember, it was after you heard the prophecy and couldn't sleep alone," Lucian teased, his arm now draped over her shoulder. Annabeth chuckled. "I'm pretty sure you thought you were dreaming. You quite literally fell out of bed the next day. Can you blame me?" Lucian scoffed, and Annabeth chuckled some more. She placed her hand on his cheek. "Not really. I waited until I knew you'd wake up groggy, because I knew you'd be more susceptible to saying yes." "Of course you did." Lucian was about to roll his eyes, but stopped as Annabeth reached over and kissed his lips. Lucian leaned further down and reciprocated her movement. After a while, he pulled back and kissed the top of her head. "Now come on, let's sleep." Annabeth pouted in dissatisfaction, narrowing her eyes slightly. Before Lucian could react, she quickly bit down on his peck. What the hell is wrong with you?" he exclaimed in surprise, glancing down at the bite marks circling his nipple. He glared at her. This is exactly why I wanted to wear a shirt. She chuckled mischievously. That's what you get. I wanted to continue with the kisses. She swung herself over and sat on his torso, looking down at him with a wicked grin. Don't you go and start biting, Lucian began, but Annabeth lowered herself and started biting him all over, his neck, cheeks, and shoulders. All right, you asked for it. Lucian grabbed her by the waist and flipped her over, making her squeal and giggle as he leaned over her, tickling her all over and raining down kisses on her face. Wait! Ha ha! Stop! Stop! Ha ha ha! Annabeth exclaimed, thrashing around as laughter bubbled up. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Lucian, still leaning over her, pressed his forehead to hers as she wrapped her arms around his neck, her giggling softening as she caught her breath. Satisfied? Lucian asked with a raised eyebrow. Nope, she replied, smiling brightly. Lucian lowered himself and kissed her. How about now? I'm not sure, she retorted, still smiling. Oh, Lucian teased, kissing her again. And now? He kissed her longer this time. What about now? Definitely getting warmer, Annabeth said, pulling his head down and losing herself in a passionate kiss, her hand gripping his hair tightly. After more than a minute, they pulled apart, and Annabeth's hand slowly moved to his cheek, caressing it tenderly. I love you, she said with a sincere smile. And where's that coming from? Lucian chuckled, pressing his forehead to hers. I don't know, I just like saying it out loud, she admitted shyly. Well, I love you more, Lucian smiled, rubbing his nose against hers, making her giggle and scrunch her nose. Well, that better be the case, she said in a mock reprimanding tone, moving a few strands of hair from Lucian's face to reveal more of his features. Lucian kissed her once more. Now, for real, my little Tinkerbell, let's get some sleep. Annabeth blushed at his endearing nickname. You know, I really want to come up with a cute nickname for you as well, but I suppose that can wait. I call being Little Spoon. All right, Lucian chuckled, lying on his side behind her. He wrapped his arms around her, pulling her close as she snuggled contentedly in his embrace. She lifted one of his hands slightly, interlocking her fingers with his, and closed her eyes, enjoying each other's warmth until they both drifted off to sleep. The next day, both Annabeth and Lucian shot up from the bed like corpses rising from the dead. Their half-closed eyes betrayed their groggy state, still caught between sleep and wakefulness. Their hair was wild and unkempt, a sight that made them both pause before turning to look at each other. A burst of laughter escaped them, each finding the other's disheveled appearance ridiculous. Annabeth yawned, stretching lazily before saying, I should get back to my cabin before anyone notices I didn't sleep there. Lucian smirked, scratching his messy hair. Annabeth, my love, I'm 1000% sure everyone at camp already knows you don't spend much time in your cabin. It's one thing for it to be a rumor, and another to be completely shameless about it, Annabeth shot back, grabbing her pouch from the nightstand. She secured it around her waist before pulling out her invisibility cap. I still have some decency, she added with mock superiority, slipping the cap on and disappearing from sight. As the door creaked open and then shut seemingly on its own, her voice echoed teasingly. Oh, and save me a plate. Moi. Lucian rolled his eyes but smiled faintly. Stretching his arms, he muttered to himself, big day ahead, I guess. Lucian stood in the kitchen, his damp hair falling messily over his face. He wore a black apron with the words Kiss the Chef printed on it, complete with a lipstick mark design. Beside him, his crystal ball hovered in the air, casting a soft glow as he worked. Good morning, my little munchkin. Medea's voice chimed from the crystal ball, dripping with affection. Lucian sighed, cracking an egg against the edge of a bowl. You know, if you contact me every day, it kind of cheapens the morning I went through for you. Medea smiled faintly. And I'll forever appreciate the grief you felt on my behalf. But considering who your father is, you should have known you'd see me again. I want my tears back. Lucian scoffed, cracking another egg. Too late. They're mine now, and I'll treasure them forever, Medea replied smugly. So what are you making? Pancakes. A whole lot of them, Lucian said, grabbing a massive bowl and stirring the batter with ease, his enhanced strength making an electric mixer unnecessary. Medea nodded, but quickly moved on. Anyway, I called to discuss your schedule, so we can start your lessons. She paused mid-sentence, noticing Lucian suddenly freeze before awkwardly resuming his task. What's wrong? Why did you freeze? Medea asked, her voice suspicious. Don't tell me you're too busy or something. That's why I called, to figure out a good time for her. It's not that, Lucian said quickly, looking embarrassed. So about charm speak. I already know it. Medea arched an eyebrow, her voice soft but curious. You what? Lucian shifted uncomfortably. It's not a power I use often. It's like at the very bottom of the list of abilities I have. So, I kinda forgot I even had it. Medea didn't look upset, much to Lucian's relief. How did you learn it? He grinned cheekily. I studied her kids. Spent some time sneaking into their cabin. Of course you did. Why wouldn't you? I bet you seduced them, didn't you? Medea scoffed, raising an amused eyebrow. Lucian smirked arrogantly. You gave me these good looks for a reason. Why not use them to get what I want? Spoken like a true dark witch, Medea replied, her tone proud. You're not mad? Lucian asked, tilting his head curiously. Mad? Why would I be? You did exactly what you should have done. Studied the powers of others around you and used magic to replicate them. That's how you grow stronger, she said calmly, a note of approval in her voice. Although this does change our plans. For our first lesson, we'll be reviewing your charm speak. I want to see how much you truly know and whether you can strengthen it. No power should remain at the bottom of your abilities list. You're the boss, ma'am, Lucian replied, lifting the whisk and watching the pancake batter slide smoothly back into the bowl. The two continued their discussion about Lucian's magical lessons as he worked on breakfast, the kitchen filling with the delicious aroma of pancakes, eggs, and bacon. As Lucian sensed movement upstairs, signaling the D'Angelo siblings were awake and getting ready, he started wrapping things up. Well, I'll be going now. Time for breakfast. Bye, love you, Lucian said, stacking fluffy golden pancakes onto a plate alongside scrambled eggs and crispy bacon. Medea made exaggerated kissing noises through the crystal ball. Bye, my love. Enjoy yourselves. Don't forget to send me some. With a soft glow, Medea's image disappeared, and the crystal ball shrank back into Lucian's ring. Lucian turned his focus to the table, telekinetically lifting the plates with his ring and carefully setting them down across the table. Lucian turned to see Bianca snickering, her hand covering her mouth. Nice outfit, she teased, eyeing his kiss the chef apron. Thank you, Lucian replied with a grin, clearly unbothered. Nico made no attempt to stifle his laughter. Looking good, big bro. Ha ha ha. Bianca, still giggling, glanced at the table. It all smells fantastic, but why is there so much? And why is one of them blue? Who's joining us? Lucian smiled as he began explaining. 3 of the plates are offerings to the gods. You both need to send thanks to our father. He commissioned a special gift for the 2 of you. As for the rest, we're hosting guests. Our father, the hospitable one, would expect no less. Everyone who came with us on the quest is joining us for breakfast. Wait, Dad got us something, Nico asked, his excitement palpable. What is it? They're your personal weapons, Lucian said. Father instructed me to craft them for your protection. But first, grab your plates and follow me. Nico and Bianca eagerly complied, following Lucian to the fireplace in the living room. Lucian set one of the plates into the fire and clasped his hands in prayer, closing his eyes. This is the part where you say your thanks. The D'Angelo siblings mirrored Lucian's actions, placing their plates in the fire and offering heartfelt thanks to Hades. As they finished their offering, the front door burst open, and Annabeth stormed in, followed by Talia, Grover, Percy, and Clarice. Lucian, you have no idea how much I've been waiting for your food. Grover cheered, tears of joy glistening in his eyes. As the others left after breakfast, Annabeth and Talia stayed behind, curious about the gifts Lucian had crafted for the D'Angelo siblings. The three of them gathered in Lucian's basement, with Nico practically vibrating with excitement. "I wonder what Lucian made for them," Talia said, crossing her arms and leaning against the wall. Annabeth smirked knowingly. "You're in for a surprise, and you clearly aren't the only one." She motioned toward Nico, who was nearly bouncing. Lucian turned to Bianca first, presenting her with two light blue bracelets adorned with intricate snowflake designs and a rectangular gift box. Bianca tilted her head in confusion, but put on the bracelets before opening the box to reveal a stunning black and purple bow. Its craftsmanship so fine it seemed otherworldly. "It's beautiful," she whispered, gingerly picking it up. As soon as the bow was in her hands, she felt a strange connection. She instinctively clutched the items close to her chest, feeling them touch a part of her being they shouldn't have been able to access. Yet it felt right. The bow dissolved into shimmering particles of purple light and flowed into her chest, while the bracelets melted into her wrists. Bianca winced, clutching her shoulder as a tattoo began to form. A bow and arrow, nocked and aimed downward. Her mind was suddenly flooded with information about the bow's capabilities. "This is insane," she muttered as black leather gloves formed on her hands. She flexed her fingers, marveling at how natural they felt. When she clenched her fist, her bow materialized in her grasp, sleek and deadly. Nico's eyes sparkled with excitement, while Annabeth began explaining the nature of Bianca's weapon to Talia. After recalling her bow and gloves, Bianca approached Lucian and hugged him, much to his awkward surprise. "Thank you. I really like and appreciate it," she said earnestly. Lucian, clearly not used to affection, mumbled, "Yes, sure." My turn. My turn," Nico shouted, practically bouncing on his heels. Lucian chuckled and handed Nico a skull-shaped ring similar to his own, along with a wrapped sword tied with a purple string. Nico eagerly slipped on the ring and unwrapped the sword, slowly revealing its curved, gleaming blade. He stared at it in awe, holding it close as though it were a treasure. Without a word, Nico stood tall, clasping the sword with both hands and closing his eyes. The blade dissolved into particles of light and absorbed into him, while the ring melted into his finger. Like Bianca, Nico winced and clutched his shoulder as a tattoo began forming, a saber surrounded by swirling souls. As knowledge about his weapons merged with his mind, his eyes widened. "No way. Are you serious?" he asked, turning to Lucian with an ecstatic grin. Lucian nodded proudly. "What?" Bianca asked, intrigued. Nico held out his hand, and his ring materialized before shifting and transforming into a pistol. He gasped in delight. "I have a gun. This is the greatest day of my life." "Pow! Pow! Pow!" Nico yelled, gleefully fake shooting around the room. Bianca's jaw dropped in horror. "What the hell is wrong with you? Who thinks it's a good idea to give an 8-year-old LD a gun?" she screamed, snapping her head toward Lucian. Before Lucian could respond, a loud bang echoed through the basement. Everyone flinched and ducked as a shadowy bullet struck the wall. All eyes turned to Nico, who sheepishly tried to hide the gun behind his back. "It wasn't me," he muttered, looking away. Bianca's face twisted in anger and disbelief. She lunged at Lucian, grabbing him by the collar and shaking him violently. "You stupid idiot! Do you not think?" she yelled, her voice filled with exasperation. Lucian, ever calm, shrugged. "I do think. And now with this, we'll squash Talia's team next Friday. Get ready, everyone. Hard training starts now." Talia and Bianca stared at him in disbelief before Bianca decided to beat him up as best she could for his reckless decision. "Next Friday. Are you sure I'm going to be ready?" Nico asked, looking up at Lucian as he helped him get fitted into his golden Greek armor. Lucian grabbed the helmet and placed it over Nico's head, adjusting it carefully. "What's this? Don't tell me you're getting nervous? What happened to all that confidence from before?" "Well, a lot is at stake here, Nico muttered, looking down. "Bianca and I haven't been claimed yet. This is our chance. What if I mess up? What if I disappoint him and don't get claimed?" He hesitated before adding, "And, well, you're kind of a big deal in camp. People are going to expect a lot from me, being your younger brother and all. Lucian nodded. I get why you'd feel pressured. All right then. I guess I have no choice but to tell you my secret. Nico looked up, confused. Your secret? Don't I already know your secret? No, I'm talking about my other secret. The one that lets me stay calm no matter what I go through. Are you interested? Lucian asked, squatting down to Nico's eye level. Curious, Nico nodded, tilting his head slightly. Lucian reached over, patted Nico's helmet, then leaned in and whispered, My secret is to not give a fuck. Nico blinked. To not give. He repeated slowly in disbelief. Lucian pressed a finger to his lips. Sure, it's supposed to be a secret, remember? Nico couldn't help but chuckle. That's your big secret? Yup. It's amazing, really. You want to know how to deal with the weight of everyone's expectations? Simple. You don't give a fuck. How can expectations stress you out if you don't give a single fuck? Worried about disappointing someone? Don't be, because there isn't a single fuck to give. Lucian said proudly. Nico was trying hard not to laugh. Lucian grinned. All right, let's practice. Hold out your hands like you're cupping something. Still confused, Nico followed his instructions. All right, what's in your hands right now? Lucian asked. A nothing. Nico responded, still unsure. That's right. That's exactly how many fucks you have. Lucian nodded. Then, using his shadows, he created a small basket floating in the air. Now, this basket represents the opinions of others and what everyone thinks of you. Go on, try to put any fucks in there. Nico smiled as realization dawned on him. I can't. Lucian's grin widened. Why not? Nico finally let out a chuckle. Because I don't have any fucks to give. Lucian burst into laughter, nodding. Exactly. Lesson learned. Just don't tell your sister I let you say a curse word, or that I cursed in front of you. She still hasn't forgiven me for giving you that gun. Still the best present I've ever received, Nico said proudly. Lucian pushed himself up. So, you ready to go? Nope, Nico said as he marched ahead. They can wait because I don't have a single fuck to give. His head was held high. Lucian covered his mouth, looking up with watery eyes. I raised that boy, he makes me so proud. A few moments later, Lucian and Talia stood facing each other in their Greek armor. Lucian rested his scythe across both shoulders, its curved blade extending past him. I don't think I ever got the chance to say this, but you look really good in that. Talia, gripping her spear so that its tip pointed to the side, scoffed, though she looked a little proud of herself. Flattery isn't going to make me go easy on you. Oh, someone sounding confident, Lucian teased. Of course, Percy's on my team now. Talia smirked as Percy stepped up beside her, standing next to Clarice. Lucian raised an eyebrow. Yeah, but you lost Luke, didn't you? That's got to be a major blow. His grin turned devilish. The Hermes cabin members bristled, some glaring daggers at Lucian. Meanwhile, Lucian's team collectively went, ooh, flicking their hands mockingly. Talia scoffed. Percy's way better than Luke for this type of game anyway. Is he really? Lucian chuckled. Am I? Percy questioned in a low voice. Talia nodded. Of course. No doubt, Luke was great at one-on-one fights, but Percy excels at wiping out armies. I'd gladly trade Luke for Percy. Her voice faltered slightly at the end. You sound really sure of yourself there. Thanks, Percy grumbled sarcastically. Talia shot him an apologetic look before turning to glare at Lucian, who was chuckling to himself. Lucian casually rubbed his fingers against his chest. Sure, I'll admit it. Percy is a great addition for war games, given his ability to take down multiple enemies at once. But you seem to have forgotten something. He gestured behind him toward Nico and Bianca, who were trying, and failing, to appear nonchalant. I have two great additions to my team. My little mini-me, Lucian said smugly. Talia scoffed. Oh, please. They may be your siblings, but they're nowhere near the monster you are. Oi, Nico said, clearly offended. Hey, Bianca added, equally indignant. Lucian placed a hand over his heart with a mock-touched expression. You know what? I'll even do you a little favor. Since you've lost Luke, Percy can stay on your team indefinitely. No more switching between us like we originally planned. Percy leaned toward Clarice and whispered, Looks like Mom just won full custody. Clarice rolled her eyes, having endured Percy's sarcasm all week during their intense training sessions. Thanks, you're so generous, Talia said dryly. Then can I mark this as the end of your usual trash-talking before the event? Chiron, who had been standing beside them, interjected with a wry smile. Do you have anything else to add? Lucian asked. No, Talia said, shaking her head. Do you? Nope. I guess that means we're ready, Lucian said, nodding toward Chiron, who returned the gesture. Chiron then shot them both a warning look. Before I send you to your corners, I've received multiple complaints about the level of destruction you two caused during these games, mainly from the Dryads. So here's my warning. Keep the destruction to a minimum this time. If not, you'll both face punishment. Both Talia and Lucian pouted, muttering under their breath. How boring. Chiron sighed, clearly exasperated. You've been warned. To your flags now. The round will begin when the horn is blown. Talia and Lucian split up without another word. When Lucian arrived at his flag, the rest of his team turned to stare at him. Stare too hard, and I might just blush, he teased, earning a few chuckles. He then shifted his scythe into a bowstaff. All right, here's the plan. And for all of us to win, it'll be up to these two, he motioned toward Nico and Bianca. Us? Bianca asked, clearly surprised. Yup, but first, here's how it's going to play out. Lucian said, crouching down and using his staff to draw a strategy in the dirt. Then he turned toward Annabeth. Annabeth, do not underestimate Percy. Annabeth blinked in surprise. You saw it during our quest. I'm sure of it. Percy's tricky. Being stronger or more skilled than him won't matter. He's crafty, and if he's determined, he'll do anything to win. I guarantee Talia is going to use that to her advantage. Don't worry, Annabeth began, waving him off dismissively. Ares lost because he underestimated Percy. Annabeth's smug expression faded as she acknowledged Lucian's warning. To me, my steed, Lucian called out, stretching his hands forward as everyone finished getting into formation. His shadow spread across the rocky ground, shifting unnaturally. From its depths, a black stallion with a flowing mane of darkness and glowing red eyes emerged, its hooves leaving wisps of shadow in their wake. That's awesome! The Dionysus twins, Pollux and Castor, shouted in unison. Lucian swung himself onto the horse's back and placed his battle helm over his head. Dude, you're looking more like a general every time we do these games, Charles, the son of Hephaestus, said with a chuckle. I really want my own horse. Nico grumbled impatiently. A skeleton one will be fine, too. I'm not picky. Bianca smirked, adjusting the bow slung across her back. Are you going to give an inspirational speech, too? General Lucian, she teased. Tum! The battle horn sounded just as Lucian opened his mouth, one finger raised. Annabeth stifled a laugh. Looks like you missed your chance. Lucian scoffed, urging his horse forward. A general never misses an opportunity to give an inspiring speech. So listen up, because I'm only saying this once. Everything that you thought had meaning, every hope, dream, or moment of happiness, none of it matters as you lie bleeding out on the battlefield. None of it changes what a sharp blade does to a body. We all die. But does that mean our lives are meaningless? Does that mean that there was no point in our being born? Would you say that of our slain comrades? What about their lives? Were they meaningless? They were not. Their memory serves as an example to us all. The courageous fallen, the anguished fallen, their lives have meaning because we the living refuse to forget them. And as we ride to certain death, we trust our successors to do the same for us. Because my soldiers do not buckle or yield when faced with the cruelty of this world. My soldiers push forward. My soldiers scream out. My soldiers are AAG. Lucian roared as Sebastian neighed loudly, kicking his hooves into the air before barreling forward, his hooves pounding against the ground. But he was the only one charging. Everyone else stood rooted in place, staring in disbelief. A shiver ran down their spines, and goosebumps prickled along their skin as an overwhelming feeling filled the battlefield. Aha! Nico's sudden battle cry shattered the silence. He took off after Lucian, black sword raised high, his voice raw with excitement. Aya! One by one, the rest of the team followed, their own shouts echoing across the battlefield. Even Bianca, caught up in the feverish atmosphere, sprinted forward with wild determination. Lucian leaned forward, gripping Sebastian's reins tightly as they tore across the field. The world around him blurred with speed, a dark mist trailing behind them like a phantom's wake. His red eyes gleamed with focus. Then he heard it, the growl of an engine roaring to life, the howling wind rushing toward him like an oncoming storm. Overhead, Talia made her entrance. She rode a massive motorcycle sculpted entirely from swirling blue wind, matching Lucian's charge with her own reckless speed. Her black hair whipped wildly behind her, and her glowing blue eyes burned with fierce determination. In her grasp, Talia's spear had transformed. Encased in a violent cyclone, its shape stretched into a massive jousting lance, spiraling with razor-sharp winds. "Lucian!" she bellowed, leaning forward, her lance aimed straight at him. Lucian grinned, gripping his scythe with both hands. The blade pulsed with dark mist, the energy thick and ominous. "Ha ha! Talia!" he roared back. The battlefield became their arena. Lucian swung his scythe. Talia thrust her lance. They clashed in a storm of sparks and energy, weapons colliding in a deafening explosion of force. As they passed each other, Lucian yanked back on Sebastian's reins, slowing his steed to a steady trot as he turned to face his rival. Talia twisted her throttle, sending her wine chariot skidding sideways across the ground, one foot out to steady herself, her lance still crackling in her grip. A jagged scratch suddenly appeared along Lucian's armor, a testament to the razor-sharp winds radiating from Talia's spear. At the same time, a shadowy corrosion tainted a part of Talia's breastplate, the creeping darkness left behind by Lucian's strike. Then, lightning surged along Talia's arm, snaking into the cyclone of her spear. The wind crackled with electricity, the entire weapon sparking like a storm contained within metal. Stray bolts struck the ground around her, scorching the earth. Lucian's eyes gleamed. "Lances, huh?" he mused, shifting his scythe. With a fluid motion, the weapon's form shifted, morphing into something he had yet to use properly in battle. "A spear," Talia scoffed, revving her bike's throttle, making the wind howl louder. "Copying me now, are you?" Lucian smirked, twirling his new weapon. "No, I'm adapting," he said with a teasing sneer. Lucian activated his magnetic manipulation, causing a ball of crackling purple lightning to form in his free hand. With a flick of his wrist, he levitated his spear above him. Another surge of purple electricity pulsed in his palms as the ground beneath them began to tremble. The earth quaked subtly at first, then more violently as tiny grains of black sand rose from the ground like a swirling stream. The dark particles rushed toward his spearhead, coalescing into a spiraling, conical shape. Talia watched, both amused and horrified, as Lucian's spear underwent a drastic transformation. The weapon had shifted into a lance, its tip now resembling a massive black drill. Lucian grasped the weapon as it settled back into his hand. With a smirk, he aimed it at Talia. The drill began to spin, faster and faster, until it whirred at an unfathomable speed, the air around it warping from the sheer force. Then he added more. Raising his free hand, he channeled his cursed shadow flames into the spinning drill. The black energy fused with the rapidly twirling sand, morphing the weapon into a swirling, hellish vortex of destruction. Lucian corrected his posture atop Sebastian, his feverish grin widening. "You ready?" he asked, excitement burning in his eyes. "What the fuck is wrong with you?" Lucian blinked. Why the hell are you planning to use that penetrating weapon of mass destruction on me?" Talia shrieked, throwing her arms in the air. "Why do you always think up the craziest shit when you're battling me? Where was this thinking when you fought Heracles? Just look at that thing. In what world am I surviving that without losing at least an arm?" Lucian hesitated, glancing at his spinning drill, which was already glowing red from the friction and heat. Then, looking back at Talia, who was on the verge of an aneurysm, he rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly. "It's not my fault, all right," he muttered. "If you haven't noticed, most of my most powerful attacks are inspired by you." Talia narrowed her eyes as her cheeks turned slightly pink. "And saying that out loud makes me realize something," Lucian continued. "Do you remember when we were younger? When we first met? You asked me how I was so powerful, and I told you, be creative with your powers." Talia stilled. She did remember. That conversation had driven her, had pushed her to always test her limits, to always one-up Lucian, to be smarter, faster, stronger, to never back down. She opened her mouth to retort, then froze. Lucian was staring at her with a soft, warm smile. His eyes, filled with something deeper than admiration. "Talia, you've grown," he said gently. "I'm immensely proud of you." Talia's breath hitched. She blinked once, twice, her mouth opening, then closing, then opening again. A tear slipped down her cheek. Lucian's own expression turned to sheer disbelief as he watched her. Talia? Crying? So stunned was he that his spinning drill slowed, sputtered, then stopped entirely, smoke rising from its blackened form. I'm... Lucian stammered, a bit freaked out that he had actually made Talia cry. "I didn't mean to." Talia's face turned bright red as she quickly spun around, furiously wiping at her eyes. "Shut up. You didn't see anything," she snapped. Lucian stared at her, incredulous. "You can't seriously expect me to ignore that." "That's exactly what I expect you to do," she shouted back. Lucian groaned, running a hand through his hair. "I'm your boyfriend. What kind of shitty boyfriend would I be if I just made my girl cry and pretended it didn't happen? I can't just ignore it." He dismounted Sebastian, stepping closer. "I said I wasn't crying," she barked, glaring at him with watery eyes. Lucian softened his tone. "You know you can talk to me, right? I'm not going to judge you or think less of you just because you shed a few tears." He tried to sound reassuring, but inside, he was still freaking out. Talia, however, turned into a streak of lightning, leaping into the air. She spun midair and dropped down with a vicious axe kick. Lucian's instincts kicked in. He threw up his arms, blocking the blow as a spear drill clattered to the ground. "What the hell is the matter with you all of a sudden?" "I wasn't shedding any tears," Talia roared, pressing down harder with her leg. The ground beneath them cracked, sending rubble flying into the air. Lucian gritted his teeth and shifted into a horse stance before thrusting her leg upward, sending her flipping through the air. The moment she landed, she snapped into a roundhouse kick. Lucian barely ducked in time. "Woman, what's your problem? Are you on your period or something?" Talia's eyes darkened. "Lucian, I'm gonna fucking kill you." She planted her hands on the ground and spun, her legs lashing out in rapid, vicious arcs, sending slashes of air toward him. Lucian twisted and dodged, his body bending at impossible angles to evade her attacks. "Seriously, all I said was that I was proud." Talia lunged, but Lucian tackled her mid-charge, and they tumbled to the ground, rolling and grappling for dominance. They twisted, trying to pin each other down, but Lucian finally overpowered her, locking her hands to the ground. Their fingers interlocked as they struggled against each other. Lucian tightened his grip, forcing her hands down to her sides. "You crazy bitch. Was this because I told you I was proud of you? Is that the first time anyone's ever said they were proud of you?" Talia's struggles faltered for a fraction of a second before she thrashed against him again. "Yes. All right," she screeched, her voice cracking. "You said you were proud of me, and I started crying like a little baby. There. Are you happy now?" Lucian's eyes widened in realization before his expression shifted completely. "My God." Talia turned her head away, embarrassed. "Don't. Can you be any cuter?" Talia froze. "What?" Lucian scoffed in amusement. "You seriously have no idea how adorable you're being right now." Her head snapped back toward him, her face heating up. "Are you seriously mocking me right now?" she growled, thrashing again. Lucian only grinned. "No, I'm dead serious. Then, before she could protest, he leaned down and kissed her, catching her completely off guard. Talia blinked for a few seconds before narrowing her eyes. Lucian, I swear to all the gods, if you mention this to anyone, I will personally kill you. Lucian smirked. Sure, it'll just be our little PT. Before he could finish, Talia sent a sharp jolt of electricity through him. His muscles tensed, his body twitching from the shock, but he stubbornly held on, managing a strained grin. Even when throwing a tantrum, "You're adorable," he said through gritted teeth. Talia tried to headbutt him, but Lucian jumped back just in time. Faint static crackled over his skin, and he winced, keeping one eye closed. All right, I get it. I'm doing too much. Then, with a more sincere smile, he looked at her. Just so we're clear, I'll keep saying I'm proud of you until you're sick of hearing it. Everyone deserves someone who's proud of them. And since you don't have that someone, I'll be that someone for you. Talia scoffed, crossing her arms. I'm already sick of hearing it. But then, in a flash of lightning, she appeared beside him, a small, genuine smile tugging at her lips. But thanks. I appreciate it. She didn't give him a chance to reply. Instead, she clenched her fist, and wind began to swirl around it. In seconds, a spiraling vortex encased her hand. Tornado fist. Lucian barely had time to react before Talia lunged. With a quick motion, he outstretched his arm, and his spear shot from the ground into his grip. He spun it in front of him, blocking her punch just as she struck. The impact rang through the air like a bell. But despite the sheer force behind her attack, Lucian didn't budge an inch. Talia didn't let up. She launched a flurry of rapid punches, each one infused with wind, but Lucian skillfully twisted and twirled his spear, intercepting every blow. Sparks of wind and metal clashed between them. Then, in a calculated move, Lucian dissolved the drill from his spear. Scraps of metal clattered to the ground as he lunged, thrusting the weapon straight toward Talia's face. Talia barely leaned back in time, the tip of the spear passing just centimeters from her eyes. Lucian twisted the weapon in one hand, angling the spearhead upward and the shaft downward. With both hands, he brought it down hard, slamming the blunt end into Talia's stomach and sending her crashing on her back. He stepped forward, pressing the spear against her as she gritted her teeth. Sorry, even though I feel bad for earlier, I still can't let you win. I have a reputation to uphold. I'm sure you understand. Talia smirked, gripping the pole of his spear. I'd be pissed if you went easy on me. So I'm glad you didn't. A sudden gust of wind kicked up, and in mere seconds, dust, debris, and rocks lifted off the ground, swirling violently around them. The cyclone intensified, trapping them both in the storm. Talia's grin widened as she locked eyes with Lucian. But don't think that just because I'm down, it's over. I learned that best from you, she shouted over the howling winds. Meanwhile, far from the chaos of Lucian and Talia's battle, Bianca and Nico rendezvoused with Lucian's forces and Talia's forces in a separate area. Over time, it had become an unspoken rule. Never stay too close when those two fought unless you wanted to get caught in the crossfire. Taking advantage of the distraction, Nico and Bianca slipped into the shadows. They emerged in different spots. Bianca appeared just beneath a tree branch, while Nico rolled out of the darkness beside a rock. Bianca immediately grabbed the branch, exhaling in relief before pulling herself up. We still need practice. Meanwhile, Nico groaned as he slammed into a tree. He rubbed the back of his head, then glanced up at Bianca. You remember the plan, right? She nodded. Of course. You charge ahead toward the ones guarding the flag, while I provide hidden support. When a moment is right, one of us shadow travels straight to the flag. Nico grinned. Good. Then let's go take that flag. As he marched forward, Bianca moved swiftly through the trees, leaping from branch to branch. Suddenly, she whispered urgently, Nico, up ahead. Nico ducked behind a tree and peered out. A group of campers, mostly from the Ares cabin, stood guard around the flag. Bianca's voice was quiet but sharp. Looks like they've taken a defensive approach. Nico narrowed his eyes, spotting Clarice among the defenders. which means they left capturing the flag entirely up to Percy. Awa! Nico shouted, charging towards the Ares cabin members guarding the flag, his sword raised high. The group turned to him in disbelief as he sprinted forward, weapon poised to strike. Is he an idiot? One of the male members muttered. Careful, it could be a diversion, Clarice warned. We should. Who put you in charge? An older member scoffed. In case you've forgotten, you're dating the guy who beat our father. Your loyalties are a little questionable right now. Henry, this is not the time. Clarice snapped through gritted teeth. A female camper rushed at Nico, spear in hand. She gripped it tightly, thrusting forward. Nico dove, rolling beneath the attack before springing back to his feet. She turned to face him, but before she could react, a black arrow sliced through the air and struck her leg. Ah! She cried out, collapsing to one knee. You little shit! One of the boys shouted, swinging his sword at Nico. Nico blocked the strike, but was pushed back. Before he could regain his footing, two more spear-wielders lunged at him. Visualize where I want to go. Visualize where I want to go, Nico repeated in his mind, dodging and weaving between the spear thrusts. Then, he sank into a shadow. A heartbeat later, he re-emerged behind the kneeling girl. Yes, he exclaimed at his success, right before slamming the hilt of his sword into the side of her head, knocking her unconscious. One down, he said smugly, spinning his sword in his hand. Focus on the brat. Clarice barked. He's inexperienced, but don't forget about the one hiding in the trees. You archers should be dealing with her. The archers grumbled at having to follow her orders, but obeyed as they made the most sense at the moment, shifting their aim toward the trees where the arrow had come from. They released a volley of arrows, but Bianca had already moved. First rule of being an archer, never stay in one place. Constant movement, constant position changes, she reminded herself as she perched on another branch, watching the arrows slam into the tree she had just abandoned. Although, thanks for the free ammo. Meanwhile, Nico found himself surrounded. Now wait, he said, holding up his hands in mock surrender. Let's not do anything rash. A sword flashed toward his face. He'd barely blocked in time, sparks flying from the clash of steel. He pushed their clashing weapons to deflect a spear coming from the side, only for another spear to thrust toward him from behind. Before it could land, an arrow whistled through the air and buried itself in the attacker's shoulder, making him cry out in pain. Outnumbered and overpowered, Nico sank into his shadow again, using their momentum to escape. Damn it, that slippery bastard, Henry growled. Nico shot out of the shadows like a slingshot, launching into the air. He extended his leg mid-flight, kicking Henry square in the nose and knocking him flat. As he landed, he rolled to absorb the impact, then sprang up, hooking an arm around Henry's neck in a chokehold. With one swift motion, Nico drove his sword into the ground and pulled out his gun, pressing it against Henry's temple. Drop your weapons to the ground, or he gets it, he commanded. What? Nico's words and actions froze everyone in place as the atmosphere shifted. Their disbelief was palpable as they stared at the weapon pressed against Henry's temple. Even Bianca gawked in shock from where she stood. I'm seriously going to kill him. And then Lucian as well. You think I'm joking around? Drop your weapons. I'm feeling a little trigger-happy right about now. Nico shouted, a crazed glint in his eyes. What are you doing, and why do you have a gun? One of the girls asked, bewildered. Dude, it's not that serious. We were just playing a game, Henry stammered, his voice laced with fear. Having a child, one of Hades' sons, no less, holding a gun to his head wasn't exactly comforting. His life was quite literally in Nico's hands. You think this is all a game? Nico barked before raising the gun and firing into the air. Bang, bang, bang. Drop your weapons. Nico screeched, shaking his head maniacally before pressing the gun firmly against Henry's forehead once more. A trail of black, wispy smoke curled from the gun's tip. Guys, please, just listen to what he has to say, Henry pleaded. Reluctantly, they complied, tossing their weapons to the ground. Clarice watched with narrowed eyes, her lips twitching slightly. Yeah, they're related, all right. Both batshit crazy. Nico's gaze locked onto Clarice, who stood closest to the flag. Now you, Curly. Grab that flag behind you and hand it over, nice and slow. Curly, Clarice echoed, unimpressed, raising an eyebrow. Nico flushed, but quickly masked his embarrassment by firing a shadow bullet at the ground near her feet before pressing the gun harder against Henry's temple. No, Clarice said coldly. No, Nico repeated, his finger tightening on the trigger. Clarice, come on. I know we're not best friends, but I'm still your brother, aren't I? Henry shouted in disbelief. This game can't be more important than my life. I swear, I don't think this kid would hesitate to pull the trigger. Clarice's expression remained unreadable as she spoke in a chillingly flat tone. Pull the trigger. You think I give a shit whether that trash lives or dies? Her eyes were devoid of emotion. Go on, pull the fucking trigger. Nico's smirk faltered slightly. You seriously leave me no choice then? Clarice, Henry shouted. At the same time, Bianca appeared behind Clarice, emerging from the shadows, reaching for the flag. But Clarice was faster. She lashed out with a brutal kick behind her without any hesitation, striking Bianca in the chest and sending her tumbling to the ground. Thought so, Clarice scoffed. You and your brother are exactly alike. You both love putting on a big show for attention. Nico grinned, rubbing the back of his head, the hand still holding the gun. Seriously? You think so? Henry scrambled away and rejoined his cab inmates, still staring in disbelief. Wait, so it was all an act? Seeing their expressions darken, especially Henry's, Nico raised his hands in mock surrender. All right, calm down. No need to do anything rash. Let's not make decisions we'll all regret. His eyes flickered between them nervously, especially Henry, who felt both enraged and humiliated from the events that have just transpired. Would you guys believe me if I said the gun made me do it? He offered weakly. Annabeth stood guard over her team's flag, a few members of her cabin stationed nearby as insurance. But instead of watching the road or the forest path like one might expect, her gaze was locked on the ocean, her storm-gray eyes narrowed. She had a feeling, and, sure enough, her prediction proved correct. A few minutes later, Percy came into view, riding an ice-shaped surfboard atop a towering wave he had summoned. His trident was pointed forward, a wide grin plastered across his face as he sped toward them. Annabeth felt her lip twitch in exasperation. Looks like someone's been enjoying himself. With a flick of her wrist, the earth rumbled beneath her feet. Several rocks rose from the ground, converging midair to form a massive boulder. With a swift punch, she sent it hurtling straight at Percy. Seeing the rapidly approaching projectile, Percy reacted instantly. He plunged the prongs of his trident into the wave, channeling a powerful torrent of water forward. The blast struck the boulder head-on, shattering it into countless fragments that scattered in all directions. Percy instinctively shielded his face with his arm as debris flew past him. When he lowered his arm, he found Annabeth standing firm, her stance unwavering, and more boulders already floating beside her. With no other choice, Percy let the wave crash onto the shore. His icy surfboard glided smoothly over the rocky sand before melting back into water as he stepped off. We can do this the easy way or the hard way, Percy said, twirling his trident with a confident smirk. Annabeth scoffed, cracking her knuckles. Who are you trying to act tough for? You do know I'm stronger than you, don't you? Percy shifted into a fighting stance, his sea-green eyes alight with challenge. We haven't actually fought before, so I guess we'll find out. Annabeth settled into a low horse stance, her hands slightly scooped, ready to strike. She grinned. I'm going to enjoy kicking your scrawny ass. Percy was the first to attack, thrusting his trident toward Annabeth. She deflected the strike with her metal bands, sparks flying from the impact. As she parried, she followed up with a monstrous punch. Percy barely managed to block by raising the staff of his trident, but Annabeth's sheer strength sent him flying. He tumbled across the ground, landing with several heavy thuds. Groaning, he pushed himself up, his body trembling from the impact. His hands, however, shook the most, making him look as if he had Parkinson's. You gorilla! Percy yelled in pain. "Why are you so freaking strong? What the hell did you call me?" Annabeth screeched. Her hair lifted as the ground trembled, rocks rising beside her. Seeing her murderous glare, Percy shrank back, but before he could apologize, the rocks shot forward like bullets. He winced as they sliced across his exposed skin. Reacting quickly, he slammed his trident into the ground, summoning a sphere of water around him. The rocks lost momentum the moment they sank into the shield. Percy then thrust his trident forward, sending the water shield surging outward. It twisted into a spiraling torrent at the prong's tip before erupting toward Annabeth in a pressurized jet. Annabeth acted instantly. Her metal wings shot forward, covering her protectively. The razor-sharp feathers dug into the ground, anchoring her against the attack. Then, one wing pushed against the water jet while she used the other to pivot and twirl out of the way. The thrusters in the middle of her wings ignited, propelling her straight toward Percy. Percy cut off his attack and swung his trident at the incoming Annabeth. She blocked with a wing, sending more sparks flying. As Percy pressed forward with one hand, he reached into his pocket and uncapped his pen. At the same time, Annabeth thrust her second wing toward him. More sparks burst as both wings clashed against both of Percy's weapons. Annabeth leaned forward, smirking. "Look at that. Both your hands are occupied." "My legs sure aren't," Percy shot back. Without hesitation, he pushed off Annabeth's wings, flipping up and double-kicking her in the face. She staggered back, clutching her nose in pain. Meanwhile, Percy crashed onto the ground with a groan. "I should have planned my landing." Annabeth lowered her hand, her expression dark. A drop of blood trickled from her nose, which she wiped away with a single finger. "You should also start planning your funeral, you fish-brained bastard," she said coldly. "Because you're dead." Percy's danger instincts flared. Without thinking, he rolled to the side. Boom! Annabeth had leaped at him, slamming her fist into the ground with full force. The earth shattered beneath her, chunks of stone flying in every direction. Her stormy gray eyes gleamed with a crazed intensity as she turned toward Percy. "Are you crazy? If that landed, I would have died." "Not my problem," Annabeth retorted flatly. Lucian stood at the center of a swirling vortex of razor-sharp wind, his hair rising far past its resting length. The violent gales sliced at his skin, but tendrils of darkness spread from his body, closing the wounds as soon as they formed. He looked up at the raging tornado trapping him, more cuts appearing and vanishing in an endless cycle. "You know, this is giving me another idea," Lucian mused, tilting his head to the side, just in time to dodge Talia's surprise punch. "You can't be serious," she snapped, irritation flashing across her face. It wasn't just his comment. It was the fact that despite her relentless attacks, Lucian kept dodging with casual ease. "Step out for a second. I want to try something," Lucian said. "But keep the tornado going." "What?" she snarled. "You want me to just stand back and let you become stronger?" "I'll kiss you as payment," Lucian teased, amusement lacing his voice. "I hope you suffocate to death in here," Talia retorted coldly, stepping out of the tornado. Without hesitation, she began extracting all the breathable air from the center. Lucian instinctively gripped his throat. If she mastered this, she could have knocked me out in one go. Terrifying, he thought, making sure to conserve his oxygen. Closing his eyes, he concentrated on his idea. Outside, Talia crossed her fingers. "Be knocked out and fail. Be knocked out and fail." She chanted under her breath, hoping to see him collapse. Then, her expression shifted. Lucian's shadow had begun to expand, stretching to match the tornado's radius. Her eyes narrowed. "That bastard. He's trying to absorb my attack with a shadow." But then her jaw dropped. Lucian's shadow wasn't just absorbing the tornado, it was spinning in the opposite direction. Talia watched, slack-jawed, as the shadow swirled faster and faster, countering her tornado's motion. The stronger his vortex became, the slower hers spun. Her hands clenched into fists, shaking with frustration. She was furious, not just because he was unraveling her tornado, but because it was damn impressive. That bastard. she muttered, her lips twitching between a scowl and a grin. That genius bastard. He's mimicking the power of wind using nothing but his masterful control over his own shadow. Her tornado intertwined with his, its vibrant blue fading into the darkness. Moments later, her wind completely disappeared, leaving behind only Lucian's swirling shadow vortex. Talia's eyes widened as she watched the vortex slow and unravel. And then, her heart skipped a beat. Lucian stood at the center, his eyes still closed, his body gradually being freed from the dark wind. His hair, once defying gravity, floated down in soft waves, and the edges of his shirt, untouched by his armor, settled gently against his skin. For a moment, he looked almost celestial. Then his ruby-red eyes opened, glowing with an eerie intensity. Talia's cheeks burned. Damn it! Damn him! Why does he look like that? She cursed inwardly, furious at both herself and him for making her feel this way. Lucian, noticing her reaction, inwardly chuckled. Too easy. How? Was all Talia managed to ask. Lucian smirked, already knowing what she meant. It's a simple concept, really, one that you could apply to your wind or lightning, he explained. Wind is versatile, defined in many ways. At its core, all wind is just rapid motion of air. Now, what if I replaced air with something unnatural? In this case, my shadow. By controlling the rapid motion of darkness, I can generate and manipulate wind. Though I'm still limited in how I can wield it, the principle is the same. If you understand the mechanics of other elements, you can replicate their effects using only one. Talia's eyes sparkled with understanding. I think I get it. Like, for example, she extended her hand, summoning a small breeze. But this time, she focused not on the entire wind, but on a specific aspect of it. Her brows furrowed, sweat forming at her temple as she concentrated. The air swirling around her hand shifted. Tiny ice crystals began forming within the wind, accumulating in the summer heat. Talia narrowed her focus further, pulling in only the cold winds while pushing the warm ones away. Slowly, the icy wind condensed, forming a delicate snowball in her palm. Lucian stared in disbelief. His lips twitched before he clicked his tongue. Cheater, he muttered. Talia puffed out her chest, grinning triumphantly. Look who's talking. Talia looked down at the snowball in her hand, then at Lucian. Lucian stared at her with half-lidded eyes. Don't even think. Poof! The snowball flew through the air and smashed against Lucian's face, breaking apart and crumbling to the ground. Lucian wiped his face, while Talia pointed at him and burst into laughter. Without a word, Lucian stretched out his hand toward his weapon, which flew back into his grasp. He transformed it into a bow and, using his magnetic manipulation, crafted a spinning drill-shaped spear out of black sand. Fixing the spear into the bow, he pulled back the string, the drill whirring menacingly. Are you crazy? Talia shouted, stunned by his drastic escalation. Lucian tilted his head slightly as he aimed. One eye closed in concentration. You should know me by now. The answer's yes. He released the arrow. It tore through the air, drilling forward like a black blur, heading straight for Talia. Time slowed in Talia's perception, her eyes crackling with electricity. She could have dodged it easily, but that wasn't her style. She always faced her opponents head-on. Lightning crackled across her body in a wild discharge as she lifted a single finger toward the incoming drill. The air around it twisted violently as it spiraled forward in slow motion. Talia focused, and a powerful gust of wind surged toward her fingertip, condensing into a single point of highly compressed air. Lightning wove around its surface, adding an extra deadly force to it. It's just metal, she reasoned. It can break. Shifting her fingers into the shape of a gun, she fired. The compressed ball of wind and lightning shot forward like a bullet, her hand recoiling slightly from the sheer force. The two attacks met midair. Talia's miniature blast, no larger than a marble, struck the very tip of the whirling drill. A flash of blinding light erupted as wind, lightning, and shards of metal exploded outward. Debris rained down, scattering across the battlefield. Talia's instinct screamed at her, and she quickly compressed a wall of air around herself as a makeshift barrier. Boom! 3 arrows descended from above, exploding into dark energy upon impact. The force shattered her wind barrier instantly. Before she could react, Lucian came crashing down from the sky, his bow shifting into a katana mid-fall. He swung. Talia barely had time to summon her shield. The moment Lucian's blade connected, a jarring force surged through her arm. Her shoulder dislocated with a sickening pop. She stumbled back, gripping her limp arm, teeth clenched. "The hell's the matter with you?" she snarled. Lucian twirled his katana, shifting it back into a spear. "I realized something," he mused, a grin spreading across his face. "You and I, we're kind of similar. Both fast learners." His grip tightened. "So now I'm curious. How far can I push you? If I push you to the brink of death, how fast will you grow?" Pop! Talia slammed her shoulder back into place with a wince, rolling it experimentally before glaring at him. Lucian lunged, the ground beneath him erupting into flying debris as he rocketed forward. His spear blurred in his hands, dust trailing behind him. "So try not to die," he sang, thrusting his spear forward. Talia moved to dodge, turning into a streak of lightning, but then her vision swam. A sharp pain flared in her side. Blood burst from her mouth. Her momentum faltered. She tripped over her own feet and tumbled to the ground, rolling to a stop. A searing, unimaginable pain radiated from her side. Gritting her teeth, she pressed a hand to the wound and slowly pushed herself onto her hands and knees. She looked down. A deep gash ran through her armor, and from it, an ominous black wisp seeped out, not just from the armor, but from her skin beneath. Dark veins crept out from the wound, pulsating like something alive. Lucian's spear had torn through her armor and barely nicked her flesh, yet the damage was immense. The very tip of his weapon still smoldered with the same eerie black mist. Lucian's grin widened, his eyes gleaming with an unsettling madness. "Look at that," he cooed. "You've been cursed." Talia let out a shaky breath, using her spear for support as she forced herself upright. "And when this is all over," she growled, "we're getting cursed at, you fucking bastard." Nico narrowed his eyes as he faced the Ares cabin members, quickly activating bullet time. "Well, I messed up, but it's a good thing I did." He recalled one of his big brother's philosophies. It's good to make mistakes in a safe environment, so we can learn from them and not repeat them when it really matters. I should have taken down at least a couple of them. But on the bright side, I took away most of their weapons, except for Clarice's. That's going to be a problem. I need to keep their weapons away and divide the work between us. As everything around him moved in slow motion, Nico rapidly formed a plan, taking in all the variables. He shut his eyes for a brief moment, then reopened them as time resumed its normal flow. "Bianca, keep Clarice distracted for a while," he shouted. "What do you think I'm doing?" Bianca shot back, rolling along the ground before leaping backward to create distance. She pulled back on her bow, forming a dark arrow that she fired rapidly at Clarice. Shadow-infused projectiles whizzed through the air. Clarice deflected and weaved between the arrows with ease before lunging forward. Her spear thrust toward Bianca with frightening speed. Bianca barely managed to block with her bow, sparks flying on impact. Gritting her teeth, she twisted to the side, redirecting Clarice's attack, then dodged and leaped back to regain distance. Meanwhile, Nico extended his hand, and his shadow quivered before surging forward, swallowing the weapons of the other Ares cabin members. The moment they realized what had happened, they charged at him in retaliation. Henry, the largest among them, swung a fist at Nico's face. Nico had already begun shifting backward, narrowly avoiding the strike. At the same time, he pulled the trigger of his Glock, unleashing a barrage of shadow bullets. The bullets struck Henry's shoulder and arm, cutting through his armor with ease. Henry grunted in pain, but he kept moving, launching a powerful kick. Nico reacted instantly. He reached for a sword embedded in the ground, gripping the hilt and pulling it free just in time to block the kick with the flat of the blade. Even so, the sheer force behind Henry's attack knocked him backward, making him stumble onto his back. One of the girls saw an opening and sent a sidekick straight at his face. Pain exploded through Nico's skull as his vision blurred. His eyes watered, but he gritted his teeth and activated his shadow travel ability, sinking into the ground and reappearing behind the girl. Unfortunately, he was still inexperienced, and his movements were predictable. She reacted instantly, following up with a roundhouse kick. But Nico's enhanced reflexes saved him. He ducked under the kick and fired a shot into her exposed thigh. The girl cried out and fell to the ground. Nico pressed the tip of his blade to her stomach. Boom! Dead. You're out. She clicked her tongue in frustration, knowing he was right. Nico barely had a second to breathe before the others attacked again. He twisted, weaved, dodged, and rolled, narrowly avoiding a barrage of blows. But his breath was growing heavier. His movement slowed just a fraction. Nico, nonetheless, was still a little kid and only started training around a week ago, so the amount of energy he had wasn't the best. His stamina wasn't endless, and his opponents knew it. Annabeth's wings flared wide, sending a barrage of razor-sharp feathers flying toward Percy like blinding daggers. She crouched on all fours, her hands pressed into the ground as energy crackled through the earth beneath her. Swords began to materialize from the sand and rocks around her, rising like metallic serpents from the ground, an ability she mastered through equivalent exchange. Percy deflected the oncoming metal feathers with quick, practiced swings of his sword and trident. With a powerful thrust of his trident, a towering wall of water erupted from the ground. He pressed the trident forward, and the wall instantly froze solid, trapping the flying feathers within the ice. Without hesitation, Percy sheathed his sword and gripped his trident tightly, relying solely on its power for the moment. Annabeth rose to her feet and made a swift motion with her hand. The sword she had summoned flipped forward, charging toward the ice wall. Upon impact, the ice shattered into shards, releasing her feathers, which flew back to reassemble seamlessly into her wings. Percy slammed his trident into the ground, summoning a massive wave that surged beneath him. He rode the crest of the wave, guiding it towards Annabeth, prepared to strike should she take to the skies. But Annabeth didn't flinch. Instead, she reached into her pouch and pulled out a card etched with the Greek symbol for lightning. Without missing a beat, she flung the card toward the wave and then shot upward into the air. Ark! Percy's scream echoed as the wave beneath him surged with electricity, crackling violently. The entire wave destabilized and collapsed, sending Percy crashing down with it. His trident slipped from his grasp as he hit the muddy ground, his body convulsing from the residual static coursing through him. Despite the pain, he forced himself onto all fours, gritting his teeth against the electric sting. As he struggled, Annabeth descended gracefully, landing just a few feet from him. She walked toward him with calm, deliberate steps. When Percy finally looked up, she crouched down, resting her chin in her palm, tilting her head to the side with a serene, almost mocking smile. So, she purred, her gray eyes slowly opening halfway. Care to repeat what you just called me earlier? She reached forward, grabbing the collar of his armor, pulling him closer. Her voice softened, but dripped with challenge. Surely, the great Percy Jackson isn't finished yet, is he? She smirked, her eyes glinting. Because we're just getting started. Meanwhile, Lucian twirled his scythe around his neck before it morphed into a chain version, glowing ominously. With a swift motion, he spun it in his hands, transforming it into a spinning, violet-hued saw of deadly energy. He flung the weapon toward Talia, who barely managed to shift backward in time. The saw passed mere centimeters from her face, slicing through a few strands of her hair. Her wide, shocked eyes quickly hardened into a furious glare. Before Talia could retaliate, the chains of Lucian's weapon snaked around her, tightening with a metallic hiss. Lucian grinned wickedly as he yanked her toward him, raising his leg to deliver a crushing kick, but then he froze. A sudden spike of danger prickled at the edges of his senses. Talia's hair rose slightly, static electricity crackling around her as her eyes glowed with raw power and fury. A massive surge of lightning erupted from her, the sheer force of it traveling through the chains and slamming into Lucian. He grunted in pain as the electricity coursed through his body, searing his nerves. Reacting quickly, he disengaged, retracting his chained scythe back into its compact ring form to break the connection. Breathing heavily, Talia pressed a hand to her side and invoked Healing Wind. A soft green glowing breeze passed through her hand as it closed her wounds, though the curse lingering beneath her skin remained, leaving her in visible pain. Determined, Talia raised her hand again, summoning a wind construct. A large, intricate spear formed in the air beside her, crafted from glowing blue winds. The spear shimmered with beauty and deadly precision, its thick shaft, its sharp, gleaming spearhead radiated with power. Talia waved her hand, and the wind-crafted spear sailed through the air toward Lucian. Her control has improved, Lucian noted with interest. It doesn't even look like it's made out of wind. It's practically solid. With a flick of his wrist, Lucian conjured a shield using only his magic. The spear collided with it in a burst of energy, but couldn't break through. Talia spread her arms wide. Multiple weapons began to form around her. Axes, javelins, spears, and swords, all appearing as if they belonged in an elaborate fantasy armory. Beautifully crafted yet deadly, they surged forward, hurtling past Talia, whose face still twisted with anger. Lucian snapped his fingers. Magic circles materialized in the air around him, each one firing weapons of similar design using his trace and projection magic. The two barges met midair, the weapons clashing with resounding metallic crashes before shattering into fragments. A massive bow formed before Talia, its arrows forged purely from lightning. She fired, and the glowing bolts tore through the air, piercing Lucian's magical barrier with ease. Though Lucian skillfully dodged the projectiles, he couldn't help but smirk. Yes, she's mad. The madder she is, the more she improves. Deciding to raise the stakes, Lucian snapped his fingers again. From the magic circles around him, golden threads appeared, threads crafted by Hephaestus himself, which Lucian had obtained at the water park. The threads shot forward, weaving through the air toward Talia like serpents. But Talia transformed into a streak of lightning, weaving through the attack with precise, agile movements. Her expression hardened in concentration, but frustration flickered across her face as she noticed her wind constructs being sliced apart by the golden threads. Thin, faint slashes appeared on the ground where the threads passed, their sharpness undeniable. Lucian snapped his fingers once more, mimicking Talia's style. The golden threads coiled and twisted, forming beautifully crafted swords, each larger than Lucian himself. 5 swords in total materialized, their forms elegant and deadly. And then they vanished. The golden threads rendered them invisible, but Talia closed her eyes, focusing. Using wind sense, she detected the faint disturbances in the air, feeling their presence despite their invisibility. The swords lunged, aiming for her neck and torso, but Talia weaved and dodged effortlessly, her movements fluid and precise. With a burst of energy, she activated Storm Step, teleporting behind Lucian in a flash of wind and lightning. Her fist drew back, cloaked in a swirling tempest of wind and crackling electricity. Her face was shadowed, except for her glowing blue eyes, blazing with fury. She combined Tornado Fist with her attack, amplifying its destructive power. Boom! A violent gale erupted from her punch, engulfing Lucian in a whirlwind of wind and lightning. The ground behind him was shredded, reduced to tatters from the sheer force of the attack. But Talia's instincts screamed a warning. She activated Storm Step again, teleporting just inches away from an invisible strike. The ground where she had stood moments before was now pierced by a massive, unseen blade. The sound of rattling chains echoed in the air. Talia's eyes widened as she saw the outlines of large, golden, arrow-like blades attached to chains, connected to floating magic circles off to the side. The golden chains and blades flickered into visibility briefly as dust swirled around them, but they faded once more into nothingness. Clicking her tongue in annoyance, Talia turned her gaze back to Lucian, only to see him standing, barely phased. His armor had materialized at the last second, shielding him from the brunt of her attack. Lucian slowly turned his head, one red, glowing eye visible through the helm. But before Talia could react, a sharp pain surged through her body. She gasped, blood spilling from her mouth as she collapsed to one knee. What? She muttered in confusion, staring at the ground as black veins crept up her neck. Lucian let out a sigh, retracting his armor. He turned toward her, casually strolling forward. "That's the curse I put on you," he explained, his voice calm. "It drains your energy faster and worsens the wound I gave you earlier." Talia glared up at him. Her breathing labored as the curse spread. "You really don't hold back, do you?" she spat, her voice weak but defiant. Lucian crouched down beside her, placing a hand over the cursed wound. "I wanted to see how much you'd improve," he admitted. "And I have to say, I'm impressed. To hit me with that attack while weakened? That's something." "Don't patronize me," Talia scoffed, glaring at him with narrowed eyes. "I'm not," Lucian replied plainly, his tone devoid of mockery. "Tell me, didn't you notice how much you grew in just this short exchange?" Talia let out a bitter laugh, though it was laced with pain. "Yeah, because you were trying to kill me, you asshole." A faint blush crept across her cheeks as Lucian began to dissolve the curse. Lucian extended his hand toward her. After a moment's hesitation and a sharp click of her tongue, Talia took it, allowing him to help her to her feet. "It's not like you didn't grow in this fight either," she muttered, still scowling. "What the hell was up with those golden chains?" Lucian grinned, striking a dramatic pose. "I call them the piercing chains of God." Talia stared at him, deadpan. "I want to break in our relationship." "Wah!" Lucian exclaimed, his grin vanishing in an instant. While Nico was steadily reducing the number of Ares cabin members, Bianca was locked in a deadly battle with Clarice. Bianca stood at a distance, her bow drawn tight. She knew that if Clarice wanted to attack, she'd have to close the distance, but doing so would leave the flag unguarded, giving Bianca and Nico the perfect opportunity to shadow travel and seize it. However, Bianca also understood she couldn't rely solely on long-range attacks. They would drain her energy quickly, leaving her vulnerable. She needed to alternate between close and long-range combat to outmaneuver Clarice effectively. Taking a deep breath, Bianca tightened her grip on the bow and fired an arrow off to the side. A black streak cut through the air, and Clarice's eyes narrowed in confusion. But Bianca had activated her bow's enchantment, Shadow Hunter, causing the arrow to curve mid-flight. It tracked Clarice's shadow and pierced the shadow of her arm. "Ah!" Clarice cried out in surprise, glancing at her arm where a faint hole appeared, blood trickling from the spot that mirrored where her shadow had been struck. With a growl of frustration, Clarice tried to move, only to find herself pinned in place. She looked down and saw Bianca's shadow arrow anchoring her to the ground. Snarling, Clarice shifted her spear to her free hand. The weapon crackled with red electricity as she swung it at the shadow arrow, shattering it in a burst of dark energy. Without hesitation, Clarice spun her spear and assumed a defensive horse stance, pointing the spear forward. Bianca twisted her bow sideways, and as she pulled back, 3 arrows materialized. She loosed them in quick succession. The arrows split mid-air, flying in 3 different directions before curving back to converge on Clarice's shadow. One arrow veered far to the left, another shot straight up, and the last angled sharply to the right. They left streaks of black light in their wake as they zeroed in on their target. Clarice reacted swiftly, sweeping her spearhead in tight, controlled arcs around her body. Red energy trailed in the air as she shattered each arrow, just before they could reach her shadow. But she wasn't prepared for what came next. In a blink, Bianca appeared at her side, her fist cocked back, glowing faintly with blue light. She had used Spectral Leap, teleporting to the last arrow fired. Bianca's fist crashed into Clarice's helmeted cheek, and frost instantly spread across the metal from her gloves. Frostbite touch. Enchantment. Up! Bianca grunted, but her triumph was short-lived. Clarice countered immediately, slamming the shaft of her spear into Bianca's torso, knocking the wind out of her. Clarice thrust her spear forward, aiming to finish the fight, but Bianca's instincts kicked in. She twisted her bow sideways, using it to block the strike just in time. Sparks flew as their weapons clashed, purple shadows clashing against crackling red electricity. As they struggled, Bianca yanked back on her bowstring, summoning a black arrow from the void. She released it in one fluid motion, forcing Clarice to jerk her head aside as it whizzed past, missing her neck by mere centimeters. Arg! Clarice briefly thought she'd narrowly avoided death, until she realized Bianca hadn't been aiming at her. The arrow struck an Ares camper, sneaking up on Nico from behind. Clarice growled in frustration. You know, you children of the big three are weird. It's barely been 2 weeks since you started training, and you're already skilled fighters. She scowled, then suddenly dropped low, sweeping Bianca's legs out from under her and sending her crashing to the ground. But that doesn't mean the rest of us are people you can just ignore, she shouted, driving her spear downward. Bianca tried to roll to the side, but the spear grazed her arm, leaving a deep gash. She cried out in pain. Clarice kicked the bow from Bianca's hand and pounced, pinning her down. She pressed the shaft of her spear against Bianca's throat, applying more pressure with every passing second. Bianca groaned, struggling against the weight. Both hands gripped the spear desperately, trying to push it away. Concede, Clarice growled. I don't want to hurt you more than I have to. I'm not looking to get on his bad side after all. I won't, Bianca hissed through gritted teeth, straining against Clarice's strength. Clarice responded with a punch across Bianca's face, then pressed down harder with the spear. I'll keep doing this until you give in, Clarice said menacingly. So don't blame me. You're the one who wants to keep fighting. Meanwhile, Nico dodged and slashed at the incoming attacks around him, his sword gleaming in the chaos. He silently thanked Bianca, who had eased his burden by taking down one of their attackers. Out of the corner of his eye, Nico spotted a girl with a bow and arrow in the distance. That must mean Bianca had eliminated the male archer who had been targeting them. But before he could process it further, Nico was slammed to the ground. Dazed, he looked up just in time to see Bianca pinned down, taking a brutal punch to the face. Bianca! Nico roared, rage igniting within him. His blood boiled, his eyes narrowing into sharp slits. The sight fueled his fury. Gripping his sword tightly, Nico finally activated the enchantments he'd forgotten in the heat of battle. As a blade came crashing down toward him, Nico met it mid-swing. He struggled under its weight for a moment before activating Spectral Blade. His sword shimmered, turning intangible, and he twisted his head to the side, letting the enemy's blade pass by him, cutting his cheek. Then, with a swift motion, Nico's ethereal blade phased through the enemy's armor, slashing deep into his chest. Arg, the attacker screamed. Nico felt a surge of energy course through him, his wounds mending and his strength returning. The enchantments, vampirism, and bloodlust kicked in, one healing him with every successful strike, the other increasing his speed and attack power with each consecutive blow. Without hesitation, Nico activated Bullet Time. The world slowed to a crawl, but Nico moved with razor-sharp precision. He weaved between weapons frozen mid-swing, slashing through his enemies. Each strike healed him, and with every movement, he grew faster, stronger. His eyes widened, pupils contracting as his power peaked. Opponents around him collapsed, their energy drained. They lay sprawled on the ground, too weak to stand, let alone lift their weapons. When they finally looked up at Nico, terror gripped them. The aura of death radiating from him was suffocating. a clear mark of his heritage as a son of Hades. His presence was far more overwhelming than Lucian's, whose charm suppressed his dark aura. They trembled in fear as Nico gripped his sword tighter, turning his gaze toward Clarice and Bianca. In a blur, Nico charged at Clarice, the strength and speed he'd accumulated pushing his body to its limits. Pain flared in his muscles, but he ignored it. Clarice, still pinning Bianca down, felt a shiver crawl up her spine. She ducked just in time, Nico's blade flashing past where her neck had been moments before. "What the hell do you think you're doing to my sister?" Nico growled, his voice low and threatening as he stood behind her. Clarice reacted swiftly, kicking Nico hard in the torso and sending him flying back. But the opening was all Bianca needed. She shoved Clarice off and scrambled to her feet. Bianca wiped the blood from her nose and lips, kicking herself up with a determined grin. "You all right, big sis?" Nico called, rising with a sword in one hand and a Glock in the other. Bianca raised her hand, and her bow flew back into her grip. Both her gloves glowed ominously. "Never been better, little bro." "Good." Nico smirked, charging forward at breakneck speed. Bianca pulled back her bowstring and unleashed a volley of arrows. But Clarice wasn't going down without a fight. Her experience from past quests showed as she dodged Nico's sword slashes, Bianca's arrows, and the shadow bullets Nico fired with deadly precision. Still, she could only hold out for so long. In perfect synchronization, Bianca and Nico teleported to opposite sides of Clarice. Bianca swept at her legs with her bow, sending her off balance, while Nico leapt and slammed the hilt of his sword across her face. Clarice hit the ground hard, knocked out cold. Breathing heavily, Nico and Bianca exchanged stunned glances. Did we actually win?" Nico asked, his voice tinged with disbelief and excitement. "Not yet," Bianca replied, nodding toward the flag. Nico nodded in understanding. "Together, wouldn't have it any other way," Bianca chuckled. They walked side by side toward the flag, their weapons vanishing as they relaxed for the first time in what felt like hours. Reaching the flag, they both wrapped their fingers around the pole. "AHHHHHH," they shouted in unison, their voices ringing with excitement. They ripped the flag from the ground and raised it high above their heads, surrounded by the fallen bodies of their enemies. Above them, a symbol shimmered into existence, a bident with a red dot at its center, the symbol of Hades. Nico and Bianca had officially been claimed, joining Lucian as children of the Big Three. Children of Hades. Lucian turned to Talia with wide, puppy dog eyes, pressing his index fingers together. "Do you mean it?" "Ugh," Talia grunted, averting her gaze. She couldn't look him straight in the eyes. When she risked a peek back, those same pitiful eyes were still fixed on her. In her mind, she could almost see Lucian with drooping black dog ears and a fluffy tail, swaying weakly behind him. "Ugh," she groaned louder, looking away again. Her shoulders slumped, and she sighed so deeply it was like her very soul had escaped through her mouth. "No, I don't mean it," she grumbled, finally giving in. Lucian's imaginary dog ears perked up instantly, his tail wagging excitedly as he pressed a hand to his chest and let out a dramatic sigh of relief. "God damn it, you cute bastard. Why am I so weak?" Talia cursed inwardly. "That doesn't mean I don't still want to beat the crap out of you for that stunt you pulled," Talia growled, her tone dripping with irritation. "I will get my payback, don't you worry. And I'll be patiently waiting," Lucian teased, flashing a sly wink. His smirk only grew wider when he saw Talia's eyes start to twitch in frustration. With a flourish, Lucian brought 2 fingers to his lips, blew her a kiss, and conjured a pink sparkling illusion around himself. A tiny, glittering heart floated from his winking eye. "As they say, love conquers all," he crooned. Lightning crackled at Talia's fingertips. She raised her hands, fingers curling into an ominous, choking motion, her eyes darkening like storm clouds. "Tum!" The blaring sound of a horn interrupted her next move. She froze, then sighed in exasperation, letting the electricity dissipate. Grumbling under her breath, Talia bent down to pick up her spear and retracted her shield back into its compact form. I take it back. We're definitely on a break. No takebacks. Lucian shouted, grinning. What the hell do you mean, no takebacks? Talia snapped. You love me too much to mean it anyway. Lucian replied smoothly, resting a hand under his chin and flashing his most charming smile. Talia glared daggers at him, ready to fire back, but before she could, Lucian's eyes glowed briefly, and his smirk deepened. Anyway, let's talk about this later. We've got somewhere to be. Talia's irritation faded into confusion. What are you talking about? Lucian's expression softened slightly. Both Nico and Bianca have just been claimed by our father. As our older brother, how could I not go congratulate them? Oh, Talia nodded, hoisting her spear over her shoulder. I guess that means Chiron's on his way to congratulate them, too. We shouldn't be late. Lucian held up a finger, closing his eyes as if calculating something. Wait, we're missing someone. Don't worry, they should be here in 3, 2, 1. Put me down. If you say so. Talia's head snapped up to see Percy and Annabeth in midair. Annabeth was effortlessly carrying Percy by the collar before letting go with a wicked grin. Percy flailed his arms wildly, panic all over his face, before finally gripping his trident tightly. With a desperate thrust, he unleashed a geyser of water that slowed his descent just enough to prevent a complete disaster. Even so, he landed hard, gritting his teeth and using his trident like a crutch. His legs shook beneath him, and his face was so bruised it looked like he'd been attacked by a swarm of wasps. What the hell happened to you? Talia asked, eyes wide. Annabeth dropped down gracefully from the sky, landing with a fist to the ground before standing tall. Percy flinched, trembling slightly as he glanced at her, like she was his worst nightmare. Annabeth scoffed, glaring at him with disdain. Coward! Lucian blinked in surprise. What the hell did you do to him? He asked Annabeth. She sneered. The bastard called me a gorilla. Lucian and Talia slowly turned to Percy, their heads tilting in unison, pure disbelief on their faces. Are you stupid? They both asked simultaneously. Percy opened his mouth to defend himself, but thought better of it, shaking his head with a defeated sigh. That doesn't matter right now. Lucian interrupted, waving Percy off with a sigh. Just go and fix yourself. We're about to make an entrance. Nico shouted the loudest as he yanked the flag from the ground, his face beaming with triumph. Bianca cheered alongside him, but her excitement froze when she noticed something shimmering above Nico's head. Nico! Bianca gasped, pointing upward. Look, above your head. Huh? Nico blinked in confusion, tapping the top of his head as if he could feel it. When he glanced up, his eyes widened. A black mark, the symbol of Hades, hovered over him. He quickly turned to Bianca, noticing the same symbol above her head. You too. Does this mean we've both been claimed? I guess so, Bianca muttered, her voice trailing off as reality sank in. But before they could process it, they noticed the children of Ares rising from where they'd fallen during the game. Instead of the usual glares or taunts, they silently dropped to one knee, heads bowed in respect. Nico stiffened, instinctively stepping closer to Bianca. But as he scanned the field, it became clear. The games were over, and this wasn't some trick. For a distance, more and more campers from various cabins were appearing only to kneel before them, their heads lowered in solemn reverence. Even Clarice, groaning as she massaged her bruised jaw, slowly dropped to one knee. What's going on? Bianca whispered, her eyes darting nervously around. Lucian didn't say anything about this happening. Nico was equally confused, but Bianca's sharp vision caught movement in the distance. She saw Chiron galloping toward them, his expression serious. As he approached, he lowered himself as much as his equine form allowed, his voice booming across the field. All hail Bianca D'Angelo and Nico D'Angelo, daughter and son of Lord Hades, king of the Underworld, Lord of the Dead, the Unseen One. Nico and Bianca stood frozen, overwhelmed by the sight of nearly the entire camp kneeling before them. But before they could react, the ground beneath their feet darkened, turning pitch black. The shadows expanded outward, and from the swirling darkness, four figures rose. Talia stood to the far left, her spear resting casually on her shoulder, a hand on her hip, and a small, mischievous grin tugging at her lips. Next to her was Lucian, his scythe slung lazily across his shoulders as his arms draped over it. His expression was relaxed, but his eyes sparkled with pride. Beside Lucian stood Percy, gripping his trident firmly at his side. His bruises from earlier were completely healed, and his helmet hung loosely from his waist. Annabeth, standing next to Percy, broke formation and walked toward the Athena cabin members. Without hesitation, she knelt alongside them, her head bowed in respect. After spending time in the Underworld and getting to know Hades, she'd come to respect him. Besides, in her eyes, he was practically going to be her father-in-law, so she didn't mind showing deference. That left Lucian, Talia, and Percy as the only ones standing before Bianca and Nico. Damn it, I should have brought a bident. That would have completed the set. But it's not too late to fix this, Lucian thought, realizing his missed opportunity. With a smirk, he transformed his scythe into a ring, and from the shadows at his feet, a two-headed spear, a bident, began to rise. Much better, he thought, puffing his chest out proudly. Talia rolled her eyes, immediately seeing through his theatrics. Percy, glancing around at the kneeling crowd, bent his knees, intending to kneel as well, out of courtesy, the same way others had when he was claimed. But Lucian quickly placed a firm hand against Percy's chest, shaking his head. The three of us stand as equals in authority. Kneeling would dishonor your father. You represent him now. Percy hesitated, then nodded in understanding. Lucian turned back to Nico and Bianca, his face lighting up with a bright smile. Congratulations, you two. I expected nothing less. It seems Father has finally acknowledged your existence. Crackle, crackle, crackle. The sudden, angry snap of lightning echoed through the clear sky, though not a single cloud marred the horizon. Talia sighed heavily, lowering her spear. And it seems mine clearly hasn't. Bianca felt an instinctual fear of lightning and thunder, a lingering unease tied to a past she didn't fully understand. While Nico, who couldn't feel fear, he felt cautious and danger from it. Their eyes were fixed on the cloudless, yet ominously thundering skies, unable to shake off the worry. Lucian approached them first, casually twirling his shadow blade, his red bident, in a lazy manner. Behind him, Chiron and the rest of the cabin members rose from their kneeling positions. With a flick of his wrist, Lucian dissipated the bident and gently tapped both of their heads in reassurance. Don't worry about a thing. Father is handling it, he whispered with a calm, confident smile. Bianca and Nico nodded warily, their eyes still glued to the sky. Seeing their continued unease, Lucian's smile widened. In one smooth motion, he swooped down and, with unsurprising ease, lifted both of them into his arms. Ah! Bianca shrieked, startled, while Nico let out a surprised yell. Effortlessly supporting them, Lucian laughed heartily before shouting, "Let's give it up for my brother and sister who won us this round. Now, how about a Greek-style party to celebrate? Who's with me?" A roar of agreement echoed from Lucian's army, eager for the celebration. Talia's team, however, wore expressions of frustration, annoyed by yet another loss. Still, a party was a party, and they couldn't resist joining in. As the camp erupted into celebration, with Lucian leading the charge and bellowing out cheerful grunts, Bianca and Nico chuckled in his arms. Nico even joined in, his earlier anxiety forgotten. Lucian's just a caring big brother, Annabeth remarked with a smile, standing back with Talia and Percy. Percy tilted his head in confusion. Why do you say that? He shifted their focus, Talia replied, her faint smile betraying her affection. Instead of worrying about my father, they're caught up in the celebration. But as the words left her mouth, her smile faded, and she grumbled, remembering she was supposed to be mad at Lucian. Later that night, as the party raged on, Lucian, Talia, and Annabeth sat quietly around a campfire with Hestia. The warmth of the flames flickered across their faces, offering a calm contrast to the lively festivities around them. Lucian sat beside Talia, carefully braiding her black hair, streaked with blue highlights, which had grown longer over time. He worked with practiced ease, creating a single braid that fell neatly over the side of her head. Annabeth, nearby, had a large sketchbook open on her lap, her pencil moving swiftly, complete, cutting off ever-typing around her. "Where are your siblings?" Hestia asked Lucian, amusement dancing in her eyes as she watched him focus intently on Talia's braid. "They're actually getting along pretty well with the Apollo cabin," Lucian replied, holding a rubber band between his teeth as he spoke. "Bianca's really into their archery and healing techniques. And the Apollo kids, they don't seem to mind the aura Nico gives off. They're more comfortable around him than most others." Talia's hair was only long enough for the braid to brush past her chin, but Lucian decided it was perfect. He held the end of the braid with one finger, grabbed the rubber band, and tied it off neatly. "You're surprisingly good at that," Hestia complimented. "Yeah, it's a miracle I even let him touch my hair, let alone be anywhere near me," Talia scoffed, though a faint blush crept up her cheeks. Annabeth, without being asked, pulled out a mirror and handed it to Lucian. Talia glanced at her reflection, taking in the single side braid. She scoffed again, though she secretly liked it. "You're lucky it looks good." Yes, just one of my many steps to get back in your good graces," Lucian replied with an exaggerated bow. "You'll need to do more than braid my hair to get back in my good graces," Talia said coldly. "Oh, are you suggesting I need to ask you out on a date?" Lucian smirked, his tone teasing. "Fine then. Once our schedules clear and align, I'll take you out. Just the two of us. You can boss me around however you like, if that'll help you forgive me." Talia clicked her tongue at his smug expression, the pink flush deepening on her face. But she didn't decline. "It's a date then," he winked before turning around, sliding off the log, and looked towards Hestia, tapping in front of him. "Yeah," she blinked, pointing to herself. Lucian nodded with a smile. "Yeah, you seem curious, so I don't mind braiding your hair too. And it's not that surprising I'm good at it. I used to have long hair myself." His ears turned pink as he admitted, "My mom and I used to style each other's hair when I was little." Puffed. Talia chuckled, covering her mouth. "Sissy, shut up," Lucian muttered, blushing even more, which only made Talia laugh harder, her previous grievances slowly fading as she found new material to tease him with. Hestia chuckled softly as she plopped down between Lucian's legs. "So, what styles do you want? A braided bun? 2 side braid buns? A single long braid?" Lucian asked. Hestia rested her hand on her chin, considering. "Whatever you think is best. I trust the judgment of my stylist," she said confidently. "As you wish, my lady, I shall make you the prettiest maiden in all the celestial kingdom," Lucian declared in a noble, overly dramatic tone. Talia rolled her eyes, while Hestia chuckled, holding her head high with playful anticipation. Annabeth, meanwhile, remained focused on what she was working on, barely reacting to their antics. "What are you working on?" Lucian asked after a while, glancing over at Annabeth while still deftly weaving Hestia's hair. Annabeth didn't respond with words. Instead, she slid her notebook toward him, revealing detailed drawings of automaton cores alongside sketches of doll-like figures. Lucian raised an eyebrow. Impressed by her work, he used his ability to multitask as he studied her work while braiding. Annabeth was planning to use a mix of alchemy and engineering to construct a set of homunculi. 4, to be precise. She intended to transform the automaton cores into elemental cores, each infused with a specific element, serving as the heart of her creations. It's like creating artificial elemental spirits. Lucian thought, genuinely impressed. Then his eyes caught a note in the margin. Astral projection equals unlocking spiritual energy? Needs testing. Lucian's mind raced, instantly piecing together Annabeth's intention. She's planning to infuse her own spiritual energy into the cores, he realized. That way, the homunculi will be capable of growth, critical thinking, and even developing human-like emotions. And because they'll be born from her spiritual essence, they'll be fully loyal to her, an extension of her will. She'd basically be their god, just like how my shadow soldiers see me. Annabeth smiled slightly, noticing the awe on Lucian's face. She chuckled quietly before pulling her notebook back and scribbling something else. Then she pushed it toward him again. Lucian read the new note. I may have overlooked something I didn't fully realize or understood. My abilities have long since unlocked, or rather, my body has grown accustomed to magic. But I've been unfamiliar with how to properly use this energy. I need your help practicing, if it's not too much trouble. Lucian's brows furrowed in thought. Her abilities? What were they again? He mentally ticked through the list. Material enhancement, arcane warding, mystic insight. Wait a second. Has she been capable of using magic this whole time? After the party, Lucian, Talia, and Annabeth made their way down to Lucian's underground lair. Bianca and Nico, exhausted from the day's events, had opted out of joining them and headed off to bed to rest. I think the reason I never realized you could use magic is because of the Phoenix Quill, Lucian mused. Whenever you used your abilities, like creating a ward, you were converting stamina into magic, so I didn't notice anything strange. I'm still shocked that Annabeth can use magic now, Talia said in amazement. Wait, does that mean I can use magic too? No, Lucian replied, shaking his head. If you could, I would have sensed it immediately. Talia pouted slightly in disappointment. Are you sure? I mean, I can manipulate the wind now, something I couldn't do before. That has to be magic, right? Lucian shook his head again. Like I said, I would know if it was magic, and it isn't. But this is making me really curious. I've never considered something like this before. He adopted a pensive expression. Annabeth nodded thoughtfully. I've been wondering about that too. If it isn't magic, then what exactly is the source of these new abilities we're developing? Isn't it from the monsters we hunt? Talia asked, tilting her head in confusion. We absorb their essence, and that essence grants us abilities. That makes the most logical sense, doesn't it? You're not understanding what we're asking, Lucian said, shaking his head. We already know where the abilities come from. What we don't understand is what powers them. It's not purely magic. Most of my abilities don't drain my mana to activate or use. Take my power over magnetism, for example. It's not a magical ability or spell. It doesn't consume mana, but I can still use it. So what's fueling it? We've been taking these abilities at face value without really analyzing their inner workings. I see what you mean. Then isn't the source the same as what powers our demigod abilities? That tug we feel in our gut when we use them. Talia reasoned. Lucian shook his head. I don't feel that tugging sensation when I use my magnetic abilities. But I do when I manipulate the wind, Talia said, furrowing her brows. Lucian nodded. I also feel it when I use my powers over curses, but that's because they fall under our parents' authority. As demigods, we have an inherent connection to those domains. Talia placed a hand over her mouth as she pondered. That actually makes sense. I see what you're getting at. What's the true energy source behind these powers? Actually, I think I already know the answer, Annabeth said, raising her hand slightly. You do? Lucian and Talia asked in unison, surprised. Annabeth nodded. As I just said a few seconds ago, I've been thinking about this for a while now, and I have a theory. It's not conclusive, but I believe the source of these new abilities lies in our souls. We've been subconsciously using spiritual energy to activate and wield them. Lucian frowned slightly in confusion. And what makes you think that? Think about it, Annabeth said, growing more confident as she spoke. We're all striving to reach a level of power that surpasses even the gods. To do that, it's not just our bodies that need to grow stronger. Our souls do too. Lucian's expression shifted to one of deep intrigue. Go on. Even Talia was paying close attention now. There's a reason we can't look at a god's divine form when they shed their mortal guise, right? Their souls, or whatever you want to call it, are simply too powerful. If we aim to stand against them, let alone surpass them, our own souls would need to evolve as well. Our souls are the core of our existence. They define who we are. By elevating the power of our souls, we're also elevating our very being to match the strength of the universe, or even surpass it. You know how every time we drink one of those enhancement potions, we experience excruciating pain? At first, we assumed it was because our bodies were being reconstructed and strengthened. But what if that's not the full story? What if it isn't just our bodies being affected? It's our souls, Talia muttered in disbelief. That would explain the mind-numbing pain, Lucian said, awestruck. There are things that support this theory of mine, Annabeth said, lifting a finger, her excitement growing. When we drink the potions and use our acting method, we always have to come to a realization, right? What if that realization is what enhances our spirits? What makes our souls stronger? It could be the key to fully digesting the potion. And there's more. Future Lucian unintentionally confirmed that this is some kind of test. What if these tests are meant to measure the strength and power of our souls? Take what happened when we took the Sequence 6 potion, for example. Maybe that was a trial to see how strong our spirits were, to see if we could resist losing ourselves to the whispers. What the whispers were doing was no different from trying to corrupt our... Annabeth was abruptly cut off as Lucian teleported in front of her, clamping a hand over her mouth. He was sweating, his breath coming in short, uneven gasps, his expression a mix of confusion and deep concern. It was as if even he didn't understand why he had moved. Both Annabeth and Talia stared at him in shock. What? Why did you stop her? Talia demanded, looking at Lucian. Though he still seemed bewildered, his face was set with the utmost seriousness. I don't know, Lucian muttered, cold sweat running down his back. His answer sent a chill through both Annabeth and Talia. My intuition suddenly flared, stronger than it ever has before. It was like every nerve in my body was electrocuted all at once. Before I even knew what was happening, I moved on instinct, Lucian said, struggling to explain. Then, he turned to Annabeth, locking eyes with her. His red eyes glowed intensely against her stormy gray ones. But now I know one thing for certain, Lucian said, voice low and firm. If I hadn't stopped you, you would have died. Annabeth's eyes widened in shock. Talia, on the other hand, practically shouted, What? Lucian took a deep breath, steadying himself, and slowly removed his hand from Annabeth's mouth. But the moment he did, both he and Talia froze in disbelief. Annabeth was grinning, broadly, proudly. She stood tall, her chest puffed out with excitement. Talia gaped at her. Why the hell are you smiling? You almost died. Annabeth's eyes gleamed. Don't you see? This is exactly what future Lucian meant when he warned me about being too smart. That I needed to rise in sequence to understand more. That means I'm on the right track. That just proved my theory was correct. This is the confirmation we needed. Talia and Lucian exchanged a look of exasperation and resignation before sighing in unison. Only you would see almost dying as an advantage, Talia muttered, shaking her head. Lucian ran a hand through his hair, the other resting on his hip as he exhaled sharply. Be careful, Annabeth. Out of all of us here, I think you're the one in the most danger. Annabeth smiled at his concern. Don't worry, I will. But this confirms the source of our power. Talia and Lucian nodded. And together, the three of them said, It's our souls. Spiritual energy. 6 days had passed since Lucian and the others discovered the source of their abilities. Aside from that revelation, nothing major had occurred, except for the fact that Lucian had begun teaching Annabeth more about magic. It was July 3rd, just a day before the campers would hold another celebration, lighting up fireworks in a grand display. However, as the camp prepared for the event, Lucian and Annabeth were nowhere to be seen. Instead, they were deep inside Lucian's lair. Shouldn't you be paying attention when I'm explaining things to you? Lucian asked in annoyance, glancing at Annabeth, who was holding a mechanical limb in her hands. In front of her sat a half-constructed doll. Its torso and head were complete, but it only had one arm and one leg. A small compartment in its chest was open, revealing a hollow space where a heart was supposed to be. But I am listening, Annabeth said, tilting her head in confusion. She walked over to the table, placed the mechanical leg down and picked up her phoenix quill. Have you forgotten that I can remember everything I hear? Not to mention, I have perfect recall. Don't worry, I am paying attention, she added as she began drawing and inscribing runes along the leg. Yeah, well, I'd still appreciate it if you looked at me while I teach you about magic circles. This is something you might actually need. You are my first disciple, after all, so I'd like your undivided attention, Lucian said with a slight pout. But how else am I supposed to finish my project? This way, I can complete it and learn at the same time, Annabeth reasoned, continuing to carve runes around the leg. Lucian sighed in exasperation. Whatever, he grumbled. Wait, what was I just saying? Damn it. He scratched the side of his head, trying to recall. You were explaining magic circles, Annabeth reminded him. How they function as both a formation and a ritual. The runes act as guides for the ritual, and once arranged in a specific formation, they follow the rules of that structure and execute the commands embedded in the guide. Meanwhile, the circle itself serves as the boundary that contains the magical power. Good. I was just testing to see if you were truly listening, Lucian said smugly. However, he heard Annabeth scoff, clearly not believing a word he had just said. Lucian's cheeks reddened slightly as he cleared his throat. All right, as I was saying, magic circles function as structured frameworks that channel magical energy, providing a stable foundation for spells. The placement of symbols, geometric shapes, and inscriptions determines how magic flows and interacts within the circle's boundaries. Magic circles also serve as ritualistic conduits. The inscriptions, usually runes, glyphs, or ancient scripts, carry instructions that dictate how the magic is executed. These runes act as a language of magic, ensuring that a spell or enchantment follows a precise sequence. Runes are essentially the blueprints of a magic circle. They provide the necessary instructions for the energy to follow, much like coding languages tell a computer how to execute commands. Different runes can represent elements: fire, water, earth, air, actions, binding, destruction, restoration, or even abstract concepts: time, protection, amplification. When arranged in specific formations, they establish rules that govern the magic within the circle. Some runes act as triggers, while others serve as stabilizers, preventing the magic from becoming unstable or volatile. Without runes, a magic circle will be nothing more than an empty boundary. It's the guiding script that brings it to life. Annabeth, still focused on the mechanical leg in front of her, asked, Then how come you can cast spells without a magic circle? I see you using most of your magic freely, especially your shadow magic. I think I have an idea, but I want you to confirm it. Lucian nodded. I know this might sound like a cop-out answer, but it all comes down to intent and willpower. But wouldn't that mean the answer lies in spirituality and the soul? Annabeth interrupted. Think about it. Where does our willpower and intent come from, if not from our souls? Lucian placed a hand on his chin, pondering. Yes and no. It's complicated, and I don't have all the answers, but the thing about magic is, it's not supposed to make perfect sense. That's what makes it magic in the first place. Yes, willpower and intent can come from the soul, but there are other factors at play, like our mentality. Mental strength is closely tied to the spirit, but they're not the same thing. For example, when someone is mentally exhausted and their thoughts feel sluggish, does that mean their soul or spirit has been drained? Of course not, Annabeth responded. Exactly. So willpower and intent involve more than just the spirit. It's a metaphysical concept. But that doesn't mean magic is limitless. Magic itself has rules and limitations that must be followed. It's similar to alchemy. There are fundamental laws within the system that can't be broken. No matter how much belief or willpower I possess, it will never be enough to defy the laws that govern magic, Lucian explained. I see what you're saying, Annabeth nodded, moving toward the ankle of the leg and beginning to draw around the foot. Even if magic itself doesn't necessarily have limits, we as humans do. We're restricted in what we can actually do with it. Exactly. Overall, magic as a whole is... Lucian paused, placing a hand on his chin, lost in thought. What? Why did you stop? Annabeth asked, looking back at Lucian, who was deep in thought and unusually silent. Lucian blinked, then shook his head. You know how the end of my sequence deals with paradoxes, right? Well, I just realized magic itself is a paradox. As magic users, we make the unreal real. Magic, in its essence, is a contradiction. He trailed off, then sighed. Sorry, he apologized, shaking his head again. I just thought I should take note of that for later. Pushing the thought aside, Lucian stood up and walked over to Annabeth. Also, you should stop relying on the quill for a bit. What? What? Annabeth froze, looking bewildered. You'll grow over-dependent on it, and might not be able to use magic properly without it. Can you even control your magic without the quill? Annabeth hesitated. I haven't really tried before, she admitted, glancing down her hand, then at the quill in her other hand. Lucian gently took the quill from her hand and set it aside. Then let's try it out. Annabeth felt her cheeks heat slightly as Lucian stood behind her, guiding her hands with his own. His voice was calm and steady. There isn't a single source of magic inside us, like a core or anything. Magic just is, it flows through us naturally. If there was a core, it would probably be in our hearts. The key is learning how to guide it, not just relying on a tool. Annabeth gave a small, shy smile as she leaned into his presence. All right, so how do I? Just like you've been doing, but without the quill. It's been helping you, but also holding you back. The problem is that you think too much. Magic isn't about thinking, it's about feeling. In a fight, do we have the luxury of stopping to think? Annabeth took a deep breath and nodded. Close your eyes, Lucian instructed. Take a deep breath. Feel it, the power inside you, the energy coursing through your veins. His voice softened as Annabeth focused. Now guide it out. Let it flow through you, through your pores without restraint. Slowly, a silver hue began to shimmer around Annabeth's fingertips. The glow expanded, flowing up her arms, then spreading to envelop her entire body. Her golden hair lifted slightly, as if caught in a gentle breeze, moving like a billowing mane. Annabeth exhaled softly, her silver eyes flickering with an ethereal light as she gazed at the magic surrounding her. This is amazing, she murmured in awe, marveling at the power flowing through her. It was July 4th, and Lucian and Talia were casually walking around camp by themselves. Is Annabeth ever planning to come out? Talia asked, stretching her arms behind her head as they strolled. Lucian scoffed. Are you kidding? She's way too obsessed with her current project. I wouldn't be surprised if she spent the entire day inside and misses the fireworks. Right, I forgot how obsessive Annabeth can get when she's motivated. It's already been a week since she started. Is she close to finishing? Talia asked, gazing up at the clouds. She's almost done with the first of her artificial spirits. She's just working on the final part, the heart, or rather, its core, Lucian explained. Before Talia could comment, Lucian suddenly turned into a black wisp and reappeared in front of her, hands behind his back, leaning forward with a smirk. But you know what this means, don't you? That Annabeth is going to get stronger? Talia guessed, raising an eyebrow as she walked past him, arms still resting behind her head. Lucian wisped in front of her again. No, it means we finally have the chance to go on that date, I promised you. Talia glanced at him briefly before responding, It's honestly too hot to be thinking about a date right now. Well, that's because someone likes wearing black leather jackets in the middle of summer. So don't blame me for that. Lucian shot back. Besides, this is an opportunity. Since it's hot, we can go take a dip in the lake. We haven't had a casual swim before. A swim, huh? Talia considered the idea, then scoffed at Lucian's eager expression. You just want to see me in a bikini, you perv. Lucian put a hand on his chin, pretending to ponder. You know, I wasn't thinking that, but now that you mention it, that does sound pretty enticing. Talia was about to refuse, but Lucian cut in quickly. I'll beg, he teased in a sing-song tone. Yeah, I don't doubt it. You're shameless enough to do that, Talia said with a sigh. Fine, but only because getting in the water actually sounds nice in this blistering heat. Meet me by the docks in 5 minutes, Talia added before disappearing in a streak of lightning. Lucian's shadow spread across his body as he activated his magic, shadow equip, instantly changing into black and red swimming trunks with no shirt. A pair of black sunglasses rested on his face, and a towel appeared in his hands, which he draped over his shoulders. Placing his hands on his hips, he turned toward the docks and grinned. Now the real fun begins. 5 minutes later, Lucian sat at the edge of the docks, hands gripping the ledge as he kicked his feet back and forth, gazing out over the water. The sound of crackling lightning filled the air, followed by the whoosh of someone skidding to a stop behind him. Turning around, he saw Talia slowing from her speed. When she met Lucian's gaze, she found him staring intently, without blinking. Almost instantly, she felt self-conscious, which only irritated her. "What are you staring at so hard?" she snapped, her cheeks turning red. Talia wore a black two-piece swimsuit. The top fit like a tight crop top, emphasizing her toned figure, while her bikini-style shorts had strings tied at the sides. Lucian, without hesitation, summoned his phone from his shadow and snapped a picture. "Delete that, you bastard! Why the hell did you take a picture?" Talia shouted, charging at him with her towel raised. Lucian blocked her slaps with his forearms, laughing. "Because my girlfriend looks good as hell." He gave her a serious thumbs up. "Lucian, I swear to the gods, if you don't delete that, I'll strangle you," Talia growled, gritting her teeth. "Why? You actually look amazing," Lucian said with a smirk. "You should show off more often, but not too often. Otherwise, I will get jealous." His expression suddenly turned dead serious. "In fact, don't show off to anyone else but me. I'm already getting jealous just thinking about someone else seeing you like this." Talia's face reddened even more. It really doesn't look too bad on me." Lucian's teasing smirk softened into a genuine smile. "Trust me, if it did, I'd be the first to laugh in your face and help you pick out a better outfit." Then his eyes glowed with sincerity. "But unfortunately for me, you look too stunning for me to even think about laughing." Talia quickly looked away, her blush deepening. Lucian chuckled to himself. "Cute." Lucian tapped the spot beside him, offering his hand to her. Talia took a deep breath, calming herself before taking his hand and sitting down next to him. "Cold," she exclaimed, dipping her toes into the water. Lucian watched her with amusement, which only made her glare at him. "Shut up," she said, giving him a playful push. She hesitantly placed her toes back in, flinching slightly each time before finally getting used to the sensation, letting her feet skim across the surface. A comfortable silence settled between them. Talia leaned back, closing her eyes and enjoying the peaceful sounds of nature. After a moment, Lucian spoke, breaking the quiet. "I'm sorry if this ruins the mood, but I have to ask, why don't you feel confident in your own body?" He turned to her, his brows knitted together in concern. Talia sat up, looking at him in confusion. "What?" Lucian scratched the back of his head, feeling a bit awkward for bringing it up. "It's just whenever you dress a little more feminine, you look uncomfortable, and you never think you look good. I just wonder why that is. I mean, I really do think you're extremely beautiful, so it doesn't make sense to me." His voice was hesitant but sincere. Talia studied Lucian's face, searching for any teasing or hidden intent, but she found none, just genuine curiosity. "Well, it's like you said, I just feel uncomfortable," she admitted, looking down at her reflection in the water. "All my life, I've been a warrior, surviving and fighting. It's all I know. When people look at me, they don't see a girl first. They see Talia, the warrior, the daughter of Zeus, a powerful demigod. That's just how it's always been." She sighed, running her hand over her toned stomach. "I never had the chance to be a normal girl. Instead of picking up dolls, I picked up a spear. So when it comes to things like wearing a dress, I feel out of place. It's not me. I mean, look at my muscles. What part of this screams feminine?" Lucian tilted his head, considering her words before casually replying, "I might be the weird one here, but muscles on a girl? Hella attractive. So I really can't say I see a problem." Talia blinked, then let out a genuine, amused chuckle. Yes, you're the weird one." Perhaps it was the atmosphere or just the moment between them, but as she looked at Lucian, a softer expression settled on her face. With a quiet sincerity, she admitted, Maybe it's that weirdness that made me fall in love with you. Lucian's eyes widened in shock. Of all people, Talia was even more reserved about her emotions than he was. So hearing her say that so openly completely flustered him. Seeing his reaction, Talia chuckled again. I've always been weak to compliments. And since I'm constantly aware of how people see me, I don't exactly have the highest opinion of myself. But you, she paused, gathering her thoughts. You were the first person to look at me as me. Not as a warrior. Not as Zeus's daughter. Just Talia. She glanced away, cheeks reddening. You're confident. You speak your mind. You don't hesitate to say what you like or don't like. And because of that, I know you mean it when you call me beautiful. Or cute. Or anything like that. Her fingers traced the water's surface. I fell in love with you because, out of everyone, you see me for who I am. And I guess that's something I always wanted but never realized. She let out a quiet sigh, a nostalgic smile playing on her lips. I think my feelings for you really started growing when I wore that black toga for the first time a few years back. Lucian remained silent, processing everything she just said. Then, after a few seconds, Talia spoke again. That's why I chose you instead of Luke. Lucian's head snapped toward her in disbelief. What? Talia smirked at his reaction. What? You thought I didn't know about Luke's feelings for me back then? She paused. Then her eyes widened slightly. Oh, wait a minute. So that's what he meant when he called you a hypocrite. She let out a sigh. Wait, you knew Luke was in love with you? Lucian asked, still trying to wrap his head around it. Did you two have feelings for each other? Talia hummed, tilting her head in thought. At the beginning? Maybe. But we were too busy just trying to survive to think about something like that. But she shook her head, cutting him off. After spending time with both of you, I realized something. Luke, he loved the idea of me. He loved the warrior, the strong demigod who fought by his side. But you never cared about any of that. My strength, my lineage, my status as Zeus's daughter, none of it mattered to you. You just cared about me. Leaning over, she pressed a tender kiss to his cheek. And when I realized that, my feelings started to change. She pulled back, gazing at the sky as a strong wind swept past them, her hair whipping back, the single braid still holding firm. It doesn't mean I stopped caring about Luke. I still do. But she glanced at Lucian with a soft, genuine smile. It's you I love. Lucian could only stare, his face burning red as the words sank in. Talia glanced at Lucian, who was turning bright red, covering his mouth with the back of his hand as he looked off to the side. Seeing his reaction, Talia felt her own face heat up. She quickly turned away, flustered. Stop blushing. You're making it weird. I can't help it. It's not my fault, Lucian exclaimed. How can you say something so embarrassing with such a nice smile? It would have been weirder if I didn't react. Seeing Lucian so embarrassed only made Talia's own embarrassment worse, especially since she was the one who said it. Annoyed, she turned to glare at him, only to find him covering his face with his hands and swaying side to side like a child. You shameful woman, he mumbled dramatically. Talia's eye twitched. Without a second thought, she lifted her foot and kicked him off the dock. Here, why don't you go and cool off since you look like you're about to combust with how red you are? Lucian blinked in surprise as he found himself airborne. Splash! The water exploded where Lucian landed, sending large ripples across the otherwise calm lake. Ha 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 ha! Talia burst into maniacal laughter, pointing at the spot where he had disappeared. Bubbles surfaced, popping one by one. Talia continued laughing, until she noticed the bubbles were getting fewer and fewer. After several long seconds, the bubbling stopped. Lucian was nowhere to be seen. Lucian, Talia called out, her voice suddenly wary. A drop of sweat rolled down her temple. He knows how to swim, right? She quickly reassured herself. Of course he does. I mean, when he took that trip to Europe, he had that race. Her thoughts came to a screeching halt. She suddenly remembered. Lucian had been flying over the water while she had run across the surface. Talia paled. Wait, can he not swim? She whispered in horror. Before she could dive in after him, the water erupted. Lucian burst from beneath the surface, chest puffed out, arms spread wide. Talia instinctively leaned back as water splashed her face. She barely had time to react before she felt hands wrap around her legs. Her head snapped downward. Lucian was grinning at her, a grin filled with pure malice. Now, wait a minute, Lucian. Ha 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 ha. Nope. With a wicked cackle, Lucian yanked her off the dock. Wawa! Talia shrieked as she was flung head first into the lake. Splash! Lucian threw his head back, laughing maniacally. Ha 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 ha. Who's laughing now? He curled his fingers like a supervillain. Talia exploded from the water, drenched, her hair sticking to her face. With an enraged expression, she swung her arm, sending a small wave of water splashing right into Lucian's smug face. You asshole! You're the bigger one. You threw me in first. Lucian shot back, splashing her with equal force. The two launched into an all-out water war, flinging waves at each other with increasing intensity. At first, their expressions were filled with vengeance. But as the battle raged on, their glares softened. Their splashes became lighter. Their movements slowed. And before they realized it, they had stopped. They both looked at each other, taking in how drenched they were, the water glistening against their skin. Droplets ran down their faces, dripping from their hair. PhD. Neither of them knew who started it, but suddenly they both burst into laughter as they floated, gently moving their arms through the water. Lucian hunched over slightly as he laughed before straightening up and running a hand through his hair, slicking it back with a bright grin. Talia, still chuckling, found herself watching him, watching the way the water slid down his face, the way his smile lit up his features. Her laughter softened into a quiet chuckle, her cheeks reddening as an inexplicable look flickered in her eyes. When Lucian finally turned toward her, he froze for a moment. Talia had glanced away, a blush dusting her cheeks as she tucked a strand of wet hair behind her ear. His ears turned slightly red in response. They were close, closer than either of them realized, staring at each other as their laughter faded into silence. Lucian couldn't stop himself. He leaned forward and pressed a kiss against her lips. Talia jumped slightly, startled by the sudden gesture, but Lucian had already pulled back, now looking at her with an almost shy expression. Seeing him flustered, something inside Talia stirred. Her heart skipped a beat, and before she could stop herself, she went on the offensive. Lucian swam closer, wrapping an arm around her waist, pulling her flush against him. Talia placed her hands against his chest as she tilted her head slightly, their lips meeting again and again. Below the water, their legs tangled as they slowly kicked to keep themselves afloat. As the kiss deepened, they both slowed down, savoring the moment. Lucian's hands remained on her waist, while Talia's rested against his chest. Their eyes met, and the space between them seemed to hum with energy. In case I haven't told you yet, or in case you don't know. Lucian murmured, his voice serious. I also love you. No, not also love you. He pressed his forehead against hers, his gaze unwavering. You shared your feelings with me openly, so it's only right that I do the same. If I didn't, I'd be doing you and our relationship a disservice. Talia didn't say anything, just smiled and looped her arms around his shoulders, crossing them behind his neck. She looked at him with anticipation, eager to hear what else he had to say. Lucian exhaled. Your feelings developed faster than mine. Mine were more gradual. Believe it or not, it was during our war games. That's when I started to realize it. Talia raised an eyebrow. So, constantly winning against me and tormenting me must have made me super attractive in your eyes. Huh, she teased. Lucian chuckled. No, it's the fact that you never stopped trying. His expression softened. Anyone else in your shoes would have given up. They would have thought it was impossible to beat me, lost their motivation. But you never did. You kept pushing forward, trying new ways to improve every time you lost. That drive, that determination, it's one of the things I admire most about you. Talia muttered under her breath. Or I'm just a sore loser. Lucian smirked. Or you're someone with an unbreakable will. You call me the weird one, but you're just as weird as I am. That stubbornness of yours? That fire? It keeps me on my toes, pushes me to improve. That's something I truly appreciate in a partner. Talia narrowed her eyes, catching the shift in his tone. You're holding something back. What else? Lucian hesitated, then exhaled. All right, don't laugh, but I think all my feelings for you finally came together the day we were at the observatory, talking about your fear and hesitation over the prophecy. That's when I realized I truly love you. Talia blushed, looking away. Why that moment? She asked softly. Lucian rubbed the back of his neck. Because in that moment, I felt needed. Like I was your own personal hero. You let yourself be vulnerable with me, and I wanted to be the one to protect that vulnerability. It made me realize something. His cheeks darkened as he admitted, my mother has been training me since I was young to be the greatest hero the Greeks have ever known. A hero with a legend greater than Jason's. Then, almost bashfully, he added, but when I realized I loved you, I also realized that I would gladly throw all of that away just to be your hero alone. Talia stared at him, wide-eyed, her lips parting slightly as emotions she couldn't name swirled inside her. Then, without hesitation, she cupped the back of his head and crashed her lips against his. When they finally parted, her eyes were watery, and she whispered, "Geez," that almost sounded like a proposal. Lucian let out a weak chuckle. I'm just glad you didn't laugh. Talia smirked. Laughing would be a disservice to you and our relationship, she said, throwing his words back at him with a teasing lilt. Lucian smiled, shaking his head, and they leaned in once more. Their next kiss wasn't filled with fiery passion. It was soft, slow, and overflowing with love. Talia kept her arms around Lucian's neck as they kissed by the lake, his hands resting on her waist and back. They were pressed against each other, their lips never parting. When they finally did pull away, their faces remained close, eyes meeting before they both chuckled softly. I think we should slow down, Talia said, brushing her fingers against Lucian's lips. Our lips are starting to get chapped. Lucian smirked and kissed her hand. We both have healing abilities. We'll be fine. Talia rolled her eyes and wiped his lip with her thumb, caressing it softly. Is this really how you want to spend the rest of our date? Glued to each other's faces. You say that like it's a bad thing, Lucian mused. It is. Being stuck with you more than I have to? Sounds like torture. She let out a dramatic sigh. Wow. Lucian blinked at her exaggerated exasperation. And here I thought we were having a moment. We were, Talia said, crossing her arms. But it's over now. Our relationship wouldn't be the same if I couldn't be mean to you. Lucian chuckled. Fair point. He suddenly gripped her waist. Talia raised a brow, glancing down at his hands. Watch it, mister. What are you? Have a safe trip. Lucian grinned before launching her into the sky. Lucian, you bastard. I'm going to kill you. Talia screamed as she soared upward. From her vantage point, she could see the entire lake before gravity pulled her back down. Narrowing her eyes, she extended a hand. The air around her swirled, gathering into a sphere of blue energy. When she clenched her fist, the energy solidified into a massive, ornate spear with a glowing spearhead and flowing blue chains near the tip. Adjusting her posture midair, she cocked her arm back. Eat shit, you bastard, she roared, hurling the spear toward Lucian. The air cracked as the weapon tore through the sky, leaving a shockwave in its wake. Lucian smirked, extending a hand to the side. Darkness rippled along his arm, coalescing into a long, jagged blade. With a powerful push, he propelled himself into the air, the water below rising in small waves from the force. As Talia's spear neared, he swung his blade upward, meeting the attack head-on. The moment their weapons clashed, a brilliant flash of light burst between them, followed by an explosion of energy. Lucian was sent flying backward, skipping across the water surface. Talia, meanwhile, landed gracefully on the lake, skidding across the surface tension. Before the water broke beneath her, she surged forward in a burst of lightning, splitting the lake in her wake. Lucian steadied himself midair, thrusters igniting beneath his feet. The force sent ripples across the water as he leaned forward, fire erupting from his palms to propel him at blinding speed. Both shot toward each other, one a streak of blue lightning, the other a spinning blur of red and black flames. Their speeds intensified until Talia became a sphere of crackling blue electricity, arcs of lightning dancing across the water surface. Lucian spun wildly, his body engulfed in swirling black and red flames, the heat beneath him turning the lake's surface into steam. The moment they collided, both aimed for a high kick, legs meeting midair in a violent clash. The impact unleashed a shockwave so intense it sank the water beneath them, sending a massive wave rippling outward. As the water settled, Talia and Lucian remained in the center of the lake, locked in a contest of strength. Despite still being in their bathing suits, they fought fiercely, muscles tensed. Talia gritted her teeth, determined to overpower Lucian, while he grinned, sharp canines showing. Their legs trembled against each other, mostly from Talia's efforts to push Lucian back. Then, with a sudden shift, Lucian hooked his leg around hers and dragged them both into the water. A massive pillar of water erupted skyward, shimmering blue before crashing back down in a foamy white cascade. Lucian and Talia floated aimlessly on the surface of the lake, water drizzling around them in a light shower. "Lucian, I detest your guts," Talia said, completely deadpan. Lucian turned his head toward her, smirking. "Come on, even you have to admit that was badass as hell, right?" Talia scoffed, but an inexplicable smile tugged at her lips. Lucian raised his hands, inspecting his pruny fingers. "Anyway, my hands are already turning wrinkly. Let's get out of here." Talia glanced at her own hands and sighed. "Agreed. Race you back to the docks." Lucian suggested, grinning. "Oh, you're on. If there's one thing I'm confident in, it's my speed," Talia said, flipping over in the water. "All right, some ground rules first," Lucian said, swimming next to her. "No elemental abilities, just a straight-up swimming race to see who's the fastest." Talia smirked. "Why? Afraid I'll win?" Lucian rolled his eyes. "I could teleport and win in an instant." To prove his point, darkness swirled around him, and he disappeared, only to reappear on the dock a second later. Then, just as quickly, he was back in the water. "This is just for your benefit." Talia clicked her tongue. "Fine. No abilities." Lucian chuckled at her annoyed expression. They both lined up in the middle of the lake, side by side. "Ready?" he asked. Talia nodded. "Go!" Lucian dove in and started swimming. "What? No countdown!" Talia shouted in disbelief before quickly diving in after him. She kicked her legs rapidly, slicing through the water, her arms working furiously to catch up. But Lucian was already ahead, his extraordinary strength giving him a natural advantage. Each stroke propelled him forward with powerful, practiced precision. Still, Talia wasn't one to back down. She was right on his tail, her natural speed more than enough to contend with his raw power in the water. Lucian, ever the show-off, spun around mid-swim to look at her, grinning. He started swimming backward, hands behind his head, even pretending to yawn. Then, with a powerful kick, he surged forward and broke through the surface, launching himself into the air. He landed firmly on the dock, grinning triumphantly. A moment later, Talia's head popped out of the water. She gasped for air, wiped her face, and glared up at Lucian. "Cheater. How so?" Lucian asked innocently, offering her a hand. "For starters, you didn't do a countdown and took off before I was ready," she grumbled, taking his hand. "For one, I did ask if you were ready." Lucian barely had time to process what was happening before Talia yanked him back into the water. Now, standing on the dock, she smirked down at him. "Also, you aren't the only one that can play dirty. You're the last one out, so I win." Lucian resurfaced, shaking his head before pulling himself back up. Grabbing his towel, he tossed Talia's to her. "Well, I suppose I'll let you have this one, considering you had to resort to dirty tactics. You were the first to play dirty." Talia shot back as they both began drying off. Lucian draped his towel over his shoulders and smirked. "Doesn't matter. What's important is that I made us lunch." Interested, Talia arched an eyebrow. "Ow, you only came up with this date idea 5 minutes before we left." Lucian grinned smugly. "The great thing about shadow clones? I get to have all the fun while they do all the work." Talia chuckled. You really went out of your way to prepare, huh? Lucian took her hand and placed a gentle kiss on the back of it, bowing dramatically. Of course, I could never disappoint my beautiful lady. His damp hair fell over his face, somehow making him look even more charming. A faint blush dusted Talia's cheeks, but she quickly shook it off, snatching her hand back and smacking him lightly on the head. Let's just go, you clown. Lucian grinned. Am I at least your clown? Talia snorted. Yeah, my own personal royal jester. A picnic basket? Talia asked, her expression deadpan. What? You don't want? Lucian replied, holding up the basket he had just pulled from his shadow. A little afternoon snack, watching the sunset, and when it gets dark, fireworks under the stars and moon. Talia made a gagging motion, pretending to puke. Ugh, that sounds disgustingly sweet. You're just a hater, Lucian scoffed, placing the basket by his waist and walking ahead. Come on, that sounds like the ideal date. Talia scoffed as she folded her arms. Since when have you been a romantic? It's weird and unnatural. Your face is weird and unnatural, Lucian shot back. He immediately ducked, dodging a swing aimed at his head. Laughing, he weaved around, effortlessly evading the flurry of punches and kicks Talia threw at him. As he leaned back to dodge another, he smirked. Besides, are you really going to say no to my cooking? You sure you want to pass up what's in here? He started fanning the basket, wafting the scent toward her. Talia froze as her nose twitched. What's in there? Chicken sandwiches, burgers, drinks, a variety of potato dishes, homemade pizza, a couple of desserts like cheesecake and pudding. Say no more. Talia snatched the basket from his hands and marched ahead. You know what? A picnic actually sounds perfect. Lucian rolled his eyes. Fat ass. Talia didn't even hesitate. She spun on her heel and sent a kick flying backward. Lucian barely managed to block, crossing his arms just in time. What? I was complimenting your ass from behind as you walked ahead. What's wrong with that? Lucian exclaimed in mock injustice. Without missing a beat, Talia spun again, aiming another kick at him. A small blush crossed her face. First of all, you perverted bastard. I knew exactly what you meant. And second of all, I'm going to go get changed, so stop staring at my butt. Her blush deepened as she stomped away. Lucian sighed dramatically. Please don't change. You look amazing right now. A snack for sore eyes. That's not how the saying goes, Talia scoffed. Before she could protest further, Lucian suddenly scooped her up and slung her over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes. By the time you get changed, the food will be cold, he said matter-of-factly, already marching forward. Wah, Lucian, you bastard, put me down this instant. Talia screamed, thrashing and kicking. Don't wanna. Now come on, vamonos, Lucian said, puffing out his chest and striding ahead with exaggerated confidence. Talia gripped the basket tightly, flailing. Lucian, if you don't release me right now, I swear I'll scream. Lucian snapped his fingers. Shadows surged around her, wrapping over her mouth. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she slowly turned to glare at the back of his head. M-H-M, C-R-H-M? Talia muffled voice screamed, which translated to, Are you crazy? Lucian turned his head, flashing a blindingly innocent smile. I'm kidnapping you, huh? He skipped forward, still carrying her over his shoulder. Talia's eye twitched. Her bloodshot gaze drilled into the back of his head, pure rage radiating from her. The dryads hidden behind the trees peeked out, watching the scene in stunned silence, but did absolutely nothing to stop it. Lucian finally set Talia down at the top of a large hill, where they could see the lake, the forest, and even Camp Half-Blood from above. It was a breathtaking view. Not that Talia cared. She was still bound by shadow constructs, legs tied to prevent escape. Ignoring her shaking fury and bloodshot eyes, Lucian grabbed the basket from her hands, still grinning. Flowers practically bloomed in the background behind him. He set the basket down and pulled out a red and white checkered blanket. With a dramatic flick, he spread it across the grass before skipping back over to Talia. She was still staring at him, in such disbelief that she forgot her hands weren't tied. Lucian picked her up in a princess carry and gently placed her onto the picnic blanket. Then, He sat down across from her, the basket perfectly centered between them. Hugging his legs, he took a deep breath. Isn't nature wonderful? He asked, flashing that same innocent, glowing smile. Talia's rage peaked. Without thinking, she unleashed her aura of intimidation. A wave of crimson energy surged from her, twisting into the shape of a distorted, demonic skull. Lucian just kept smiling. PFTT, he couldn't hold it in any longer. His composure shattered as he burst into laughter. Ha ha, I'm sorry. I couldn't help it. It was just too funny. He snapped his fingers, releasing her restraints. Talia turned into a streak of lightning, tackling Lucian to the ground. Straddling his waist, her hands wrapped tightly around his neck, she glared down at him with a murderous expression. I'm going to fucking kill you, you stupid brat. Lucian, completely unfazed, simply rested his arms behind his head and smirked. Oh, kinky, I like that. Talia froze. Her grip faltered as her expression shifted into deep contemplation. Then, with a heavy sigh, she released him and rolled off. I'm going to kill you in your sleep when you least expect it. You bastard, she grumbled. Sliding back to her original spot, she grabbed a burger from the picnic basket, crossing her legs as she took a bite. She chewed slowly, covering her mouth with her hand as she kept her gaze pointedly away from Lucian. Her face burned. That perverted bastard. That perverted pig. He had a fucking boner when I was on top of him. Did I really excite him? God damn it. Why do I feel kind of proud of that? The fuck is wrong with me? Lucian, still sprawled on the blanket, stared at the sky with an air of nonchalance. Internally, however, he was screaming, Hey, Emma, fucking kill me now. She definitely felt it. She definitely fucking felt it. What the fuck is wrong with me? Stupid puberty. I'm a growing boy, so it's natural, but did it really have to happen when she was on top of me, with her hand around my neck? Now, I look like a fucking pervert. Awa. Still keeping up his act, Lucian sat up, casually unpacking the rest of the food onto the blanket. He grabbed something to eat, chewing absent-mindedly. Both of them, lost in their own embarrassment, had the same thought. I can't taste anything. This is so fucking embarrassing. An awkward silence settled over them. Whenever they tried to talk, their words came out in stiff, one-word responses. But slowly, one word turned to two, then to three, until finally they were speaking in full sentences again. Before long, they were laughing. Their appetites returned as they devoured the meal Lucian's shadow clones had prepared. Now lying on the blanket, Talia rested her hands over her stomach, while Lucian kept his arms behind his head, his legs lazily swaying side to side. They watched as the sky turned orange with the setting sun, chuckling at Lucian's exaggerated retellings of their past adventures. Lucian moved the picnic basket aside, leaving an empty space between them. As the sun dipped lower and stars started to twinkle, a cool night breeze swept over them. Talia shivered. Ugh, I really should have changed. How the hell did I let a bastard like you convince me to stay like this? Lucian rolled his eyes before extending an arm toward her. Talia blinked, confused, until he made a small, beckoning motion with his hand. She hesitated, blushing. Oh, what the hell? We've been through way more embarrassing situations. With a sigh, she rolled closer, allowing Lucian to pull her into his embrace. Her head rested on his chest, and for a moment, she just listened to his heartbeat. I suppose this isn't so bad. She buried her face against his chest, breathing in his scent. A fluttering sensation built in her stomach when she felt him lean down and press a soft kiss to the top of her head. Damn it, I hate how good that felt. Before she could react, shadows swirled around her, wrapping her in warmth. Lucian had used Shadow Equip to drape one of his sweaters over her. It was slightly oversized, thanks to his larger build, covering her bottom and extending past her hands. Talia tugged the collar up over her nose, inhaling deeply. It smells like him. I'm keeping this, she announced, her tone leaving no room for argument. What? But that's my favorite sweater. Lucian protested. Too bad. Get a new favorite. This one's mine now, she said smugly. Lucian sighed. shaking his head. Fine. Keep it. Talia smirked, cuddling closer to him in triumph. Thanks, she muttered softly, closing her eyes. Lucian merely hummed in confirmation as he and Talia remained lost in their own world, ignoring the bright campfires and the lively 4th of July celebration happening in the background. The sounds of laughter, music, and crackling flames filled the air, but to them, it was nothing more than distant noise, irrelevant and unimportant. Neither of them was tired enough to sleep, but they kept their eyes closed, too focused on the warmth of being tangled together. Phew, boom. Both Lucian and Talia opened their eyes just in time to see a massive purple firework explode across the sky, illuminating the night in dazzling light. Phew, 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 boom, 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 boom. A cascade of fireworks followed, each bursting in vibrant colors that painted the darkness above. The display wasn't just random. The fireworks moved and formed images, weaving a visual tale. One set of explosions morphed into an animated retelling of the recent quest Lucian and Percy had undertaken. Lucian's face twisted in irritation as he watched the scene unfold. I look nothing like that while fighting Heracles. This is blasphemy. Talia, however, was struggling to contain her laughter, hiding her face against Lucian's chest as she shook with amusement. The animated version of Heracles was depicted in all his towering, godly glory, while Lucian's figure looked significantly less flattering. They continued watching the fireworks, but Talia soon lost interest in the sky. Instead, she turned her gaze to Lucian, observing the subtle expressions that crossed his face as he watched the display. Lucian noticed and raised an eyebrow. "You're missing the fireworks." Talia leaned in and kissed him gently on the lips. "Thank you, Lucian. Today was amazing. I had a blast." She pulled back, grinning brightly. Lucian, slightly flustered, muttered, "Well, I'm glad you enjoyed yourself." Talia sighed dramatically. "Well, the day would have been better if you weren't such an ass, but I guess beggars can't be choosers. I'll just have to be content with this. So count yourself fortunate." "Oh, so lucky," Lucian deadpanned. Yes, you are," Talia said smugly. "After all, I'm such a considerate girlfriend. You must have done a lot of good deeds in your past lives to earn this much luck." Lucian snorted and leaned in, pulling her closer before kissing her lips playfully. "And people call me narcissistic." They chuckled between their kisses, the fireworks above casting a warm glow around them, making the moment feel even more surreal. That was when they both sensed something fast, approaching rapidly. Their heads snapped to the side, just in time to see a figure streaking toward them. Annabeth, wings of gleaming celestial bronze spread wide, was descending at full speed. She hurtled toward the ground, coming in way too fast. Lucian and Talia sat up just as Annabeth skidded across the grass, kicking up dirt, before tumbling into an ungraceful roll. "Annabeth!" They both shouted in alarm. Annabeth's head popped up from the ground, her face smeared with dirt, blood trickling from her nose. Her eyes, shadowed by deep bags, gleamed with manic excitement. With a crazed look, she began crawling toward them. "I did it," she panted, her voice shaky with exhilaration. "It's complete. My first homunculus. My first artificial spirit." Still on her hands and knees, she reached into her pouch, pulling out a small mechanical heart. It gleamed with intricate cogs and runes, glowing faintly with a warm orange light. Annabeth grabbed Lucian's hand and pressed the heart into his palm, gripping it tightly as she stared into his eyes with feverish intensity. "Take this," she whispered, her breath uneven, "and fill it with all of your shadow and darkness energy. Once you're done, come with me and witness the birth of my greatest creation." Lucian and Talia stared at her, utterly baffled. Annabeth's grip tightened. "Stop looking at me like I'm crazy and start charging that thing up. If it's your energy, I know he'll be strong." Lucian blinked. Talia raised an eyebrow. "Annabeth, when was the last time you slept?" Lucian asked cautiously. Annabeth ignored him, her grin widening into something slightly unhinged. "Hurry up, damn it." Annabeth stood up and dusted the dirt off her body as her wings tucked back behind her. "Go on. That's the last piece I need." Lucian shrugged. "All right, fine," he said, standing up and placing both hands on the mechanical heart. As soon as he touched it, darkness began pouring out of his body in an uncontrollable wave. However, instead of spreading outward, the darkness was siphoned directly into the heart. The metallic surface slowly became pitch black, absorbing Lucian's energy. Lucian's brows furrowed as he felt his insides twist uncomfortably. The heart was now half filled, and as it became more tainted, sweat began sliding down his face. "Just how much does this thing hold?" Lucian asked through gritted teeth. "I'm not bragging, but my energy reserves are impressive, and it's still draining me." As soon as the heart reached its limit, a shockwave of darkness exploded from it, knocking Lucian to the ground. He breathed heavily, resting his arms on his knees as he stared at the floating heart. It radiated an all-consuming darkness, absorbing what little light remained in the room, while a dark red glow outlined its edges. "Annabeth, what exactly is that?" Talia asked, stunned. "I shall call it the Black Heart," Annabeth declared with a growing grin, cupping the object carefully in her hands. Lucian scoffed. "Really? How original, naming it after my last name." "Thank you," Annabeth replied shamelessly as she tucked the heart into her pouch. She then grabbed Lucian and Talia's hands. "Now, come on. We're about to witness the birth of my greatest creation." As she dragged them along, Lucian's shadow extended behind him, absorbing the basket and blanket before retracting. As they passed through the ongoing party, Nico and Bianca noticed and decided to follow, curiosity piqued by Annabeth's mysterious project. When they entered the workshop, everyone froze in shock. Sitting in the middle of the room on a wooden chair was a mechanical doll. Glowing orange runes covered its body, pulsing with energy. It had no facial features, just a flat, blank surface where a face should be. A large magic circle surrounded it. "Okay, that's creepy," Bianca muttered, eyeing the doll warily. Annabeth ignored her and stepped forward. She pressed on the doll's left pectoral, causing a hidden compartment in its chest to slide open. Reaching into her pouch, she pulled out the pulsing black and red heart and carefully placed it inside before sealing the compartment shut. She then stepped back, standing just outside the magic circle's range. Everyone watched in silent anticipation. Annabeth stretched both arms forward, closed her eyes, and began chanting in a mixture of ancient Greek and Latin. Her voice carried the weight of an invocation, calling upon forces of shadow and creation. She spoke of something born from her spirit, something forged from the power of darkness itself. The same chant echoed over and over, causing the magic circle to glow. The lifeless husk suddenly twitched. Then it began to rise from its chair, floating mid-air like a suspended marionette. A low grinding noise filled the air as metal shifted within its chest. Then, without warning, pure darkness, ink black and lightless, burst forth from the heart. Yet, the darkness wasn't wild or chaotic. Instead, it wrapped itself tightly around the husk, merging with the glowing sigils that lined its body. Annabeth's face tightened with focus as sweat formed along her brow. The doll no longer looked like simple metal. It was changing, becoming something more. The runes and shadows entwined, shaping the once rigid frame into something more organic. The silhouette grew defined, abs forming along its midsection, pectoral muscles forming on its chest. A jawline and shoulder blades took shape, while flowing shadows coiled upward, becoming strands of hair. Two thin lines appeared on its blank face, forming what looked like closed eyes. And then, it breathed. As they all watched, they heard Annabeth begin to pant. Turning toward her, they saw her grinning madly, blood flowing freely from her nose and dripping onto the ground. "Annabeth!" Talia exclaimed, seeing how weak she had become. Without hesitation, she dove in, catching Annabeth alongside Lucian. Both of them supported her as she continued to chant, seemingly unconcerned about her condition. As Lucian steadied Annabeth's body, they noticed a finger twitch on the shadowy figure before them. Slowly, it began to stir, its movements stiff and mechanical at first before becoming more fluid. It spread its arms wide, stabilizing the darkness that clung to its form. Annabeth's knees buckled, but she held out her hand. The glowing magic circle dimmed as the shadowed figure, now highlighted in red, gently floated back down. The moment it touched the ground, the magic circle stopped glowing, and Annabeth let out a gasping breath, lowering her hand. In one fluid motion, the black and red figure knelt on one knee, fist to the ground, head lowered, its eyes still closed. Annabeth pressed a shaky hand to her forehead and sighed. I'm fine. Just a little lightheaded. Here, drink this, Lucian said, pulling a flask from his shadow, one of his potions. Annabeth took it gratefully, not taking her eyes off the figure in front of them. After a moment, she turned to Lucian and asked, Can you give it something to wear? Lucian shot her a weird look, but sighed, complying. He carefully touched the figure's shoulder, using shadow equip combined with the mist to form clothing. The figure was now clad in a white dress shirt, a sleeveless vest, and dress pants, almost like a bartender. Annabeth, now wiping the blood from her nose with a cloth, could sense through their connection that the figure was waiting for permission to act. Speak, she commanded. Slowly, the figure opened its eyes, revealing two pure red pupils. Though it lacked a mouth, they somehow knew it was smiling, confidently at that. I personally greet you, O Master, my grand creator, the figure said in a deep, sultry voice. It placed a hand where its heart should have been and looked up at her with reverence. Annabeth giggled excitedly. From now on, you shall be known as Knox, the spirit of darkness and shadows. What a magnificent name, Knox declared, placing a hand over his heart before extending the other toward Annabeth. Annabeth placed her hand in his, and Knox lowered his head, kissing it. I thank the grand creator for bestowing upon me the privilege of a name and identity. I shall cherish this blessing forever. With a bright smile, Annabeth turned to Lucian, leaning her head against him as she asked, Isn't our son precious? Lucian froze. Our what? He asked, staring at her in disbelief. Annabeth clasped her hands to her cheeks, swaying side to side. Our son, silly. He was created using my spiritual energy and your power over darkness and shadow. He's literally born from the both of us. Lucian wasn't the only one looking utterly horrified. Both Bianca and Talia stared at Annabeth as if she had lost her mind. Annabeth only giggled mischievously. Go on, Knox. Greet your dad. Greetings, father, Knox said formally, raising a hand in greeting. I ain't your fucking daddy, Lucian exclaimed, flinching backward. Nico stepped forward and, without missing a beat, raised a hand in greeting. Greetings. I'm your uncle, Nico. Don't encourage it. Lucian snapped. Annabeth merely smiled. Knox, enter power-saving form. Shadows wrapped around Knox, and in an instant he transformed into a small, black wisp with stubby arms and a ghost-like tail. His large, round eyes blinked up at them as he hovered in place, now small enough to fit in the palm of a hand. Huo, he greeted in a high-pitched, adorable voice. Lucian stared at Knox. Knox stared at Lucian. After a long pause, Lucian's expression turned serious. It looks like I'm your daddy, son. Annabeth scoffed. She knew that would work. After all, both Talia and Lucian had one thing in common. They were weak to small, cute creatures. It's kind of cute, Talia muttered as she held the small, shadowy wisp in her palm. Bianca stared at it, poking its dark cheeks before asking, What exactly does it do? I'm so glad you asked, Annabeth said, puffing out her chest proudly. Knox, deactivate energy-saving mode, she commanded. The tiny wisp flew from Talia's hands and landed at the center of the magic circle where it was created. Darkness expanded, swirling around as Knox grew to his full size. Adjusting his two-piece outfit, he rolled up his sleeves and straightened his tie. What is it that you desire, Grand Creator? Annabeth immediately crossed her arms, frowning. First off, stop calling me Grand Creator. Call me Mom, Mommy, Mother, or Mama, If you so wish. Not some formal title, she insisted, lifting her chin. Knox dramatically pressed his eyes against his forearm, his form trembling. To have the privilege of calling thee, my creator, my mother. I am unworthy. To think of being such as I was brought into existence by one so compassionate and noble. My heart overflows with gratitude. Annabeth smirked as she turned to the others, catching the looks they were giving her. He gets his humor from his father. Lucian's lips twitched as he pinched the bridge of his nose. I'm still a virgin, and I already have to deal with this shit, he muttered under his breath. Bianca patted Lucian's back sympathetically. All right, drop the act, Knox. We're going to be testing your abilities, Annabeth said. Instantly, Knox's demeanor shifted. His previous dramatic personality faded, replaced by a cold, calculating presence. As you wish, he responded, his tone devoid of emotion. He examined his hands, clenching and unclenching them. I, too, desire to understand the full extent of my potential. His sudden change startled everyone, except Annabeth, who had anticipated this reaction when she forged his heart out of darkness. One of his main abilities, Annabeth said, reaching for her dagger. Without hesitation, she flung it at Knox's head at full strength. The blade passed straight through him. A hole formed where his face should have been, but the darkness quickly condensed and reformed, restoring his original appearance. He's impervious to physical attacks, Annabeth announced, looking pleased. Then she smirked. Assassinate. In an instant, the room was consumed by darkness. Every trace of light vanished in a Knox's form, leaving them all blinded. Even more unsettling, his presence disappeared entirely from their senses. Yet Lucian remained unimpressed. He didn't need his vision or detect Knox's presence to know where he was. He turned his head slightly, his cold gaze fixed behind him. Knox's dark claws hovered inches from Lucian's throat. You have 5 seconds before Annabeth's work becomes a meaningless project, Lucian warned icily. And what could you possibly do, father? Knox teased, although he didn't possess a mouth or teeth. If he did, they would have been razor-sharp as he smiled. But Lucian didn't flinch. Instead, he plunged his hand straight into Knox's chest, grasping something within his shadowy form. The air grew tense. As your father, let me teach you the first lesson about respect and arrogance, Lucian said, his crimson eyes glowing ominously. Everyone has a weakness. You should be more protective of yours. Knox froze. Lucian had his core, the heart of his very being, firmly in his grasp. After a moment, Knox retracted his claws and took a step back, bowing slightly. I apologize for my actions. I merely wished to test and understand the being known as father. I meant no disrespect. Lucian scoffed, withdrawing his hand. I'll let it slide this time, only because Annabeth ordered you. Annabeth looked slightly apologetic. As you can see, Knox's primary function is assassination. It's one of the main reasons I created him in the first place. Originally, I considered constructing elemental guardians, fire, water, earth, air, but I found that concept both basic and impractical. Instead, I focused on something more abstract, shadows. She gestured toward Knox. I got the idea from Lucian's shadow soldiers. Knox will be both my guardian in the shadows and my warrior when I need something done. Knox inclined his head. I will ensure you are never dissatisfied with my service. Annabeth nodded, then asked curiously, do you sense any additional abilities beyond your current understanding of darkness and shadow? Knox studied his hands before crouching down. Placing his palms on the ground, he focused. The stone beneath them began to blacken, turning brittle and lifeless. It wasn't just darkness, it was decay. My darkness is corrosive, Knox observed. I can taint and corrupt anything I touch, should I so desire. Nico turned to Lucian, intrigued. Can you do that too? Lucian closed his eyes for a moment, then shook his head. I bet there's a lot he can do that I can't. Huh, why is that? I thought the whole darkness and shadow thing was your shtick. Talia asked. Lucian sighed. 1. I have too many powers and abilities to master, so I haven't explored the full potential of just one. While I could do a lot with darkness, Knox can likely do even more simply because he's essentially an elemental spirit. For him, wielding darkness is instinctive. His core is made entirely of it. That means his proficiency is like someone who has trained for years. He gestured toward Knox. Take what he did earlier. When he robbed us of our vision, he didn't just shroud the area in darkness to blind us like I would have. Instead, he absorbed the surrounding light, making it disappear. I hadn't thought of doing that before. It's a genius application of darkness. Knox looked pleased with the praise. Lucian then asked, "What did you do with the light you absorbed?" "I released it back, restoring your vision." Knox answered, slightly confused about where Lucian was going with this. Lucian smirked. "That's another one of your limitations. You're instinctively talented with darkness, but you don't think beyond that. Have you considered storing that absorbed light and using it as a weapon? Like a blinding flash or a concentrated beam, potentially burning someone with the accumulated energy?" Knox's eyes widened in astonishment. I wouldn't have thought of that. But with enough trial and error, I could probably do it." He looked at Lucian with newfound respect. Lucian tapped his chin thoughtfully. "You know, we could learn a lot from each other. I could benefit from your instinctive knowledge of darkness, and in return, I could train you in combat and strategy." That doesn't sound bad at all," Knox admitted, his expression shifting into what could only be described as a pleased smile. "I would be honored." Lucian placed a hand on Annabeth's head, giving her an approving nod. "Although I'm not thrilled about unexpectedly becoming a father without my consent, I like him. He's useful, and I see a lot of potential in him." "You did well, Annabeth." Annabeth blushed, scratching her cheek. "Thanks. What element are you going to work on next?" Talia asked curiously. Annabeth blinked. "Oh, that. Well, tomorrow, I'll start working on his sister." "My sister?" Knox repeated in surprise. Am I already being replaced?" "See? His father's humor," Annabeth said with a chuckle. "And no, you're not being replaced. So you're making an elemental of light?" Lucian asked, raising an eyebrow. "Right on the first guess. I commissioned the Hephaestus cabin to forge multiple celestial bronze body parts, so I'm going to make as many as I can." Annabeth grinned proudly. "How many are you planning to create?" Nico asked curiously. "Are you building an army?" Annabeth shook her head. "I'm only making 4. Any more than that, and I'd have too many weaknesses." "Weaknesses?" Talia frowned. Annabeth nodded. "All of them are being created using my spiritual energy. If their core is destroyed, I'll suffer a backlash. 4 is the limit. I can take that many hits, but it would still leave me brain dead if they were all destroyed. If I made 5, my soul could shatter. So, 4 is the max." Talia and Bianca looked horrified, about to protest, but Lucian intervened. "I won't argue with you," he said, closing his eyes. "You've already resolved yourself to face the consequences." Annabeth giggled and wrapped her arms around Lucian's waist. "I'm glad you understand. Besides, I know that if I do end up brain dead, you'd find a way to fix me." She grinned confidently. Lucian scoffed. "That's the only reason I'm not stopping you." The next day, to everyone's surprise, Lucian stood by the entrance of the camp early in the morning, wearing a cloak draped over his body with the hood down. The sun was still rising over the horizon. "Where are you going?" Annabeth asked, narrowing her eyes slightly. "Just a short trip," Lucian replied with a shrug. "I'll be gone for about a week, though. Can we come with you?" Nico asked hopefully. Lucian ruffled his hair. "Sorry, buddy, not this time. The place I'm going doesn't allow visitors." "Why won't you say where you're going?" Talia questioned. Lucian rolled his eyes. "I want to appear mysterious, obviously." "Of course," Talia deadpanned. Lucian turned to Annabeth and ruffled her hair as well. "Don't worry, I'll be back in time for your birthday. I'll even bring you a present." Annabeth pouted cutely at him. "You better. So, can we just come and go from camp whenever we want?" Bianca wondered aloud. Lucian winked at her. "That's a privilege only us children of Hades possess. The rest of you are stuck here." Nico and Bianca grinned, pleased with their newfound knowledge of their special status. Lucian then looked at the small wisp perched on Annabeth's shoulder. "Take care of her, will you? Make sure she doesn't overexert herself and gets plenty of rest. We'll begin training when I return." "Yes, sir." the wisp chirped, saluting in a high-pitched voice. "I'll see you guys in a week," Lucian said before turning around. With a single powerful flap of the dark black wings that had sprouted from his back, he sent a gust of wind toward them. Then, staying low to avoid incurring Zeus's wrath, he took off. As Lucian flew, the wind rushed against his face. Teleporting is fun and all, but nothing beats a journey. He soared over a vast green meadow, the grass swaying with the breeze. After half an hour of blissful flying, Lucian spotted a dense forest up ahead. He adjusted his course and weaved effortlessly through the towering trees. Eventually, he reached his destination. A crossroads. Lucian landed, his wings retracting into his back. As he did, a wave of purple mist expelled from his cloak, spreading rapidly. The mist swallowed his surroundings, transforming everything into a haze of violet. The trees became mere shadows, and the sky darkened. The only visible thing in the eerie landscape was the crossroads before him. "Oh, teacher," Lucian called out, cupping his hands around his mouth to amplify his voice. "Your most diligent and favorite student has arrived to learn the mystic arts." The only response was a long, exasperated sigh, followed by a grand house materializing at the crossroads. The house was black, its form a shifting silhouette within the mist. Lucian grinned and began skipping toward it, arms swinging, jumping with every step. As he neared, the house became clearer, revealing a massive hound and a polecat guarding the entrance. Lucian crouched down and scratched their chins. "Hey, my little empress and little witch. Have you been behaving? Not giving your master too much trouble, I hope." The hound growled playfully while the cat hissed just as the door swung open. Lucian turned to see Hecate standing in the doorway, leaning against the frame with her arms crossed. She wore a dark robe, her long black hair hanging loosely over her shoulders. "What do you want, Lucian?" Hecate asked, her tone weary. Lucian flashed a grin. "What? Can I visit my most favorite teacher in the whole wide world?" Hecate stared at him, unimpressed. "Come on, you were impressed with my suicidal branding technique, weren't you? I mean, you even named it yourself. Shouldn't you be happy to see me?" Hecate scoffed, though a small smile flickered across her cold features. She motioned for him to enter before leading the way. Inside, she settled onto a pristine leather couch. A wine glass appeared in her hand, filling instantly with shimmering golden liquid. She took a slow sip before speaking. "Speak, boy. Why have you sought me out? What do you wish to discuss?" Lucian's grin faded. He intertwined his fingers, leaned forward, and rested his arms on his thighs. "A few things, actually. We have a lot to talk about: the upcoming war, the dangers ahead, regrets you might come to have, how I can help, and—" His ruby-red eyes gleamed. "A way to advance my magic. Specifically, how to harness my legacy and turn my darkness and shadow magic into light magic." Hecate narrowed her eyes. "What regrets do you speak of?" Lucian held her gaze. "You might not have them now, but you will down the line." "Explain." Hecate closed her eyes, taking another sip of her drink. Lucian inhaled deeply before speaking. "Compared to most gods, you're one of the most well-informed. While others might try to deny it, you know for certain, my grandfather has begun to move. He's planning something." Hecate's expression darkened, her discomfort evident. As someone who had witnessed the first Titanomachy firsthand, the brutal war between gods and titans, Hecate knew the full extent of Kronos' power. She had seen it with her own eyes. Lucian's gaze burned crimson as he continued. "You know firsthand how enticing my grandfather's words can be. Anyone who hears him can't help but be drawn in. He knows exactly what to say to make people listen. He knows what weaknesses to exploit." Hecate looked at Lucian with cold, piercing eyes, her divine presence pressing down on his mortal form like a crushing weight. "If I were you, Lucian, I would watch what I say very carefully. Surely, you aren't insinuating that I am weak and easily manipulated." Lucian bit his lip until it bled, suppressing the pain as he endured her overwhelming pressure. His expression remained fierce as he gritted out, "Weak? No. Easy to manipulate? Perhaps. Which is why he will try to win you over, if he hasn't already." Hecate studied him for a moment before withdrawing her power, much to Lucian's relief. She leaned back, her voice measured and sharp. If you suspected that your grandfather had already approached me, why would you come here? You, above all, know that you are his greatest obstacle in all of this. What's stopping me from betraying our master-student relationship and handing you over to him? It might just put me in a favorable position, giving me exactly what I desire. Lucian smirked, a knowing look in his eyes that irritated Hecate for some reason. Call intuition, but you wouldn't do that. You, my lovely Titaness, are too kind. That's why you were one of the first Titans to switch sides in the last war. In other words, you care too much. You love me too much to betray your precious disciple. Hecate clicked her tongue in annoyance and turned away, taking a long sip from her glass. A faint flush colored her pale cheeks. Lucian's expression grew serious, shifting the atmosphere once more. It's without a doubt that my grandfather will try to bring you to his side first. No matter how sweet his promises sound, you have to remember, out of everyone, you stand to lose the most. Hecate frowned, but remained silent. Your children will likely make up the majority of his forces, meaning they'll be on the front lines, bearing the full force of the gods' counterattack. To him, they're nothing more than numbers, human shields, disposable assets. Lucian ran a hand through his dark hair, his voice unwavering. I know better than anyone that their deaths would devastate you. That's why I'm here, to prevent that from happening. Hecate sighed heavily, her gaze softening as she looked at him. Lucy, she said, her tone unusually intimate. As much as I appreciate what you're trying to do, you have to understand. One doesn't simply refuse your grandfather when he makes an offer. And as much as it pains me to admit, I do not control the lives of my children. We are forbidden from interfering. They must choose their own paths. Lucian clenched his fists as he saw the helplessness in her gaze. I'm sorry, Lucian. Even though I am a goddess, my hands are tied in this matter. It's not something I can simply involve myself in. Lucian's frown deepened slightly before he forced a reassuring smile. Then don't worry about it. I'll do everything I can to minimize your losses. Hecate set her glass down, leaned forward, and gently ran her fingers through Lucian's hair. She looked at him with warmth and care. You may not realize it yet, but you already have. She leaned over and pressed a soft kiss to his forehead. Thank you. Hecate snapped her fingers, and the scenery around them changed. A purple mist swept through the room, and it was as if they had been instantly transported elsewhere. They now stood inside a plain, empty room with four walls, devoid of furniture or decorations except for the purple tiles lining the floor. Sit, she ordered, conjuring a chair behind herself, but none for Lucian. Lucian, unfazed, sat cross-legged on the ground, watching her attentively. It seems like you're becoming more interested in your lineage, huh? Mostly in learning how to perform light magic and properly manipulate it, Lucian admitted. I've controlled darkness and shadows my entire life, but working with their opposite has been much harder. Hecate nodded in understanding as she crossed one leg over the other, resting her arm holding a wine glass on her knee. I see. Yes, that makes sense. You are quite the anomaly, I must say. You wield two conflicting elements, thanks to your parentage. The Underworld's famous Broader grants you control over darkness and shadow, while Little Me Dia's legacy has given you an affinity for the sun, the source of all light. And not just light, she added with a smirk, but heat as well. Lucian rubbed the back of his head. Yeah, but I haven't really been able to tap into my affinity with the sun. I just don't know how. Hecate swirled her wine before taking a sip. Lucian, an affinity isn't something you access or control. It's something you possess. It's a part of you. In other words, you've always had access to it. She paused, then smirked. And you have been using it. You were just too stupid to notice. Ouch. Lucian muttered, blinking at her in confusion, wondering why he was suddenly being insulted. Hecate merely shrugged. Sorry, but it's the truth. Take your black flames, for example. Why do you think you have them? Where do you think they come from? Lucian tilted his head. My father. Hecate scoffed. Since when have you ever heard of him using black flames? If Hades wielded fire, It would be green and tied to spirits. She leaned forward slightly, studying Lucian. You don't have a strong connection to spirits. So how is it possible for you to summon the flames of darkness? She didn't wait for him to answer. The answer lies in your affinity. It's a combination of your darkness and your connection to the sun. Haven't you noticed how unnaturally gifted you are when it comes to fire and heat? Lucian frowned. No, I just thought I was naturally talented overall. And besides, I figure my sun affinity had already merged with my darkness to create my ability to summon soldiers from the dead. Hecate sighed, pressing a hand to her forehead in exasperation. I see the real issue now. Lucian, you don't know the difference between shadow and darkness, do you? Lucian's eyes darted side to side. Of course I do. One is darker than the other, he said, feigning confidence. Hecate let out a dry chuckle. I'm starting to get the full picture now. Lucian, your talent is holding you back. Lucian blinked. I should have realized it sooner, Hecate said, downing the rest of her glass in one gulp before it magically refilled. Your talent has blinded you. You're so naturally gifted that you skip the fundamentals and progress without obstacles. You pick things up so easily that you never bother asking questions. You just do it. Lucian looked at Hecate bashfully. Sensei, if you keep complimenting me like this, even I might get embarrassed. Hecate stared down at him with pure disgust. That wasn't a compliment, you brat. You need to actually understand what you're working with. All you've been doing is following your intuition, but that can only take you so far. I mean, look at the problem you're facing now. Lucian shrugged. So what's the difference between shadow and darkness? Because the only answer I can think of is shade. Hecate's shoulders sagged slightly as she replied. Darkness is the absence of light. Shadow is an obstruction of it. She watched as Lucian's brows furrowed in confusion, and her eye twitched in irritation. What part of that aren't you getting? No, I get it, Lucian reassured her. It's just, I already knew that. I just didn't think of it as the answer. Hecate nodded. You instinctively understood it, but you never truly grasped its meaning. You subconsciously mixed darkness and shadow together, treating them as the same thing. But once you learn how to manipulate them separately, that's when you will start to understand how to wield light magic. I see, Lucian muttered, adjusting his posture and resting his palms upward on his thighs. From his hands, two distinct energies began to rise. On his left, a thick, congealed darkness seeped out, swallowing the surrounding light. It was impenetrable, consuming everything around it like a void. To Lucian, it felt as if the light itself was feeding the darkness. On his right, wisps of shadowy smoke danced above his palm. Unlike the heavy, suffocating darkness, this energy was more malleable, lighter, almost playful. While the darkness on his left was dense and consuming, the shadow on his right moved freely, shifting with the faintest breeze. If darkness was the supremacy over light, then shadow was the perfect balance between the two. I think I'm starting to get it now. Lucian murmured as he observed the natural behavior of the elements without manipulating them. Hecate sighed, leaning forward and swirling the wine in her glass. Through the glass, she studied Lucian's concentrated expression, her lips pressing into a thin line. A possessive glint flickered in her eyes. I quite literally just gave him a single sentence to guide him, and he's already sprinting ahead. A single sentence was all it took, and he's already on the path to figuring it out. Talk about monstrous talent. If only... Hecate abruptly stopped her thoughts before they wandered down a dangerous path. She downed her drink in one gulp and dismissed the glass with a flick of her fingers. No, let's just leave it at this. Being my student is enough for now. Flash! A sudden burst of light filled the room, causing Hecate to squeeze her eyes shut. Then, my eyes! My eyes! Hecate rapidly blinked her vision back into focus, only to see Lucian rolling on the ground, clutching his face as tears streamed down his cheeks. You idiot! What the hell did you even do? She snapped, all traces of admiration immediately vanishing. Lucian tried looking at her, repeatedly blinking his bloodshot eyes, still wet with tears. I saw how the darkness was absorbing the light around it, so I made it absorb a lot more. And then I got curious about what would happen if I released it all at once. Hecate whacked him upside the head with her fist. Ow! What was that for? Lucian shouted, rubbing the sore spot. You seriously have a nerve to ask me that? You stupid dumbass? Is that any way for a goddess to speak? I'll speak to you however I damn please, you stupid brat.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.